Good morning, I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter here at Channel 8. I am joined this morning by Terry Bentley Hill and Cody Skipper.
Morning.
Both of them returning as we begin what is expected to be the final day of this trial. Closing arguments are scheduled to begin around 9 a.m. and then this jury will begin to deliberate and determine what sentence should Tanner Horner receive. Let's start by taking a listen to stories that aired yesterday.
Jurors heard the final testimony in the Tanner Horner trial, and prosecutors ended their case with a powerful rebuttal witness. Tanner Horner's cousin took the stand, describing a childhood he says was marked by fear, violence, and abuse. He testified Horner sexually abused him twice as a child and told jurors Horner even talked to him about killing someone years before Athena Strand's murder.
Tanner said he wondered what it would be like to kill somebody.
How do you remember that statement?
But it triggered in my head when he actually did kill somebody.
His cousin says he came forward by posting his story on Facebook and contacting authorities.
Why come forward now?
I figured the truth needs to be told. He deserves to pay for everything that he's done.
Earlier in the day, the defense's final witness, a psychologist, told jurors Horner's upbringing contributed to who he is. At times, he was homeless, he was sexually abused, and diagnosed with several mental health disorders.
This has nothing to do with justification. It has to do with understanding the person who's before the court.
But prosecutor's final witness testified after interviewing Horner and studying his history. He believes Horner is a sexual violent predator and poses a future danger to others. In Fort Worth, Rebecca Lopez.
The jury has now heard all testimony in the sentencing phase of the Tanner Horner trial, and today final witnesses painted two very different pictures of the man jurors will decide should live or die.
As the Tanner Horner sentencing trial is one step closer to deciding his fate, a surprise witness in final testimony, Tanner Horner's cousin, testifying for the prosecution, describing a childhood alongside Horner who he claims brought others fear and violence years before murdering 7-year-old Athena Strand. He told jurors Horner allegedly sexually abused him twice as a child. The defense attempting to block that testimony, but the judge allowed it. Earlier, the defense's final witness, a psychologist, pointed to Horner's upbringing, saying at times he was homeless, sexually abused, and diagnosed with several mental health disorders.
This has nothing to do with justification. It has to do with understanding the person who's before the court.
Under cross-examination, the psychologist agreed, saying Horner knew what he was doing when he murdered Strand.
I think he knew that would cause her great harm, if not death.
The prosecution's final witness testified, saying he believes Horner is a sexually violent predator who poses a future danger. Tomorrow morning, closing arguments will begin before jurors decide whether Horner will spend his life in prison or face the death penalty. In Tarrant County, I'm Adriana D'Alba.
Now that Tanner Horner has pled guilty to capital murder for the killing of 7-year-old Athena Strand, the trial has gone into the punishment phase. That's where jurors must answer two critical questions that will determine his sentence. They're called special issues. First, jurors must decide whether Horner would be a continuing danger to society. If even one juror says no, the death penalty is off the table, and the sentence automatically becomes life in prison without parole. But if all jurors say yes, they move to a second question. Are there reasons to spare him from the death penalty, including evidence about his character, background, or mental condition? If all jurors reject those reasons, Horner will be sentenced to death. If they cannot agree, the sentence again becomes life without parole. Attorneys say much of this phase could hinge on expert testimony. Horner's lawyers have argued that his autism should be considered as a reason to spare him from the death penalty. Jurors will now weigh those questions as they decide Tanner Horner's final punishment. Will he spend the rest of his life in prison or be sentenced to death for the killing of Athena Strand? Okay, Terry and Cody. So we're expecting closing arguments this morning at 9 a.m. Just talk to me about we'll start off with Terry. What do you expect we're going to hear from both sides?
I think that the state's going to reiterate their statements from their opening statement. They had a roadmap of where they were going to go in this trial. I think if anyone who was watching realized and can agree that they followed that roadmap and they produced everything that they said they were going to produce. And the defense, they got up and said, we are going to bring in experts to show that this man has autism, that he also has intellectual disabilities that explain why he did this. And we really didn't need the experts, their defense attorney said, because we can tell by looking at him that there's a problem. So that's what they brought to us during their case in chief, or actually punishment case. And I copied every witness that they brought.
The defense.
The defense, and there were about 19. And at night when I can't sleep, instead of counting sheep, I'm counting their experts. It was just one thing after another. Many of the experts said the same thing. So I think that maybe there may be some jury fatigue with some of these defense.
I felt fatigued.
Yeah. So what do you think, Cody?
Yeah, I mean, this is the day, the culmination of the trial. The jury is fatigued. They've put in a lot of time hearing these horrible facts. But again, this trial is about this beautiful child here. So this photo will be front and center, or should be, in any murder case I've ever been a part of, because ultimately it's about this beautiful child that was taken from her family and from all of us.
That's right.
And it needs to be put forth back front and center. We've had this gap in time, and Tanya and I discussed a lot of this separation strategically that it's happened with the defense putting on these witnesses. I expect this to be a sonic boom by the prosecution. Remember, folks, in these arguments procedurally, what you're going to see is it's called an opening and a close, similar to what you'd have like you heard the rebuttal witnesses yesterday. So the defense doesn't get to go twice. The state always does. The defense is stuck in the middle of the sandwich. State prosecutor, usually it's the person who picked the jury, will lead with what's called the opening. They will divvy up the allotted time accordingly. And that first person in the opening, the prosecutor, will usually go through the charge, again, remind the jury again of these two special issues: future danger, continuing threat. If yes, unanimously, then and only then do you go to a potential mitigation issue. And so if you are yes and no, it's automatic, adios amigo, we're done. And then the state will go in the rebuttal. So you'll have the defense go second with whatever their argument is. Then I fully expect James Staten to come in with what's called the close. And that gives the opportunity for the state to attack everything that the defense has just said in its closing argument, in conjunction with everything that they've put on throughout the course of this trial, which in my opinion is aggravating evidence, and it's not mitigating. And so it gives the opportunity for Staten to say, folks, not only have you heard the facts of this case as we succinctly presented it to you, this wolf in sheep's clothing, and that's exactly what he is.
Yeah.
The defense that he's presented is not even mitigating, it's aggravating, because he's done all of these things
Right.
one by one. The drugs, the sexual assault, the sadomasochism, there's nothing mitigating about that.
Well,
so you just turn it upside down and says, okay, once you get to that special issue number 2, there's no deliberation. It's an automatic no, because he's not saving a cat from a tree. He's not rescuing a kid from a burning building. He's a lunatic, evil person who's going to be executed.
Yeah, I mean, even yesterday we got, if they asked me yesterday, I was on our Daybreak show, and they asked me, do you expect any surprises? And I said, well, every time I think there can't be more surprises, there are more surprises, and we did get a few more surprises. We got this cousin, this
Billy.
testimony from Billy. That was so compelling, and what we're gathering is that because of the testimony from the experts, actually it opened the door to that testimony.
Yeah, I've been saying that even the defense witnesses have been a nail in his coffin, and I think yesterday was the final nail with Billy coming forward and talking about the sexual abuse that he received at the hands of this man, this defendant. And I agree with Cody 100% that the defense witnesses, I think, really made a strong case for the state, not for their client. And I just don't think that the jury's going to fall for it. As I've mentioned before, I was in the courtroom when I heard the audio of that hour-long torture session that he put that beautiful 7-year-old that Cody just showed, that picture, the beautiful picture of Athena. And in trials, because the defendant, and we, in our country, every person has the right to a jury trial, and believe it or not, the defendant has a right to this trial. However, all we've heard is about him, and we want to focus now on Athena and Athena's family and what they have been through. And this has been an incredible service that you have brought not only your viewers, but not only here locally, but the entire world. You have people from all over the world watching this, and they're invested in this as well. They want the just outcome, and you've got 12 people who are going to determine that, and they have heard every piece of evidence. They have heard screaming in the back of a van. They have seen this defendant cover up the cameras, and nobody saw him take a hit of cocaine that they try to bring up, that this is what triggered this event with Athena.
I just think that's an absolute lie.
Folks,
That's just a lie. I mean, come on.
There's every part of this guy is filled with lies. Again, it's aggravation, it's manipulation. Okay,
Right.
That's the whole point of, and the irony can't be lost on anyone when they bring this jailhouse guy in the other day, and he's referencing wolves and sheep, right? That happens in prison and in the free world. Everyone knows that. But the fact of the matter is, folks, this defendant, this vile human being, he is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Why? Because he wants to put on this facade. He wants to pick and choose what he says at particular times. Remember their own experts. When James Staten asked one, did he mention anything to you about doing cocaine in front of her? No. It's completely BS. It is what this defendant is doing to try to get his butt out of a jam. And again, today, it's all going to come back to this sweet, this beautiful young child that we've all lost at the hands of this defendant. And the little things too, like Terry's just gone over the things that will come up in the argument. Remember, the little things matter. Grandma, I thought it was interesting, in light of what happened to Athena here, she's telling the story of when she took the defendant to McDonald's when he was a young boy, about 10 or 11 years old. And the story is, I'm a loving grandmother and I'm nourishing my grandson and taking him to a place of enjoyment of being McDonald's. And he was so happy to eat that he vomited. Okay? That was her testimony. And of course, James Staten's not going to ask this of a grandmother because of the way it may come up, but it's certainly something he can argue for its forceful effect. And so, in other words, your grandson, during a moment of pleasure that you created as a grandmother, as a good memory for him, he vomited that food. That same person, that same evil, vile individual would then kidnap a young, innocent child 25 years later and also cause her to vomit.
Mm-hmm. And then claim he vomited.
And use that.
Right.
And all of those, those little things that will just add up over and over and over again with all of these lies, all of these manipulation tactics. and the things that he's forced upon this poor family, trying to enjoy a Christmas which will never happen again. And this sensory sabotage, I call it, with this what used to be a wonderful song, Jingle Bell Rock, that we all listen to and probably watch Home Alone with the kids every year. And that's just one other thing that now when this poor family hears that, or you do at a restaurant or in the mall that you have no control over, it's just one of those things that
Right. Yeah, sadly that song will always be, have that, I think forever when I hear that song, it's going to have a connotation.
Yeah.
But I thought, what was interesting was about the defense's case was they portrayed him as having autism, he's impulsive, he lacks executive function, and all these different issues, right? But then when you heard the classification person come in, the prosecutors turned that on its head. Well, okay, if he can't handle himself and he's impulsive, well, maybe the place he needs to be is death row, where they'll make sure he's taken good care of. So I thought that was kind of a master stroke from the prosecutors to flip that argument right on its head.
Yeah, and I think the expert that they brought in on rebuttal, Dr. Arambula, I thought he was very effective. But the thing that gave me chills when I heard it is when he said, in his opinion, the abduction was to satisfy his sexual deviance, that he really did abduct her for the sexual act that he committed with Athena. And I thought, wow, that's pretty powerful.
And you heard the audio. Would you agree with that?
I absolutely would agree with that. I think that he said some things to Athena to convince her to walk to the truck with him. He lifts her up and puts her in the truck. He drives off, and they were talking about driving off yesterday and how the road was going to get bumpy, and then he pulled over in a place that he's familiar with, and it took about 10 or 15 minutes to get there, and he's just carrying on a conversation
He's
with
trying
her.
to keep her calm.
Totally keeping her calm. Where do you go to school? What's your sister's name? It's just, and you know what's coming. So it is even more evil because you know what's happening. It's about to happen. And so it's just to hear the expert's opinion on what this was all about yesterday. Yes, I agree. It was all because he had a motive. He was covering those cameras up, the front-facing cameras. He was covering them up 2 days before. He covered them up before he went down her road. It is so clear, and that jury knows this too. The jury saw this as well, and they're going to remember this.
Absolutely, they are.
Yeah, James Stanton is about to let this guy know what time it is. Okay?
Pain train coming?
The pain train's coming. Everyone's going to, all aboard is what I like to say. Everyone, it's about to be on. And I just want to remind everyone, again, these little things, they're not little to me, but words that were used by this defendant when we go back to Athena's mother, describing having to go in this funeral home. Okay, and the description that she used of seeing this beautiful little girl that was her daughter on a table with no clothes on by herself and having to find a blanket to cover her up, and knowing that she had to leave her, by herself before an autopsy occurred. That's the main point and the driving force behind the mother's powerful testimony. When she told this defendant, "You can never take her from me," and that's true, because she's mine.
Right.
She belongs to me, and I get to choose who I share her with, not you. And you, even though you believed in your deviant mind that you were able to play judge, jury, and executioner, we're about to have a reckoning in this courtroom. That's right. And what I want to remind everyone of, one word that this defendant said: tossed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And this word I expect to be used quite often in this argument, because I'm going to tell you folks what you do. That word tossed belongs to inanimate objects. That's what you do with trash.
Mm-hmm.
You
right.
toss trash. You toss trash in the dumpster, okay? So when Athena's mother had to go in that funeral home and see her beautiful little baby with what the ranger described as angelic skin when he cradled her and removed her from that creek, laying face down with nobody around her. Just remember this vile human being who is still breathing the same air as all of us, who after he did all of these things, he drug her, and we know
Because of the marks on
from
her.
the autopsy report and the scrapes on her through that bamboo thicket. And he couldn't even muster, after all of that, the mental wherewithal that he does have as a high-functioning, if you want to say autistic individual, to pick any other word in Mr. Webster's dictionary. He chose toss. Okay? This guy is going to get smacked around the courtroom 10 ways till Sunday when we have this argument.
Yeah, and he used that word. He didn't just use that word once.
No.
It was over and over and over. What do you make of him using that word that way?
Well, I agree with Cody 100%. Number one, he depersonalizes Athena. She becomes just an object, and he throws her into a bamboo thicket and claims that he put her in a place so she could be found.
do you think he moved her? Do you think he moved? Do you think he initially puts her in that bamboo thicket and then moves her,
No.
or does he put her? He initially puts her in the water.
I think it was another lie. I think it was a lie, and he concocted that because he is driven by that area day after day after day on his route. So he knew that there was that bamboo thicket. In my opinion, I think he knew exactly where he was going to take her, and he threw her in a river, and the odds of people finding her were really slim if they didn't get this Zero character, which is another thing. I mean, this Zero, he concocted this Zero to tell these officers where her body was. I don't know if the FBI agent said that water was muddy and murky, and they could just see her hand barely under the surface. And I just wonder if they had not gotten to her and gotten to her body, would they have found her? I don't know. So it's a good thing that they were so diligent and so good at their job, and the way they worked him. I really applaud the investigators, especially
Ranger Espinoza.
Job Espinoza did a great job,
Yeah.
and he was in the courtroom yesterday. By the way,
With the family.
yeah, with the
With the
family.
family.
Yeah,
And you've got to really appreciate the thing that when you get those Amber Alerts at 3 in the morning and you're asleep, and you want to be frustrated about having to get back to sleep. The point remains is all these men and women in law enforcement that are working tirelessly. That alert goes out. You are on borrowed time to find that child,
Right.
to get this done. I mean, there are so many spokes in this wheel moving this wagon forward for Athena. Every one of these folks, from the prosecutors to law enforcement on down, the amount of time and energy they're doing to help this little girl and her family, and they got it done. Thank God they got it done. But it's because they were all working together, collaborating,
Right.
sharing information. And there's no me in this situation. It's all about the team and trying to help this girl. So really, thankfully, they all got it done in this case.
yeah. 300 volunteers showed up immediately to start searching for Athena. It was an effort, a joint law enforcement effort
Right.
between the FBI, DPS,
And you didn't
local
see
enforcement.
that, sometimes you have arguments among different types of law enforcement entities, but I didn't feel any of that. Like,
No.
you felt like they were really all cooperating.
They were all working together, and I think that is just kind of a hallmark of this entire case. It's like everybody in Wise County, all the law enforcement in the area, now the citizens of Wise County and Tarrant County and Dallas, every person is invested in this. And it is an expensive venture to try a capital murder case. The citizens of Wise County, the taxpayers, are ponying up a lot of money for this case, but I have a feeling, Cody and Tanya, that the taxpayers are willing to do that. because this is so heinous, and this man needs to have his day in court, and then he needs to have the verdict that is just and right.
Absolutely, and I think of course, I didn't see or hear that audio that you saw,
Right.
and I'm forever thankful, actually, thankful that I didn't have to hear it, and thank you that you were willing to go do that, because I know how difficult that was. But for me, what will always, kind of live rent-free in my mind is those images of him after he has killed her, and he is talking on the phone, or making arrangements to go buy toilet paper,
Right.
going to the Love's truck stop to get cleaning, paper towels and cleaning stuff, and then the next day when he's upset because he can't get his delivery van through there because the roads are closed.
Yeah.
Because they're looking for Athena, and just his attitude, the level, and also just the level of evidence that you have in this case. I don't know if I've ever seen anything like this.
Cold-blooded.
He's high functioning.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a disservice to everyone else who's
It's
struggling.
an insult to
It
people
is
who really
an insult
Right.
who have nonverbal, low functioning.
Hold on, we're getting sound, folks. Let's take a listen.
Yes, Your Honor. This time we move that this court preclude the imposition of the death penalty and take it out of the hands of the jury. The basis of this is the pervasive media attention that this case has garnered. There are channels that are on a loop 24/7. It's all over social media, and it's not just a little bit. It's everywhere. We have people outside of the courthouse holding up signs and protesting. We have people online that have created false narratives, that they're flat out lying about what is happening in this courtroom. And I know that this court has given instructions to the jury, and I just don't think it's enough, because this media attention has been so widespread. It is impossible for Tanner to get a fair trial in violation of the 5th and 14th Amendments, and also in violation of the Texas Constitution. This case isn't just local. It's not just statewide. It's not national. There are international newspapers writing stories about it. And so with all of that media attention, our team has received death threats. Our witnesses have received death threats. Our client has received death threats. And so what we're asking the judge to do, and what we're asking you to do, is to preclude the death penalty in this case, because that's the only thing that can remediate the publicity that they have. And the reason that we're asking that is, put yourself in the jury's position. You know that this case is international news. You know that this case is a hot topic. You know that this case has raised such passions that it results in death threats against the defense team. You know all of this. Now imagine you as juror going to church on Sunday, and the person sitting next to me, or sitting next to you, says, "I know you're on jury duty. How'd that go? You were gone for 5 weeks. You must have been on that case. I can't believe you did X, Y, Z." So in taking away their ability to, sentence them to life without repercussions from society and from their friends and from their community, that is the only way that Tanner can get a fair trial in this case.
The court daily, even though it's not in the record, the court daily has admonished the jury in the jury room to stay away from media, to the point of last week, I didn't tell the lawyers this, one of the jurors asked me, is the case still getting a lot of attention? So based on that question, I am satisfied that the jury has been following my instructions to stay away from the media. Your request is denied. The jury is present. Are both sides ready for the jury?
Ready.
Defense?
Sure.
All right, let's go. Everyone may be seated. Good morning. Members of the jury, the defendant Tanner Lynn Horner stands charged by indictment with the offense of capital murder, alleged to have been committed in Wise County, Texas on or about the 30th day of November 2022. To this charge, the defendant has pleaded guilty. The defendant has entered this plea, and the court hereby instructs the jury to find the defendant guilty as charged in the indictment. Your verdict must be by unanimous vote of all members of the jury. In deliberating on the case, you shall consider these instructions as a whole, and you must not refer to or discuss any matters not in evidence before you. Our law provides a defendant may testify on his own behalf if he elects to do so. This, however, is a privilege accorded to the defendant, and in the event he does not testify, that fact cannot be taken as a circumstance against him. In this case, the defendant has not testified, and you are instructed that you cannot and must not refer or allude to this fact throughout your deliberations or take it into consideration for any purpose whatsoever as a circumstance against the defendant. When you go to the jury room, the first thing that you should do is select one of your number as your presiding juror, who will help to guide your deliberations and will speak for you here in the courtroom. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media, such as a telephone, cell phone, smartphone, iPhone, or computer, the internet, any internet service, or any text or instant messaging service, or any internet chat room, blog, or website, such as Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, YouTube, or X, to communicate to anyone any information about this case, or to conduct any research about this case until I accept your verdict, if any. If at the conclusion of your deliberations, the presiding juror should sign the verdict form, and I am requesting whoever the presiding juror is, if he or she will print their name beneath the verdict form and put your juror number next to the signature. If you need to communicate with me during your deliberations, the presiding juror should write the message, ring the jury call button on the wall, and give it to the bailiff. I will either reply in writing or bring you back into the court to answer your message. You are the exclusive judges of the facts proved, of the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight to be given to their testimony, but you're bound to receive the law from the court which is herein given and be governed thereby. And I've signed the instructions as judge. The last page of the instructions contain the verdict form. Says, we, the jury, find the defendant, Tanner Lynn Horner, guilty of the offense of capital murder as charged in the indictment. The presiding juror should sign his or her name on that line beneath the verdict form. All right? If you retire to your jury room, buzz me when you're ready. All right, we'll be in recess for a few minutes.
Okay, so the jury's been sent out to basically do what is basically a formality because he's already pled guilty. Terry, explain to folks why this is necessary.
Well, I mean, it is, first of all, and I'll let Cody weigh in on that, but first of all, let me say this. So the defense attorney stands up and...
Oh, yeah, that's right. Let's go back to that.
Let's talk about that. She stands up and she's talking about the publicity in this case and the pressure that this is putting on a jury, basically, that there are international viewers who have gotten involved. This is streaming 24/7, she says, and that puts additional pressure on the jury to answer the questions in the way that the mob wants these questions answered, basically. And she talks about how the witnesses have gotten death threats, how the defense team has gotten death threats, and I absolutely don't agree with that. That shouldn't happen.
Because they're doing their job.
They are totally doing their job. I think the defense, that this is what they have to do. And they are doing it, and they did it, by golly, and they're still doing it. But the point being is that the judge denied that. The judge has said, I have admonished them every single day not to talk to anyone about this, not to watch the media account, and according to what he said, they're following his rules and following his instructions. So he denied her motion, and which of course you're going to stand up and make those kinds of motions. That's just common. It's not that big of a deal. That's just what they do.
Right, it's part of the appeal process, essentially. You got to do it because that's going to be part of the arguments for the appeal. Okay, go ahead, Cody.
Now, just with regard to what just happened and the charge, we still have closing arguments, guys. Remember, this is a bifurcated system. Texas is one of the states where you can have a jury also assess punishment, death penalty or not. Here, recall that on the first day, this defendant pled guilty, as he should have done. Any average lawyer would have told the client to do that. And so this first part that we just heard is just the judge requiring the jury to go back and find that guilty, check that box, so then we can move on to the actual argument for the punishment phase, that second phase that we've been listening to for whatever our day count is, Tanya. So just a formality. We're still going to have arguments.
Yeah, and I wouldn't think it would take very long.
Yeah.
It's just filling out the paperwork, basically.
Check the box, go to the restroom, come back and sit down. Yeah, they'll be back in a minute, for sure.
And we kind of expected that this would happen. But, I do want to talk a little bit more about what Susan Anderson was saying, because I did hear yesterday, some word that, like Dr. Ryan, that there have been issues that have arisen, because this case is explosive.
Right.
I mean, what we have heard in this case is unsettling in ways that you really can't even put into words. And her testimony was also unsettling, because you got the feeling that she kind of sympathized with him. It was hard to, you know that people have a job to do, but her testimony was unsettling to me. Like the whole thing about the cocaine, that she seemed to buy that story.
Right.
Now again, I don't agree with people making threats, right? Because we don't want to do anything that would, cause appellate issues, right? But I could see why people would be unsettled by what they've seen and heard in this case.
Well, right. When you've got a 7-year-old and you can see this beautiful picture of Athena, people are going to be emotional about it. Most of us are parents. Most of us have had a 7-year-old or have 7-year-olds. I mean, it's a very emotionally charged case, and people have strong opinions about it, but it can't bleed over to the point where people who are just basically doing their job are threatened and can't, we just don't need to go there. That's not necessary. And, I just think the jury's going to do what the jury's going to do, and we have very strong opinions, and that's okay. I'm a big believer in strong opinions, but Susan, and people know her name, but the defense attorney is definitely doing what she has to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And because the reality is, even as annoying at times all these experts were, and I do think that some of it could have been cut down, you have to do all that, because if you don't provide him a robust defense, you end up with arguments for ineffective assistance,
yeah,
which creates appellate issues.
Sure, but you also run into the issue that happened yesterday. You have Billy come in and say this guy sexually molested him twice. I mean, all that is true. Every case has what's called a 2255 ineffective assistance potential, and trust me, he will make it in this case.
He will try.
He will make it. Whether he will be successful is slim to none. But he will make it, because it's automatic. These guys will always complain. Mm-hmm. It's there for them to do it.
Right.
And it's going to happen. But to your point, Tanya, and lawyers are going to agree on this team doing their job. That's fine. But they will disagree, I'm one of them, on how to do it when you're looking at volume, quantity, and efficiency. You know, you can trim that down some. A lot of them turned into state's witnesses.
Oh,
you know, and so when you're doing all that, you know, to avoid some type of potential writ or an ineffective claim, it can backfire. Again, they have a job to do. I'm not getting into their strategy, but despite what some lawyers say, you have to do all of this. Well, that's not necessarily accurate. You have to do your job. And if you don't believe a witness, or if you have a reason to suspect the accuracy or the veracity of their testimony, I mean, obviously, you know, if your own client is backdooring theories, hearsay, through an expert purportedly to say that, oh, well, now she saw me do cocaine. I mean, that's Bush League.
Right.
You know, and then these other experts are challenged about, well, did he tell you that he was worried about her catching him doing cocaine? No. I mean, as if a 7-year-old little girl would even know what that is to begin with. So it's just at some point, we've said this over and over again, you still can pick and choose what your lineup is and how best to effectuate your theory to the jury.
Well, and they want to present, you know, Tanner Horner as this person who has autism and who has impulse control issues and he can't problem solve. Well, Tanner Horner did a whole lot of problem solving. The routes alone, and we discussed this earlier, you know, he worked at Amazon first, then he worked at FedEx. You know, end of November through December is the busiest time of the year for any delivery driver. Of course, we heard that former boss of the contractor say those things. He is a high-functioning individual. It is a slap in the face to all the parents who have these beautiful kids who are nonverbal on the lower end. It's called spectrum for a reason. It doesn't give you a hall pass to do these things.
I totally agree, 100% with that, Cody. I mean, the pastor testified that Tanner Horner was talented enough to try out for a competition stomp team, which he played played the drums and competed with 12 to 13 other 1,000 other national teams. I mean, this guy is. I totally agree with Cody. It is. I can't say laughable because there's not a dang thing laughable about this, but it is ridiculous to even claim that his level of autism is the reason why he made poor decisions and couldn't readjust his thinking and couldn't have it is. I have heard from people who have family members or even have autism, and they are appalled by the whole thing. And there's not one defense expert who said his disabilities were the reason why he kidnapped, sexually assaulted, and murdered that child. Not one of their experts.
And he took Molly. I mean, here's my thing. Like cocaine, okay. But Molly, you know, it's a synthetic MDMA. It's a stimulant and a hallucinogen, okay? It's ecstasy. It gives you euphoria. These are conscious decisions from a person who knows what's going on, knows what he's doing. He wants to feel better. Mm-hmm. He has sadomasochism. I'm glad this expert brought this up the other day because he dominates.
Yes.
Rambula, like we mentioned before earlier, he was every bit of a witness I thought he would be, because these are traits. And going back to your point, Tanya, you know, you can't box him in GP because he has no cooling mechanism. I mean, his erratic behavior needs a response that the Polunsky unit can quite easily give him.
Well, they'll make sure that he is, because, you know, that the classification guy yesterday described it, how he will be escorted in and out. He will basically be under constant supervision because death row inmates are treated very differently, and if he's in GP, he's just another inmate. Now, I covered Billy Schmiermeyer, who was a serial killer in Dallas who killed a bunch of women, And he didn't last very long in prison before prison justice caught up with him. Okay, let's.
The defendant's back.
Defendant's back in the courtroom. That probably, with folks standing up, that would tend to think that they are probably. We're about to see this jury. Or not see the jury.
Yep.
Okay.
Everyone may be seated. Mr. Presiding Juror, it's my understanding that the jury has reached a verdict. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Verdict says we, the jury, find that defendant Tanner Lynn Horner guilty of the offense of capital murder as charged in the indictment, and it is signed by the presiding juror. Does either side desire a vote? No, Your Honor.
No, sir.
All right. Members of the jury, I will now read you the instructions on punishment. Lawyers will then make their closing arguments. At the conclusion of the closing arguments, you retire to the jury to begin your deliberations on punishment. Okay? Members of the jury, the defendant Tanner Lynn Horner has been found guilty by you of the offense of capital murder. Therefore, it now becomes your duty to determine the punishment to be assessed against the defendant. Punishment for the offense of capital murder is by imprisonment in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for life without parole or by death. In order for punishment to be assessed, two special issues are being submitted to you. Before answering these special issues, if you can, you will consider the following instructions. It will not be proper for you to arrive at your answers by lot, chance, or any other random method. Your answers, if any, must be arrived at by a full, fair, and free exchange of the opinions of each individual juror. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. Do not give up your honest beliefs as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of answering the special issues. Special issue number one, whether there is a probability that the defendant would commit criminal acts of violence that would constitute a continuing threat to society. The prosecution has the burden of proving that the answer to special issue number one should be yes beyond a reasonable doubt. And if it fails to do so, you must answer special issue number one, no. You may not answer special issue number one, yes, unless you agree unanimously. You may not answer special issue number one, no, unless 10 or more jurors agree. The members of the jury need not agree on what particular evidence supports a negative answer to special issue number one. If any juror has a reasonable doubt as to the answer to the above special issue, the juror shall vote no as to that issue. In deliberating on special issue number one, you shall take into consideration all of the facts shown by the evidence admitted before you in the full trial of the case, including evidence of the defendant's background or character or the circumstances of the offense that militates for or mitigates against the imposition of the death penalty and the law as submitted to you in this charge. Only if the jury unanimously answers special issue number one, yes, will the jury next consider special issue number two. Otherwise, the jury shall not answer special issue number two. Special issue number two, whether taking into consideration all of the evidence, including the circumstances of the offense, the defendant's character and background, and the personal moral culpability of the defendant,
defendant, there is a sufficient mitigating circumstance or circumstances to warrant that a sentence of life imprisonment without parole, rather than a death sentence, be imposed. You shall answer special issue number 2, either yes or no. You are instructed that you may not answer special issue number 2, no, unless you agree unanimously. You may not answer special issue number 2, yes, unless 10 or more jurors agree. The members of the jury need not agree on what particular evidence supports an affirmative finding on special issue number 2. You shall consider mitigating evidence to be evidence that a jury might regard as reducing the defendant's moral blameworthiness. You are instructed that if the jury answers that a circumstance or circumstances warrant a sentence of life imprisonment without parole rather than a death sentence be imposed, the court will sentence the defendant to imprisonment in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for life without parole. A defendant sentenced to confinement for life without parole is ineligible for release from the Texas Department of Criminal Justice on parole. The state has introduced evidence of extraneous crimes or bad acts other than the one charged in the indictment in this case. This evidence was admitted only for the purpose of assisting you, if it does, in determining the proper punishment for the offense for which you have found the defendant guilty. You cannot consider the testimony for any purpose unless you find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed such other acts, if any. Our law provides a defendant may testify on his own behalf if he elects to do so. This, however, is a privilege accorded to the defendant, and in the event he does not testify, that fact cannot be taken as a circumstance against him. In this case, the defendant has not testified, and you're instructed that you cannot and must not refer or allude to this fact throughout your deliberation, or take it into consideration for any purpose whatsoever as a circumstance against the defendant. You have heard evidence that the defendant made an oral and recorded statement on December 2nd, 2022, and on December 7th, 2022. If you find the defendant did make the statement, you may consider that statement against the defendant only if you resolve a preliminary question in favor of the statement. An oral recorded statement by a defendant made as a result of custodial interrogation may be considered against the defendant only if before the statement, but during the recording, 1, the defendant was warned that he has the right to remain silent and not make any statement at all, and that any statement he makes may be used against him at his trial. Any statement he makes may be used as evidence against him in court. He has the right to have a lawyer present to advise him before and during any question. If he is unable to employ a lawyer, he has the right to have a lawyer appointed to advise him before and during any question. And he has the right to terminate the interview at any time. And 2, the defendant knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily waived the rights set out in the warning. Therefore, you may consider any statement you believe the defendant made on December 2nd, 2022, or on December 7th, 2022. Only if you first all agree that the state has proved, beyond a reasonable doubt, that before the statement, but during the recording, the defendant was given the warning set out above, and knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily waived the rights set out in the warnings. If you do not find that the state has proved these things beyond a reasonable doubt, you must disregard and not consider for any purpose any statement the defendant may have made. If you do find the state has proved these things beyond a reasonable doubt, you may consider the evidence that the defendant made the statement and give that evidence whatever weight you believe appropriate. In deliberating on this case, you shall consider these instructions as a whole, and you must not refer to or discuss any matters not in evidence before you. You must not consider nor mention any personal knowledge or information you may have about any facts or persons connected with this case which is not shown by the evidence. You shall not consult law books or anything not in evidence. You are charged that it is only from the witness stand that the jury is permitted to receive evidence regarding the case or any witness therein, and no juror is permitted to communicate to any other juror anything he or she may have heard regarding the case or any witness therein from any other source other than the witness stand. When you have arrived at your answers to each of the special issues opinion, you may use the attached forms provided at the end of these instructions. Any further communication with the court must be in writing, signed by your presiding juror through the bailiff. Do not attempt to talk to the bailiff, the attorneys, or the court regarding any question you may have concerning the trial of the case. You are the exclusive judges of the facts proved, of the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight to be given to the testimony, but you're bound to receive the law from the court which is herein given and be governed thereby. And I've signed the instructions. The last 2 pages of the instructions contain the answers to the special issues. Special issue number 1, whether there is a probability that the defendant would commit criminal acts of violence that would constitute a continuing threat to society. There are 2 possible answers. We, the jury, find the defendant unanimously beyond a reasonable doubt that the answer to special issue number 1 is yes, or we, the jury, have at least 10 jurors with a reasonable doubt as to the matter inquired about this special issue and find that the answer to this special issue is no. If either one of those is the verdict of the jury, presiding juror should sign the appropriate verdict form. Only if you answer yes to question number 1 unanimously will you answer special issue number 2. Otherwise, you will not answer special issue number 2. Special issue number 2, whether taking into consideration all the evidence, including the circumstances of the offense, the defendant's character and background, and the personal moral culpability of the defendant. There is a sufficient mitigating circumstance or circumstances to warrant that the sentence of life imprisonment without parole rather than the death sentence be imposed. Again, there are 2 possible answers. We, the jury, find the defendant that the answer, unanimously find the answer to special issue number 2 is no, or we, the jury, have at least 10 jurors that agree the answer to special issue number 2 is yes, and find that the answer to this special issue is yes. Presiding juror should sign his name on the space beneath the appropriate verdict form. Mr. Staten.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's been a heck of a month. I want to thank you up front for being so attentive and giving us your time away from home, away from your families, away from work. We appreciate that. The way it works today is I've got a few things to say. The defense will have a few things to say, and then I will finish, and you will get the charge of the court that the judge just read you. I'm not going to go through all the evidence in the case. I don't have enough time. The judge gives me an hour, and then I get the hook, so to speak. But I do think there are some things that are important. And this is the number one thing that I think is most important right here. This is what's most important. This is why we're here. This picture sat in my office for months. And I looked at it every day. And it's a reminder on those days, why do I get up again? Why do I keep doing this? And this picture was taken, she didn't know she only had 4 days left to live when that picture was taken. When that picture was taken, I didn't know that 6 days after that, I'd be talking to my sheriff, and you heard from him, a former Texas Ranger, a fairly grizzled veteran of law enforcement, that I'd be sitting there with him and not a dry eye between us. I knew then that I would be here in front of you. But why are we here? We're here for her, here for her memory, her voice, a little bow on her head, smile on her face, love in her heart. That's why we're here. She can't seek justice. We're here for her. When you all got qualified and we went through the whole process, talked about a lot of things. And one of the things that I think we talked about is the death penalty, and a lot of people are reluctant on that, and we should be. And it should be used in only the most extreme cases. Now, those cases, intentional, cold-blooded, planning, or premeditation. Victims that can't help themselves. Children. Cases where the victim is sexually assaulted prior to their death. Cases where there's no mercy shown to the victim. Cases like this. This is what, and the reason why that Texas keeps the death penalty here. This is why. This is the type of case. And I'm going to tell you, Tanner Horner is proof why parents hug their children a little tighter. He's proof of why children are nervous to go play outside. He's proof of why there is evil in society and we can never turn our back. Now, 2015, May 23rd, Athena, she was born. 18 days from today, she turned 11. 18 days. If you remember on opening, we talked a lot about past tense. And I'm not even trying with the glasses anymore because my eyes are smoked after this trial. We talked a lot about would. We talked about past tense. And I think it's important. We've heard a lot about people's past, but I think it's important to talk about what would have been. You know, when we talk about Athena, I feel like we want to talk about when she would have graduated. She would have been a Paradise Panther class of 2033. She would have celebrated her birthday party in 18 days. And I can promise you there would have been an overload of pink. That's all would. Okay. The other questions we look at is the future. We look at, when you look at it, you ask yourself, who would she marry? Who would be her first boyfriend? Real boyfriend. Some things that I thought about is what kind of shoes would she wear under her wedding dress? Those things are important. Who would she marry, right? What kind of job would she have? That's what's important here. Her future. And the fact that Tanner Horner cut that short. Brutally cut that short. So that's why we're here today. Tried to do all this by memory. It just doesn't happen. I've only been here 5 weeks now. It just doesn't happen. So the big thing here is this case is going to require a tough choice. We all know this. But the right thing is often the toughest choice. Now, we're taught as baby lawyers, we're supposed to get up here and bring all the fire and brimstone. And I can assure you, I can generate some fire and brimstone. But this isn't the case for it. I can't do any more or say anything more than what you've already seen on that screen. There's nothing I can do. There's no amount of fire and brimstone. There's no amount of jumping up and down and being like that could ever come close to what you've already seen. And I'm not even going to try. The evidence in this case, I'm not going to go through it because it is massive. But the big point of all of this evidence is this. If you start at the beginning, you know the facts. You heard the facts. When I came up here in opening, I told you I was going to put you as close as you could be to actually being there. And I did not lie. In this case, the evidence, we talked about the worst of the worst in the cases that like this, cases that have planning or premeditation. Don't discount the fact that somebody decided to cover up the camera an hour before, 2 days in a row, on exactly the same road with 2 different locations with 2 little girls that were there. You saw the videos. My suspicion is those husband girls would have been first if the parents hadn't come out. They were first. Only when that didn't happen, Athena was second. So the evidence speaks for itself. You know, when we talk about planning, it's not all just pre-planning. It's the understanding of what you're going to do after. You know, for somebody that is having some form of catastrophe and inability to think or solve problems, out of all the random roads you could have chosen to go and sexually assault Athena, you drive right to it. You know the road, you know what's going on, you know the bumps, you know what's there. You don't pick some random road. You go to where you know it's secluded. That's planning. That's not somebody having a catastrophe and doesn't know where they are. Okay. So, but we know what he wants. We know because you heard it. One.
Judge, can we approach?
Can all the members of the jury see the board?
We know what he wants. And we know what's coming. Athena didn't know what was coming. He knows what's coming. That's not the eyes, that's not the look of someone who doesn't have a plan, doesn't have motivation, that hasn't thought this out, that hasn't fantasized about this. That's the look of a predator right there. Now, about the evidence, you know what happened. I'm not going to go over that anymore. There's a couple of things here that I think are important. I talked to you about DNA, and I think DNA is important. The only acceptable answer in this case is that Tanner Horner was excluded. That's the only acceptable answer. And that's not the answer we have, period. It's not that, well, we found some DNA, it was his, but, you know, maybe it's not enough. It's like when Dr. Ryan got up there and said, well, he's not a pedophile, it only happened one time. I beg to differ with that. Now, when we talk about the murder and what happened, you guys heard it. And I don't want anybody to ever forget what kind of warrior that little girl was. I don't know if anybody could have withstood what she withstood. Over and over again, I don't know anybody that could have withstood that. He can choke her, he can beat her, he can do it over and over again. But what do we know? We know the end result was right here. This is what it took. That's what it took to beat the life out of her. And I think that is key to this entire case. If the facts were not bad enough, if the sexual assault wasn't bad enough, the level of violence that one person can inflict on a child, including stomping them with a pair of shoes, and I wonder where that tread-like print came from anymore, because we know. Now, like I said, the defense is going to get up here after me. They're going to have some things to say as well. That's how it works, okay? But what I anticipate is going to be a continuation of what you've already heard. His brain's broken somehow. He's got all these conditions. He's got all these ailments, all these things. He may have some or part of those. Apparently, according to Dr. Young, he even got low T. We even got the lead paint guy. Now, I don't know about the lead paint guy. I don't know if it works or not. I don't know if his little homemade zapper works or not. I honestly don't know. But what I do know is this. If you're going to come in here and try to convince us that somebody has all this lead in their system that's causing all the problems, why do you test anybody else? I mean, if you want us to believe you and all this stuff's going on, why don't you test the other people in the house? I don't think you want to know the answer. That's why you don't do it. So when we get up here, there's going to be a lot of talk about second chance. There's going to be a lot of talk about, maybe mercy. There's going to be a lot of talk about, his deficits and disabilities and things of that nature. But let's remember this. Everything they're telling you is an excuse. You know how I know it's an excuse? Because it took 6 or 7 experts and $500,000 to come up here and tell you it's not an excuse. That's how you know. If you've got to work that hard to try to prove that some kind of excuse, we know what the answer is. They're trying to get you to excuse his conduct. They're trying to get you to be less angry or less blameworthy on somebody for their conduct. I submit to you the truth and the facts and circumstances are what's most important. What he did is most important. Now, in looking at all of this, if you want mercy and you want somebody to consider giving you life when you gave no life here, when you gave no mercy here, what does it start with? I like to think it starts with the truth. I like to think it starts with not lying. I like it things to start with, if you have experts and you're being interviewed, not continuing to fabricate stories, not continuing to lie to you, not continue to try to cover, not continue to try to shade this or change the narrative. I think that the difference between wanting mercy and earning it are two separate things. So, now, what you've heard for the past 2 weeks is that the person driving that vehicle, you can see it right here, this person right here driving this vehicle. You've heard for the last 2 weeks about every form of ailment one could possibly have. And you heard about the last 2 weeks how that person can't cope, has stress, has the inability to do basically anything on the earth whatsoever. It essentially is incapable of doing anything. If you have any doubt about that, watch the 8 minutes of this video right here, from when he pulls in to Athena's driveway until he covers up the camera. If you have any doubt about somebody's ability to do and participate and be out in the world, watch that video. Because it's real clear. That's an individual who knows what they're doing. That's an individual who's hunting. That's an individual who's looking around and understanding what's around him. That is an individual who is absolutely lethal. That's an individual who targeted somebody, found somebody, tricked somebody, got him into the vehicle. You all saw when he took his hand and he put it over her mouth. He knows what's coming. You all saw right here. You all saw right here. Bungee cords, trying to tie somebody up. You all saw that. This is not an individual that's on some form of stress-fueled catastrophe. And the cocaine nonsense, come on. Just another lie. Just another lie. But guess what? When you know that you've been caught covering up the camera, when you know you're being caught, what do? You come up with another lie that fits your narrative. That's what you do. And that's what's happened in this case. It's lie upon lie upon lie. This person driving this vehicle, cool, calm, and obviously you know, lethal. So, are you going to believe what you hear up here, that this person is basically can't even get up in the morning? Or are you going to believe your eyes and what you see and hear? The only sentence in this case that gives justice to her is answering those two questions. Yes and no. Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Goebel.
I do want to start by echoing what Mr. Stanton said. This jury, I think about every one of you, said something to the effect of, you didn't really want to be here, but if it was your civic duty, you would do it. And I appreciate you all showing up every day, attentive, punctual. It's hard to pay attention to everything. I know we put on a lot. And not every jury does that, frankly. And you all have been really impressive, and I appreciate it. Now, you already did the first part, rendering the verdict that he's guilty of capital murder, according to his plea. That means he will spend the rest of his life in prison. We know that. The prosecutor gave you the list of different charges. Whether or not that gets a death penalty is not about comparing different capital murders. It's not about whether comparing what happened to Athena to a mass murder, or to the murder of a police officer or a judge or anything like that, and which is worse. We've already told you that Texas law is always satisfied with life without parole for a capital murder. In this case, any case, the worst case you can imagine. We talked about what you would do in the punishment phase. Is different than the fact-finding phase. It's different than that guilt innocence phase. I told you that it's going to be your individual moral judgment. Now I want to point out to you in your punishment instructions, the judge included some language in here, just what we told you before. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. Remember, we talked about what deliberating means. We're attorneys. If we meant for you to argue, to fight, to berate each other, we know what those words are. The judge put it, an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. But he also added, do not give up your honest beliefs as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of answering the special issues. The special issues are how we decide whether or not Tanner gets a death sentence. I am completely satisfied that all of you took your oath and meant it. Now what that means, and I'm only going to talk about special one, is that you have to apply this, whether there's a probability that the defendant would commit criminal acts of violence that would constitute a continuing threat to society. And Susan or I explained to each one of you when we talked individually that this is where that individual moral judgment comes in, that you're going to define what these terms mean, what a probability is, what a criminal act of violence is, what continuing is. And I know the prosecutor and a lot of you gave you some suggestions that could be ongoing for continuing acts of violence, could be something, assault, things like that. But that's ultimately going to be up to you. We did talk about society being prison, a more secure society than any of us live in day to day. And I'll get back to that in a minute. But remember, this proof has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. I told you before, I gave you the sample, all that language is still here. Prosecution has the burden of proving that the answer to special issue number 1 is yes, beyond a reasonable doubt. Frankly, they spent their 2 weeks proving the case that he pled guilty to, talking about lying and waste of resources. They didn't put on any evidence that Tanner Horner is going to be a continuing threat to society in prison. Nothing. Your instructions are you may not answer the special issue number 1 yes unless you agree unanimously. You may not answer it no unless 10 or more jurors. We went over that, 10, 11, or 12 to answer the no. But I just read to you, you're not to give up your individual moral judgment. That's what you need to bring back to the court. So if you don't meet that 10, you don't meet that 12, that's fine. The judge knows what to do. We've already told you, you leave that blank, have the foreperson sign it, and the judge will take care of it. There's no mistrial. There's no hung juries. This is capital punishment and it's different. I do want to talk a little bit, even though Tanner did plead guilty, I do want to talk a little bit about the prosecution's case. He told you his theme was lying. Brought it up again. There's nothing about lying on here. Frankly, go back to creation, lying was humans' first reaction to getting caught doing something bad. Deputy Amy handled every piece of physical evidence in this case, handled every photograph. She did something wrong, and she lied again, and she lied again, and made it all worse. This isn't about lying. Ranger Espinoza told you he lies as an interrogation technique. He lied in this case to get the information he wanted. This case isn't about lying. You don't get the death sentence for lying. There was a theme with our experts. Every one of them, they asked them about insanity. Tanner pled guilty. We didn't raise the not guilty by reason of insanity defense. That was a waste of time. They argued that Tanner wasted resources. But they played you that December 7th video. Now, had I been his attorney on that date, I would have wanted to be there. I don't think it's right that you interrogate somebody after they have an attorney appointed for them, or when they're asking for an attorney. But they did it anyway, and what he did was offer to plead guilty, to plead no contest, to accept the minimum of life without parole. And he wanted out for Christmas, and they mocked it. He wanted out for Christmas with his son, and they made fun of him. Like that wasn't reasonable. He could have been out that day if he'd had cash. He had a bond. Him going home from Christmas was not unreasonable. Beginning a negotiation with an offer and an ask is what happens every time. Most cases in America don't go to trial. They're pled out. Now the answer can be, no, we want you to plead guilty. No, we're not going to agree to a lower bond. That's what negotiation is. Frankly, if you go to buy a house tomorrow, you're going to make an offer of what you're willing to pay for it, and you're going to ask for the refrigerator, or for closing costs, or for something else. And the other party may say no, and you may still end up buying the house. This case could have been over in December of 2022. No one took it seriously. I don't even know if it went to the prosecutors. Definitely didn't get to a judge. That wasn't ridiculous. Now, yeah, you've seen his videos. Everything Tanner does is off. So maybe they didn't take him seriously because when he made his offer, he sounded weird. Oh, of course we're not going to let you out for Christmas. He could have been out that day. $1.5 million bond. It's America. If he had cash, he would have been walking. So to mock him for it is frankly, it's ridiculous. I deal with a lot of clients that don't know how to negotiate. That's why the attorney should have been there. The other thing that's kind of frustrated me in this case is and I hate to belabor it, but kind of the misrepresentation of some of the evidence. Going back to the medical examiner's report, and you have all these reports. So if you're interested in any of them, you want to look at it, you can. Medical examiner testified and put in her report, the external genitalia, anus, and perineum are unremarkable. No trauma is appreciated on the vagina, or the vaginal labia, or within the vaginal vault. The vaginal hymen is present, intact, and unremarkable. No trauma is appreciated within the anus or the perianal skin. Prosecutors and medical people are allowed to tell you that evidence of sexual assault in a medical examiner's report is proof, but absence of it is not disproof. That's illogical, but that's how that is. No fractures were palpable within the facial bones. No fractures anywhere in her body. The other thing that isn't in her report, but she testified to, was that her autopsy tech did the DNA, the swab for the DNA. She testified here that her tech swabbed inside and out. There are no swabs of inside the cavities. There weren't separate swabs. Why that matters is when you actually read the DNA reports, and I'm only going to bring up 3 of them because that's all that really mattered. There's a lot of reports that he had DNA on his own clothes, whatever. Starting with this April 19, 2023 report. Casada testified to it. She had to do it within 90 days to see if this was a sex assault case or not. The phrases epithelial cell fraction and sperm cell fraction don't mean what you think they mean. Tells you right in this report. Casada testified to it. Epithelial cell fraction could contain semen. Sperm cell fraction can contain skin cells. The notations of epithelial cell fraction and sperm cell fraction are for sample tracking purposes only and are not intended to indicate the source of the DNA. This April 2023 DNA analysis, the likelihood ratio indicates support for the proposition that the suspect is excluded as a possible contributor to the profile. So this first DNA sample excluded, it was someone else's DNA. We also put in here, remember Casada testified to this, and I think Ferreira too. The only way to figure out if a sample is semen is to look under a microscope for sperm cells. They didn't do that. This first report in April 2023 tells them, please note that no testing to confirm the presence of semen was conducted on the vaginal swabs. If testing to confirm the presence of semen is needed, please contact this laboratory for instructions. That's how you would have figured it out. Nobody did that. Then they come back with a supplemental report. This update is not due to an error in previous testing. It's just a repeat of that April 2023 report 2.5 years later. So 2.5 years later, and they tell you which is fair, I guess, that this is just wordplay. At the request of the Wise County District Attorney's Office, this supplemental report communicates the results using new guidelines implemented on November 28, 2023, involving the addition of verbal scale qualifiers. So they come back around, print the same report, but this time they change it to the likelihood ratio indicates limited support for the proposition that the suspect is excluded. And they don't include the language about how to check, how to find out if this is sperm or not. Probably because they already did the same report on the Y-star. This is the DNA Y-star from September 15, 2025, 2.5 years after the first one. Remember, Casada testified she didn't take those swabs. She's not saying it's epithelial skin or skin cells. She's not saying it's semen cells. The swabs were taken externally. Unfortunately, we know Tanner undressed Athena. Tanner covered Athena's mouth. This report doesn't tell us anything more than that. I had a brief discussion with Ms. Casada about how little DNA was there. It's an infinitesimally small amount. Every time it got brought up, I tried to object that these were somehow proof of sexual assault. They're just not. The medical examiner's report and the DNA reports. To the actual issue, whether or not he's going to be a continuing threat to society. We started our case with Professor Edens, who has actually done research on what matters, what can be predicted, what isn't predicted. Actually looked at Texas inmates who had people testify that they were going to be a future danger. Some of those people were on death row, some had life without parole, some got exonerated. Proven they weren't guilty and they went home. But all of them had people saying that they were going to be a future danger without any research to back it. Now, Professor Edens did say there are things that do matter. If you go to prison the first time between 18 and 21, if you have a lower education, don't have at least a high school diploma or a GED. If you're a member of a gang on the outside or when you get in, there's a higher likelihood that there's going to be violence. And if you've been to prison before or you've committed violence while you're in prison. Which would seem like common sense, but he also went through the hard work of researching it and teaching people how to look at this. For Tanner, none of those apply. Tanner was 31 when he went to prison. Tanner is not the person you see on the news who's been arrested 31 times and released despite it being violent crimes. This is Tanner's first time. He has his high school diploma, not a member of a gang, obviously. 2 jails, plenty of people, female, male, volunteers, religious meetings. You've heard, obviously, every expert we brought up here, he went to visit them, transported for his brain scans, transported between the jails, transported to court. No write-ups with either group of people. No write-ups in either jail. Then, yesterday we got to hear someone who's actually putting these kind of ideas into practice. Director Fitzpatrick is in charge of classification. He told you his top priority is public safety. Safety of staff, safety of visitors, safety of inmates. 142,000 inmates plus in TDCJ right now. 30,000 employees. 29,000 approved visitors. If all of them were subject to violence, that wouldn't be true. We'd have 29,000 volunteers. Director Fitzpatrick told you he uses evidence-based practices to classify people, to determine where to house them based on their needs, but number one, based on safety. It's a holistic approach, looking at medical, looking at mental health, looking at history, criminology, trying to rehabilitate if there's drug issues, trying to do vocational training, do education, all those things that would hold you back and might bring you back to prison. Let 50,000 out, 56,000 in. He's thinking about that all the time. Individual treatment plans for rehabilitation. Complete medical and mental health workups before they do the classifications to know what they need, where they're going to need to be housed. 34 facilities that all have different ways to house somebody. There's a classification profile for each inmate that's constantly updated. Incentive programs. They try to make like parole is the only incentive. It's not. Where you're housed, whether you can work, freedom to move about. Those are all incentives. Remember I told you, yes, this is a society, but it's not our society. This society has 24/7 security. It has trained staff. It's appropriate screening for the visitors. Kind of make it sound like they're walking around there, but no, mass movement is when group of people have a place to be, and they have to be moving to where they're supposed to be. Otherwise, individually, you have to have that pass and be going where you're supposed to be going. It's not a free-for-all. And ultimately, their expert said they have a reasonable and effective way to house someone who's been sentenced to life without parole while ensuring the safety of the public, the staff, those visitors, and the inmates. Did have one point of contention. Tanner Strand testified. And I will tell you, I've had a lot of cases where someone was supposed to testify that was in the jail with my client. It's the first time it's ever happened. I'm glad it did. I found him interesting. But he disagreed with Director Fitzpatrick that there are predators and prey in prison. He said there are wolves and sheep. And to his face, he kind of had to describe his friend Tanner as an itty-bitty little baby lamb. He's trying to prepare him for what he's moving into, but you've heard what a struggle that is. And finally, you don't have to believe any of these. You've seen it with your own eyes. The state played all these videos for you. You've seen what Tanner's like around authority figures, around security. You can see how threatening they thought he was. The arrest video, completely compliant, no resistance, does exactly what they tell him. He asked about maybe moving his cuffs because they were uncomfortable. They just took his cuffs off. I'm not worried about him. Standing there drawing on the board, they're standing right next to him. I don't even do that always with all of my clients because you never know. I have some that are dangerous. Tanner's not. They stood right beside him. Nobody was worried. They drove him around looking for Athena. No incidents. They put him in the front seat. Stood outside chatting with him about Waffle House, smoking a cigarette. Nobody's worried. And while I tried to give you evidence, the state played those videos for you. Ultimately, the burden's on them. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Tanner Horner is going to be a continuing threat to society in a prison setting with his classification, G3, with their constant workups, with the many housing options they have, that he's going to be a continuing threat to society, and he just isn't. So that's where we come back to that oath that you all took to follow the law. And this is the law. The law isn't that you get the death sentence because that capital murder was worse than another capital murder. They're all terrible. This one is terrible. But he will spend the rest of his life in prison for it.
Ms. Anderson.
Good morning. I'm here to talk to you about special issue number 2. I promise you I'm not going to sit up here and rehash the experts' testimony. You have the reports, you have their notes, you heard what they said from the witness stand. I'm also not going to stand up here and rehash all the evidence. You heard the evidence. And if you have questions about what the evidence showed, you have the absolute right to come, to knock on that door and ask the judge, hey, we have a question about that evidence. But when it comes to special issue number 2, we're talking about the mitigation aspect of it. And we only get to special issue number 2 if each and every one of you has decided that the state has proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt that Tanner Horner is a continuing threat to society. Only if all 12 of you agree will we even get to this part. But in order to understand this, in order to understand the importance of mitigation, especially in this case, you have to understand child development. Because understanding how a child develops is key to understanding the man Tanner is today, but also the person that was in that van on November 30th of 2022. Tanner's problems began before he was even born. And we know that child development begins in utero. So Tanner's mother drank alcohol heavily during that first 8-week period of her pregnancy. We also know that she smoked cigarettes. We also know that she smoked marijuana. And the result in this case was a diagnosis of fetal alcohol syndrome disorder. Now, FASD is a neurodevelopmental disorder that is characterized by emotional dysregulation, cognitive impairments, problem-solving abilities, and other issues. Now, how do we know that FASD is a valid diagnosis? It was supported by the testing. It was supported by imaging. You have the reports, you can read those. The fact that he was diagnosed with fetal alcohol syndrome disorder is uncontroverted. There are several phases to child development. We know that it begins in utero, but once you're born, you have to learn to explore your own world. Now, where does this happen? When a child is born, their parents are the world. From your parents, you learn love, you learn safety, you learn security. But what happens to a child that doesn't have all of those? Now, again, it's undisputed that his mother loved him very much. But did she have the ability to provide security? Did she have the ability to provide safety? She didn't. During this crucial part of his development, rather than providing him that security and safety, what did his mother do? Left a 10-month-old child, baby, with a 10-year-old cousin to babysit. Not just for a few hours, not just late into the evening, but overnight, and for multiple days at a time. Now, the babysitter, even at that young age, realized that something was just a little off with Tanner. He wasn't like the other kids. One minute he was running around like the Tasmanian devil, and at other times he would put himself in timeout and face the corner and be still. But the other thing she noticed is he liked to eat coins. She had to put them up on the shelf so he could not get to these coins. He loved to eat coins and then go to the bathroom, poop them out, and then try to fish them out and do it all over again. She had to hide the change because he was his own ATM machine. And that's important because, according to the experts, that was also indicative of ADHD. Also, during this critical time period of development, his mother was in and out of the picture all the time. We know that she had her own issues. We know that she was in and out of jail. We know that she was in and out of drug rehab facilities. But that impeded Tanner's ability to have attachments. And Dr. Brahms talked to you about the importance of having a parent with whom you can form attachments. She talked about how important it was to have a parent from whom you can learn your coping skills. She talked about the importance of having a parent who could help bond and shape their behaviors. We didn't have this with Tanner's mother. She's a brave woman in many respects. She was brave enough to recognize that she could not provide for her son in the way that she wanted to. She had the desire, she did not have the ability. So she did the most heartbreaking thing that I think a parent could ever do, and that is give up her son to her mother to raise. And that was a very brave thing to do because she knew that Tanner would be loved by the grandmother and would be safe while she went to go to rehab to get clean. She also knew that she had legal problems and spent a good time in jail as well. Socialization. It's the next phase of childhood development. Socialization occurs when children are learning, basically how to navigate in the world. And you look at it like when you're a baby and you're a child, again, your parents are your world, your crib is your environment, you have the safety of the confines of your own home, and then you go to pre-K, and then you go to daycare, and your world changes. It's a whole new environment. You don't have that safety net of your mom sitting next to you. You don't have that safety net of your wubby around with you. You have new experiences, new people, new things coming at you from all over the place. And if you are not equipped with the skills to navigate and to socialize, then that can impede your development. So we know that his grandmother had enrolled Tanner into daycare, Miss Diana's. And for the first time, Tanner had the opportunity to really socialize with children his own age outside of the home and outside of the family. But what happened at Miss Diana's? Well, Jackie watched as her only grandson tried to play with the other kids and was rejected. Tried to have conversations and was rebuffed. He tried to make friends, but he wasn't able to, and eventually he would just go sit on his own. That was when it was suggested that Tanner get tested. And what was the result? That was when the family learned that Tanner had Asperger's. Jackie and Melissa took their son to a clinic in Fort Worth. And it was there that they had the answer that they had been seeking. Why is my grandson different? Why is my son different? They knew he was different, but just looking at him, can you really tell? But they knew he was just a little off, so they took him in. Now, Asperger's is another neurodevelopmental disorder that's characterized by communication issues and social interaction difficulties. Now, all of those you could see at Miss Diana's when he tried to play with the kids. Now, Asperger's is not curable. Once you have Asperger's, you will always have Asperger's. You may learn some coping skills and some techniques to control the symptoms. You might learn how to have good eye contact. You might learn how to engage. You might learn how to do other things to help mask your symptoms. But at the end of the day, you still have Asperger's. And now Asperger's today falls under the autism spectrum disorder. So based on this diagnosis of the Asperger's, or the ASD, Tanner received special services in school. And you met the school psychologist who confirmed the diagnosis. You met the 5th grade teacher who talked about the difficulties that Tanner was having in school. And you also met the speech pathologist who helped him. The next phase of development is what was described as the mastery of one's own environment. Now, mastery of your environment is the capacity to effectively manage and manage our lives. And it teaches us how to manage our surroundings. That's when we learn. But it's difficult to manage your life and manage your surroundings when you have no stability in the home. And again, it goes back to the fact that Melissa was in and out of the house. Melissa had and had not custody of Tanner. He bounced between schools. He bounced between homes. He bounced between caregivers. He even bounced between rehab facilities with his mother. That is not stability. He moved out of the safety and security of his grandmother's home into a drug rehab facility. And where was his dad during all of this? Well, we knew that his father had legal problems. We knew that his father was an addict. We knew that his father was in and out of his life as much as his mother was, if not more. But during this phase of development, that was when one of the worst things that had happened to Tanner occurred. When he was 10 years old, he and his mother were living on a farm, and he and his cousin set fire. They were playing, and this fire got out of control. Well, his mother did the right thing, sent him down to the landlord to apologize for what had happened. So rather than accepting the apology and saying, no harm, no foul, I'm so glad you did this, thank you for apologizing, what did the landlord do? He anally raped Tanner. All because he accidentally set fire to a field. And we know that the records reflect that he had issues in school during that time period. The medical records reflect that he had issues with hemorrhoids and constipation. All of those are indicative of that type of trauma. We also know that he had difficulty admitting that and talking about it to the experts that were involved in this case. And that's not uncommon either. So after having suffered that trauma, Tanner transitioned into middle school, where he was still receiving services. Now again, you met with or you heard from the in-home facilitator who tried to teach him social skills. And he was responding, did a great job. She loved hanging out with him, loved taking him out into the community, loved watching him develop. But she also talked to you about how difficult it was at home because as much as Jackie loved him, she just wasn't getting it. As much as Bill loved him, his grandfather, he just wasn't getting it. As much as his mother loved him, she still wasn't getting it. And she and Melissa and Bill, none of them were allowed to continue with, and none of them followed through with any of the lessons that the in-home facilitator taught. And she said, he still needs them. But the school decided they were going to discontinue the services. Now, during your adolescence, you learn from Dr. Brahms that identity begins to form. And we shape our own identities, remember back in high school where you experimented with different friends, different cliques, different hairdos, different clothes styles, looking for who you are and trying to find who you are. This stage of development is especially difficult for one who has level 1 autism. Why is that? Because, and just looking at somebody, you can't tell if they're level 1 autistic. But the thing is, they know they're a little different. They know they're a little off. They know that they just don't quite fit in. They start to see themselves as an outcast. They start hanging out with other people that they identify with, other outcasts, and it becomes that self-fulfilling prophecy. When we talk about identity, we have to ask ourselves, what is it like to be Tanner Horner? And Tanner described himself as being an android when everybody else is an apple. And he feels like a robot, but that defaults to human emotions. And that's important because it shows that he recognizes that he's just a little different, but so wants to fit in. The other thing that Dr. Brahms talked about was how important it is to have someone in your life during this critical phase that can encourage you, that can recognize your successes, give you that positive feedback that you want and that you need. He didn't have any of this. Again, he had a mother who loved him, but she was struggling with her own issues, the legal problems, the drug addiction, her own personal trauma. He had a grandmother who loved him, but she was also struggling with her own personal traumas, the traumas that she herself suffered, the traumas that were inflicted upon her daughter that she harbored such guilt for. She also had her own physical health to contend with. The last phase of childhood development that we learned about was emancipation into adulthood. And that's where we talk about where we have developed coping skills to become the integrated adult that we are. Now, what do we mean by an integrated adult? Well, that means that be able to absorb what is around you and take that in and make your decisions based upon what you've learned. No one at home taught him how to do this. He had no coping skills. His default became avoidance. He avoided everything. He deflected to music, to anime, to movies. And he never learned to deal properly with the stressors in his life. So we talked about interventions. And it's no doubt that Tanner had a lot of interventions. He had the speech pathologist during middle school. He had the content mastery teacher in high school. He had Beth. He had his 5th grade teacher helped him out. But remember what you learned is that if you don't continue with these interventions, use it or lose it. He didn't have anybody at home that could help him use it, and so you just kind of fall off. And it's also important to note that high school content mastery, it was available to everybody, and it really did work for him. It helped him graduate. Now, granted, he graduated in like the bottom 5% of his class, but he went on to graduate. After he graduated, things kind of drifted from band to band, from job to job, and then he met the mother of his child. They fell in love, moved in together, and they had a child. But moving in and having a fiance and having a baby isn't the same as settling down. They moved around a lot. They still had a lot of chaos in their lives. They bounced between her mother's house, his grandmother's house. They lived with friends. They had their own apartment, all these different things. So there was still chaos in the life. They also had financial difficulties. We know that the mother of his child was suffering from postpartum issues. She wasn't able to work, wasn't able to keep the house, wasn't able to do all the things that she wanted to do, except go out and party. And we know that that's what they did, even though they were trying to save money to buy a place of their own. So Tanner was trying to be the only breadwinner, keep his fiance happy, save up to get the place of their own. So they never could seem to get ahead. They always had these issues. And then the car that they had broke down, so they had to get a new car. Kept rolling and rolling and rolling, and his boss came in and gave him $1,100. But that also added another layer of stress, because now Tanner had to work 6 days a week in order to pay that $150 a week back. When he took the job at FedEx, he thought that would give him some stability in life. That's what he was hoping. And for a while it did. They still had the money problems, and they were working through all of that. But he had the root nasal. That's where he grew up. He knew those streets. He was able to do his roots without issue. And then his route got changed. Added another layer of stress. Another layer of stress that he was not able to cope with. When the route changed, the anxiety increased. New routes, new roads, new people, new routine. And that's what led up to this offense. We don't forget Athena. We don't. Because on November the 30th, 2022, Tanner did something that changed the lives of all of us. Every single person in this room has been affected by Tanner's actions. On that day, Tanner delivered the packages to Athena's house, Barbie's. And he got out, delivered the package, decided to snort a little cocaine because he had insomnia, was tired, had all these other issues. And she saw him, and he thought that she was going to tell on him. And if she told, he would lose his job. If he lost his job, he would lose his car. If he lost his car, he wouldn't be able to have transportation for the baby. If he didn't have transportation for the baby, something could happen. He couldn't do this. It just kept snowballing in his mind. Now, there was no planning. There was no premeditation. There was no preparation. You kept hearing about all of these stickies being put on the lens cover. But let me ask you this. If you were planning to abduct a child, would you cover the lens cap before you did it or after you did it? It doesn't make sense, and that's where their assertions fall apart. It does make sense that he would have covered a lens cap to hide the fact that he was vaping weed. It does make sense that he would hide the lens cap or cover the camera lens if he was snorting some cocaine. It does make sense that he would do all of that, but it doesn't make sense that he would wait until after she was in the van to cover the lens cap. All of this was caught on video and audio. And like I said, there is not a person in this room that heard that was not deeply affected by that. We all were, and we all will have to carry that with us for the rest of our lives. No one should have to go through what Maitland Gandy and Jacob Strand went through. No one should have to bury their child. And when a child is taken in the way that she was taken, it's natural for us to be angry. We should be angry. We should be furious that her life was taken from her in that manner. We have every right to be, and we should be. And it's natural for us to want to know why this happened. But you know what? We won't ever know why it happened. It's easy to sit here and blame the autism, the lead exposure, the FASD, the ADHD, the mental health issues. It would be easy for us to do that. And the state keeps telling me that that's exactly what we did. But remember, every single witness that we asked, is this an excuse? This isn't a defense. This isn't a justification. And every single one was like, no. The fact that he has autism is not an excuse for killing Athena. The fact that he has fetal alcohol syndrome disorder does not excuse the attempted sexual assault. The fact that he has lead exposure does not excuse the murder. It is no excuse. It is not a defense. It is not a justification. But what all of these diagnoses do is it kind of helps explain how we got to this point, how we got there. Now, the state wants you to believe that unless you're sitting in a corner drooling all over yourself, you are not impaired. But every single expert in the field said level 1 impairment is still impairment. Mild is still impairment. Moderate is still impairment. You just aren't a little pregnant. You either are or you're not. You are not a little autistic. You are or you aren't. You are not just a little alcohol exposed. You are or you aren't. There is no, if you are, you are. So the important thing to remember about these diagnoses is that they are not what we call additive. It doesn't mean he has autism plus FASD plus lead exposure plus ADHD plus mental health. That's not how it works. All of the experts testified that this is a compounding issue. So it would be autism times FASD times ADHD times lead exposure times all the other mental health issues. And so it doesn't boil down to, well, you had bad upbringing, you didn't kill anybody. Well, did that person also have autism? Did they also have FASD? Did they also have ADHD? Did they also have lead exposure? So we have these false equivalents going on throughout the state's questioning. It isn't a false equivalent. It is a compounding issue. So, again, what does it all mean? We know that Tanner had a history of catastrophizing. We know that. And in the most simplistic terms, it's making a mountain out of a molehill. And when he thought that Athena saw him doing cocaine, it never dawned on him that she wouldn't know what it meant. It never dawned on him that she might not recognize that what he was doing was wrong. In his mind, he jumped from point A to point Z in the most irrational fashion. So somehow, somebody, a child seeing him do something that they may or may not understand, ended up in him losing his child, losing his car, and being evicted from his house. So that's how his brain worked. And once he made the decision, the very bad decision, to take her, it just snowballed out of there. He didn't know how to get out of it. He wasn't able to reason and think about the consequences of his actions. And again, that's not anything new, because you heard from the teachers who recognized that issue all the way back in 5th grade. So this isn't something that the defense cooked up to try to get him out of it. No, we have the documentation from it. And you have those records. You can look at those records. You can take every single bit of evidence back there and go through it. You have that right. Just ask the judge to send it back with you. The catastrophizing isn't new either. You saw that also through many stories that you heard from the witness stand, especially the one where they talked about him losing his patience over at Outback over the dishes piling up. He was overwhelmed and wasn't able to cope. So rather than asking for help, which we kind of would probably think the normal person would do, no. He became overwhelmed and he quit because he couldn't handle it. And we talk about these diagnoses and how they are presented. Well, they were on full display during the interrogation videos. Full display. Dr. Brahms told you that every fifth sentence in those interrogation videos were diagnostic for her. Now, we know that he lied. We do. But as Steve pointed out, lying goes back to the dawn of time when we've tried to cover something that we have done wrong. It's not anything new. Officer Amy lied to cover her tracks. Joe Espinoza lied to try to get a confession. We have, to say that because he lied about the multiple personality disorder should discount everything else we know in this case is just a bunch of hooey. What we have to ask the question we have to ask ourselves is, was this lying a manipulation, or was it just a way of enabling himself to confess? Did Tanner actually confess? Yes, he did. But he did it in a different way. He took on the persona of Zero to enable him to make that confession. And we know that it's not uncommon for people with autism to speak about their person, speak about their brains in the third person, because it makes them easier to talk about their issues. It makes it easier for them to admit to things that they're embarrassed about, that they're ashamed of, that they're afraid of. But at the end of the day, was there a confession? And I got to ask you this, and we asked one of the witnesses, I can't remember which one, but we asked, did Tanner really think that he was fooling anybody by adopting that persona? I mean, Ranger Espinoza wasn't buying it. I don't think any of us was buying it. But, due to Tanner's lack of theory of mind, he was not able to perceive that the other people were not buying what he was trying to sell. And again, at the end of the day, he confessed to the crime and eventually led the officers to Athena's body.
You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Now, during jury selection, we talked about what was important for you to hear in order to make your decision. And we heard responsibility, remorse, rehabilitation. Well, responsibility, Tanner confessed. He confessed to the offense. Responsibility, he stood in front of you and entered a plea of guilty. He entered a plea of guilty knowing that the result would be he would spend the rest of his life in prison. Remorse. Yeah. I remember when my mother passed away, I was angry at everything. I was angry at the world, angry at God, angry at my family, because I didn't think that they were grieving the way that I thought they should grieve. So I went to church and I spoke with my priest and we did a little grief counseling, and what he taught me was that everybody grieves their own way. And it's right. If it's right how you grieve, it is right. It's the same thing with remorse. If we all show remorse differently. We do. And just because it's not shown in a way that you want it to be shown doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. And let me ask this question. How does a person with autism, where one of the characteristics is they are not able to express their emotions, how do they effectively communicate what those emotions are in a way that is satisfactory to the world around him? Well, you saw the remorse in Tanner. You saw it on the interrogation videos. Even Ranger Espinoza noted that, I see the remorse in you. I believe you're remorseful. You saw it in the suicide note that he wrote when he had nothing left to lose. And he had nothing left to gain at the time. He apologized to the family for what he did and expressed his regret and remorse. You saw it in his face when the video of the incident was replayed. Again, just because he may not express it the way everybody else does not mean that his remorse is not there. Rehabilitation. You heard about what he did in jail. You did. You heard about all of the courses that he took. You learned about the fact that he found God again and that he wanted to help his other inmates find God. And that was his new purpose. He reached out to Chicken and they started a Bible study, even though they had to talk through the bean chute, even though they couldn't share their own Bibles with each other. They had that Bible study and it was important to him. The note that Chicken wrote him is in evidence. I encourage you to take it back and read it, because that was written by a man who wanted to express his gratitude for helping him find God again. The things that in life that created deficits for Tanner in the real world are the things that are going to serve him best in prison. Structure, clearly stated rules. And we know that structure worked for him because it worked for him in school. You heard that from the teachers. It worked for him when he worked for Jason. You heard that from Jason. It worked for him in Wise County where he had no disciplinary actions. It worked for him in Tarrant County where he had no disciplinary actions. The only time when he didn't have the structure in his life, he flailed and he failed, and that's why he's sitting in the defense chair right now. You know, the decision to end another human's life is a deeply personal one. And each of you was selected to be on this jury because, you know, you promised us that you would follow the law. You promised us, you promised the judge, you promised the state, you promised us that you would follow the law regardless of where the evidence took you, regardless of your personal feelings. You promised you would listen to all the evidence and you would hold the state to the burden of proof. But now is the time for you to fulfill the oath that you took. And the state of Texas never requires a death sentence. Not in this case, not in any case, not even in the worst case you can possibly imagine. They're always satisfied with a verdict of life without parole. And you are going to be tasked with answering special issue number 1 and special issue number 2. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Tanner Horner is a continuing threat to society? No, they didn't. In fact, evidence to the contrary, it's uncontroverted that he has adjusted well to jail life. It is uncontroverted that he has no disciplinary actions. It is uncontroverted that he has been allowed to have access to all of these people in the jail without incident. But if you answer yes, that only makes him eligible for the death penalty. It doesn't mean it is automatic. And that's where we get to special issue number 2. Mitigation is any reason for any one of you to choose life. And it can be individual for each of you. That's why we talked about your individual moral judgment during jury selection. You have the absolute right to pick and choose what is or is not mitigating to you. And if you have found something that is sufficiently mitigating that would warrant a sentence of life without parole rather than the death sentence, you have the absolute right to vote your conscience. You have the absolute right to have your voice heard. So when you go back in that jury room, what I want you to do is I want you to talk to each other. And y'all have been talking for like the last 5 weeks, and what's a little more talk, right? I want you to talk to each other about your lives, about your experiences, about the things that make you who you are. Talk about what you saw. Talk about your children. And then what I want you to do is speak up. I want you to speak up. If you have a reason to choose life, speak up. Because that is your right. Your truth is your truth, just like your other jurors' truths are their own truths. Honestly, I don't envy you. I can't imagine being in your position and having to make this decision that you're about to make. It's probably going to be one of the most important decisions you will ever make in your life, because you hold a man's life in your hands. And your decision will define who you are. And are you going to be merciful? Are you going to be benevolent? Are you going to be vengeful? Because mercy isn't earned. Mercy is freely given. That's why we call it mercy. then ask yourself, do you really stand for life? And if you can answer that question, then I want you to raise your hand, and I want you to vote your conscience, and I want you to vote for life. And that's why we are asking you to sentence Tanner to life without the possibility of parole. Thank you.
Mr. Staton.
Thank you, Your Honor. You know what else you hold in your hands? Justice. That's what you hold in your hands. And I want you to ask, is Tanner merciful? Is Tanner vengeful? Did Tanner show remorse? Nope. And I think that's important. Talked a little bit about adjusting to jail. You know what? I fully expect somebody who's staring down the barrel of you sitting here as a jury would probably act right while they're in jail. Well, how did he act when he didn't have that? How did he act when he didn't have that incentive? It's right here. It's right there. That's how he acted when he didn't have that. So, when you want to say he's rehabilitated, he hadn't had access to anybody else. And I believe giving him access to anyone else in life in prison is a mistake. He should never have access to hurt anyone again. Ever. Now, we talked about whether or not Tanner showed remorse, and I don't really know why we need a psychologist and a bunch of excuses to explain to us how someone shows remorse. I mean, was remorse to lie? You want to use the suicide note? Well, it said, yeah, I'm sorry, but. It said, well, I'm going to throw out a whole new theory out there for the family to cause them more pain. Make up another story that they're going to have to deal with. That somehow remorse? I don't even know what the word that lady used. I can't even spell it. But if you got to have a degree in psychiatry and psychology and use a 12-letter word with an X in it, I really don't think you're really remorseful. You know, I dug through some stuff. That's a bunch of reports, notes, everything that came right over here. Everybody, how many 100 hours? 100 hours or more? How many psychologists, how many experts? You know what you won't find in this box right here? I'm sorry. Not a single time in this entire box. Now what this entire box is full of, is all about Tanner. He's more than happy to talk about his life. More than happy to talk about his problems. He's more than happy to talk about that. But you would think, in 100 hours, you would think all those experts, somewhere, someplace, one single time, stop what you're doing, quit talking about me, and just say, I'm sorry. I don't think that's too much to ask. But you can dig. It ain't in there. Now, Vince wants you to give him credit, if you will, for coming in here and pleading guilty. I think it's bigger than that. I think if people are truly remorseful and people truly take responsibility for their actions, truly, then those are those people that we should talk to about that. But that's not what we have here. Not in any form or fashion. We have an individual that continued to lie and make up stories all the way through January of 26. That is not someone who's taking responsibility for their actions. That is somebody who continues to lie, divert, and is attempting to continue to change the narrative about themselves. Now, this whole catastrophe theory. You know, if you really believe that a 7-year-old girl knows what it looks like for somebody to be doing blow on the hood of their FedEx truck, that's crazy. The simple truth is that's another lie like anything else. And you know how I know it's a lie? Because once you find out that we've got you dead to rights, you make up another story that fits your narrative. This fits his narrative. Just like everything else, just like every other lie. But you know what the problem is? What the problem with this whole catastrophe theory is, the expert up there, Dr. Ryan, Ms. Anderson just did the same thing. You said you went from A to Z. Wait a minute. Did he go from A to Z? No. He didn't. He said, you're pretty. Take off your shirt. Take off your clothes. That's not A to Z. Stopping off in the middle to sexually gratify yourself on the child you just kidnapped. That's not catastrophe. That is a true predator. Someone who stripped a child away from their home, took pleasure in sexually assaulting them, and killed her. That is not catastrophe. Because that's the whole thing. That's why every expert up here ignored that one part. Why Ms. Anderson ignored that one part. Because you can't explain it with catastrophe theory. You just stopped off in the middle of your catastrophe and did this. That's not what we're talking about here. That is true evil, is what that is. Now, you know, we talk about these interrogations. I don't know how much nicer that Ranger Espinoza could have been. I don't know how much more friendly he could have been. And I don't know why we continue to try to excuse Mr. Horner's conduct. Clearly he thought he could come in there and make some kind of deal. But let's look at the bigger picture here. Let's look at all of this. What is this? It's selfishness. It's internal selfishness. It's nothing to do with her. Nothing to do with her. It's all about him. It's everything that's in that box. It's all about him. That is selfishness, is what that is. Is that he is coming there and he is saying, hey, I'll tell you what you want, but you got to give something to me. And I want something. I want to see my kid. Where did Athena spend Christmas? Did she get to have videos with the Christmas that year? Nope. Now, we keep talking about excuse, and we keep hearing people tell me it's not an excuse, but I hear all of this stuff that's going on led up to this offense. All of this stuff that's going on supposedly in his mind led up to this catastrophe. All of this stuff that's going on because he had stress from work. He had a change in routes. All of this stuff led to something else. That's simply saying, yeah, I did it, but, and that's the key. I did this, but hey, look at this. That is the definition of somebody trying to excuse their conduct. And I'll be honest with you. One of the things that really got me fired up in this case was There are thousands of people in the world. We know them. They're sometimes our friends, our family. Thousands of people in the world that have disabilities. Thousands of people in the world that are autistic. And they get up every day. They live their life. They work. They have families. They struggle. They succeed. And they fail. But the one thing they never do is use it as a crutch.
Your Honor, we will object. The state is trying to create a nexus between the mitigation and the offense, which is not allowed.
Overruled. How much longer do we have a juror that needs to take a break? How much longer do you anticipate being? Not trying to cut you off.
How much longer do I have?
You've got about 25 more minutes.
I got you. Let me end with this. When we talk about two things, future danger. Every single expert that got up here, every single one, told you they would have never predicted this. They would have never predicted he would have hurt this little child. They would have never predicted that he would have sexually assaulted her. They would have never predicted this whatsoever. They were wrong. Absolutely wrong, and every one of them admitted it, that they were wrong. So anybody who comes up here and tells you today that they can somehow predict the lethality of this man at a later date is wrong. Here's what we know. We know he has a capacity for maximum violence. He has a capacity for victimization. He has a propensity for sexual assault. Now, all of those we know. I don't need an expert to tell me that. I can look at the autopsy report. I can look at the pictures. So when you talk about future danger, look at the facts. Look at what he's capable of. Look at what he's done. And don't think that there's not some other victim out there waiting. Don't think that. If you think, this is the way I think about this. If you put a man-eating tiger in a cage, he doesn't somehow become a vegetarian. And that's exactly what we have here. Just because you cage this lethality doesn't mean it goes away. But hey, we wouldn't have predicted this. We wouldn't have predicted this. But you can trust us now. He won't do it again. I submit to you that the only option here is to prevent him from doing that permanently. Don't give him access to anyone else. Now, mitigation. There is nothing I can tell you.
Hang on, Mr. Staten. Juror has to take a break. Go ahead. No, come on, everybody's got to go. All right, we'll start up at 10 after 11. No, I wouldn't. 10 after 11, everybody.
Go this way.
Yes.
Wow. Terry, Cody, your reaction. Start with Terry. What's your reaction to what we just heard from these?
Well, my reaction is that we've heard the same thing we've heard from day one. We haven't heard anything new. I don't think this jury's going to change their mind on the fact that this man has no mitigating circumstances that would rise to the level of reducing his culpability in this offense. And I think it's going to be very clear. I'm sitting here shaking my head at some of the descriptions that the defense has used. Why would you ever bring up that Chicken, the cellmate, would call him an itty bitty baby lamb when he has absolutely murdered the life out of a 7-year-old? I don't understand some of the things that have been brought up and that are said in this entire process. And, you know, again, I'm going to say that everything that I say is weighted because I saw the video when he abducted her and I heard the audio of him murdering her. So everything I say, the jury's thinking too. I think it and the jury's thinking it, and everything is completely slanted. When I hear any kind of comments about he's an itty bitty baby lamb, you've got to be kidding me.
Cody?
Yeah, I mean, this presentation by the defense fell flat, you know, from the visual cues they didn't take. I mean, the first thing they did was remove this picture, which, by the way, is usually sitting right in front of the judge's bench the entirety of the trial. For whatever reason, optically, they chose to remove her. I mean, if you've never heard the phrase "read the room," I'm not understanding why that decision was made. Or, I mean, certainly there's a group of people, usually of attorneys. Hey, I have an idea. Okay. That one I would have thrown in the garbage. Okay, that's just not what you do in these kind of cases. Your client pled guilty. Okay, and then she wants to get up, or whichever one, and blame the ranger. So again, remember when the selfish behavior of this defendant. It's mercy is all about me. Justice is us.
Right.
Us. And so this whole mercy, me, that's all about him. And to come into a closing argument and to make a statement against the Rangers, saying they mocked him.
Oh,
I mean,
or lied, or even lied to him.
I'm
going to go through the rest of it.
We all looked at each other like, what?
Like, your client pled guilty because he was dead to rights. You know, the Rangers were doing their job, extracting information, building a rapport, and the male defense attorney, I don't know his name, says they made fun of him. Oh, poor itty bitty Mr. Defendant. We made fun of him. Well, no, the man literally asked, after he admitted to violently doing what he did to this sweet child, he asked if he could get out to go see his son, his little 1-year-old son. But the lawyers are making it seem, I mean, the lawyer says, well, if he had the money, he could have gotten out. Well, I'm sure that made the jury feel a lot better. I bet they would have
because we
slept
really
real
wanted
safe.
him on the streets.
We want him hanging out in the neighborhood tonight.
Well, and I guarantee you, if he had made bail, they would have upped it.
Yeah.
There's no way he was ever getting out.
Every part of this, and again, it's not until they bring the second lawyer up, do they put Athena's picture back up on the stand, and she's talking about merciful, being benevolent, being vengeful, every single thing, like we talked about, that James will just flip around in his closing to say none of these things existed with this defendant when he did all these. You know, but again, somehow he wants to reap this benefit. Just to go back real quick on this whole cocaine.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Okay, this is something that really, for the viewers, this changed. This was his last lie.
Yep.
This is what's called backdoor hearsay, which is technically evidence.
Well, I don't even know if it was his last lie. We also had the lie he told the detectives that claiming that there was a man with a rifle that tried to kidnap him.
No.
Suicide
I'm saying later on. Yes, that was in
we got multiple lies,
the letters.
Lots of lies. Yeah.
That was one of the last one where he deflected when he purportedly apologized to the family, which is nonsense. But I'm saying where I can get a new theory in through my experts without me testifying about it, and have them bite off on this or try to sell this to a jury. And they call this the catastrophic cocaine theory.
The trigger.
That they've run through, and the defense just, they acknowledge this, which again, I didn't think was very effective, but saying that, you know, they caught him, Athena saw him, according to the defendant, again, who got this in through the expert, or maybe 2 out of 20. None of the other experts even mentioned this. To say that He was worried, again, about him losing his job because a 7-year-old would know what cocaine looked like. I mean, the aggravation, and that's what this is at this point. They've turned purported mitigation into aggravation.
Well, again, wait. Yeah, we have noise in the courtroom.
Hold on.
We had to take a break. One of the jurors needed to take a break.
Okay, let's see, I'm listening. All right, folks, looks like the jury's come back in the room. I think folks are sitting down again. All right, kill our mic, Zeke.
All right, everyone, may be seated. Mr. Staton, you may continue.
Judge, appreciate the break. I think we all appreciate the break, Judge. I don't have much more, ladies and gentlemen, jury. When we stopped, I was talking about mitigation. In mitigation, we talk about the definition of it as something that reduces someone's moral blameworthiness. I don't know how there's anything possible in this case that reduces the moral blameworthiness of taking an innocent child, gratifying yourself on an innocent child, and then committing the kind of brutal murder that one committed. I can't see how there's anything that mitigates that reduces anybody's moral blameworthiness. But you know, this is what we get in capital murder cases. We get a capital murder diversion, is what I call it. Is basically you got somebody living their life, doing what they're doing, working, got a family, doing their best, succeeding, failing, buying a car, doing all those things, not being treated really for anything in their life, just working and doing what they're doing. But all of a sudden, they commit a horrific act. And the experts come out in droves to start explaining every single ailment that they possibly could have. And that's what happens in these cases. Nothing was going on in your life that caused you to have any issues before. You had a job, you were doing things normally, you were making some poor decisions. I mean, I submit to you that anything bad that is happening to Tanner Horner at that time is by his own doing. You know, you're not going to keep a job if you're out doing coke on the weekends and partying. You're not going to keep a job if you stay up all night and play video games. You're not going to keep a job or a relationship if you're doing acid on a regular basis. These are all things that are somebody's choices. They don't have anything to do with any disabilities or deficits that you have. So I think that, you know, to come here and to say, hey, now, I wouldn't really have any problems before, but now I want everybody to look at this, I don't think that makes sense. So remember what every single expert said, and we did ask him the same thing. One, did he know what he was doing? And every expert, including Dr. Brahms, the last expert we had up here, I asked her, did he know what he was doing when he kidnapped her? And she wouldn't give me that when she subscribed to this catastrophe theory. But when it came to the sexual assault, she said, yeah, he knew absolutely what he was doing to her when he was doing it. And then when I asked her about killing her, he absolutely knew that what he was doing was going to cause her harm. Those are her words. That was the first question. And the second question we always ask is, did any of these conditions, any of these things, this litany of things that are out there, true or false, did they have anything to do with this? No. And that's what it comes back to. For all intents and purposes, Tanner Horner was driving a FedEx truck. And I believe he had fantasized about this. I believe this was something he had in his mind.
Counsel's opinions are not relevant.
Stay within the record.
The experts told you that he fantasized about things. He fantasized about what he wanted to be. He fantasized about being a superhero. I think it's reasonable to believe that he planned this as well. This was something that was in his mind.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Counsel's opinion is not relevant.
Overruled. Like Dr. Arandula said, these things don't just spontaneously occur. And now you've heard some evidence of that. You heard some evidence of things that happened in the past, where he had done things in the past to victimize people. It never came out. You heard Billy come up here and struggle to talk about that. I think that's important, that he was able to come up here and tell you what happened to him. I think the two victims that came up here that were assaulted by Tanner Horner took a lot of bravery to come up here and talk to you about that. I think that that's important. So all of that goes to say that there's no doubt that this was coming. We were just waiting on it. So when we talk about going to prison and serving life without parole, all we're doing is waiting on it to happen again. That's all we're doing. And now all the Tanner's victims are in the same cage with him. Now he doesn't have to go find them. So I submit to you that the only proper verdict is one that prevents him from doing that. Now, we talk about structure and consistency. We talk about sameness. We talk about lack of change. Yeah, the Polunsky unit in Livingston, Texas has all of that. And what else it has is protection. It's protection for every single person who he might victimize in the future. That's the right place. That's the place where he needs to be. That's the place where there's consistency. That's the place where there's structure. That's the place where there's sameness and routine. Now, because of his actions, because of what he did, Athena, he has forfeited his right to sit around for the rest of his days, watch TV, play video games, hang out, go outside, see the sun on his face, have a job, walk around the prison like everybody else. He has forfeited that right here, because of his own actions. Not because of anything else, but because of what he did. What I'm going to end with here is this. Everybody's got things, two things actually. Everybody, we all have things that are mitigating in our life. The difference between us and him is we don't use that as an excuse. Now, the depth of what he caused, the level of evil, the level of pure blackness in one's heart. It's not only just Athena, it's her family, it's the community, it's all of us. And I think that we've all lived through this. And I want to tell you just a short story about the level of pain, about the level of trauma that this has caused to this family. A lot of you guys, I'm here, I'm the DA, you probably think I meet with people, I have to give them bad news sometimes, and I do. That's part of my job. But not like this. The story I'm going to tell you is the story of when I had to sit down with this family and I had to detail to them what exactly happened in this case. I had to sit down with them.
Your Honor, objection, this is outside the record.
Stay within the record.
So whenever you have these cases, families are very involved. Been here at all the court dates. You guys can see that. It's important that we consider all of this when we make our verdict. And the level of pain, the level of abuse that he has inflicted upon this little girl and this family are unfathomable. The level of lies, the multiple different versions of whatever truth it is, that video, everything you saw it's important. Athena is important. Justice for her is important. And justice in this case has one result. I want to thank all of you for being here. Been away from your families, being away from your work. I appreciate your effort in this case. It's been a long month, and I'm going to await your verdict. Thank you.
Up until this point, you have been unable to discuss this case amongst yourselves because the evidence had not been concluded. But that restriction is now lifted. Retire to your jury and begin your deliberations. If you need me, write me a note. I'll be right out here. All right? All rise. Yours in the hall. All right, we'll be in recess. Thank you. You're getting slow. You didn't have that already on.
Okay, Terry and Cody, the jury now has this case more than a month
Finally.
after we started.
Good Lord. You know, when we started this, Cody, Tanya and I started on the first day, and we were shocked when they came into the courtroom and said, okay, we're going to have a plea here. We were like, wait, what? We were ready for guilt, innocence, right? And I said, Tanya, this will be over in 10 days. Because I just figured they'd get their witnesses in.
And I said I wasn't so sure.
No, you called it. I just thought, no, this will not be a 4.5 week trial.
Right.
It's been insane.
Yeah.
It's been insane. And you were making a point. Let's go back. You were making a point before we went back to the cocaine. This whole cocaine story that came in through the expert, that he has lied time after time after time. He's come up with excuses after excuses after excuses. It wasn't me. It was a guy in a green Astrovan. It was a guy holding a gun on me. It was I hit her and I freaked out. Lie, zero, for crying out loud. Lie after lie after lie. But all of a sudden, we're supposed to believe that he snorted cocaine on the hood of that van. I'm telling you, this was calculated, it was premeditated, and he sexually assaulted her and he beat her to death and strangled her. He walked around, you didn't see this because it wasn't live streamed. When he walked her to his van and he picks her up and he puts her in the back of the van and he closes the door, he walks around to the passenger side. He looks in that passenger side and he's looking at that camera. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's calculating, how am I going to cover up what I'm about to do to this 7-year-old? It was totally calculated and premeditated. The only thing that I feel like the defense has, any little teeny point that they have made was that he hasn't been a problem in jail since he was arrested on December the 2nd of 2022. Well, okay, so is that all they have? Yes, that's all they have, that he hasn't been a problem. He's been segregated. He's had people bring him his food. He's gotten out every now and then, maybe one time a day for maybe 45 minutes to an hour. He hasn't been a threat.
He hasn't had the opportunity.
He hasn't had the opportunity. And so if that's all they have, just the nature of this offense obliterates that.
Yeah.
I will tell you that, first of all, I thought James Staten brought the fire.
He did.
He made me feel it from the very first moment when he's putting the picture of Athena up and saying that, that picture had been in his office. Mm-hmm. As he's walking back through it, he's making us remember this little girl, that little girl, that's what this is about. It's not about anything else. And then listening to the defense attorneys, I understand they have a job to do, right? I get it. Y'all are defense attorneys. You have jobs to do. But that was infuriating. Beyond just infuriating, if you're trying to, you said it. You said it the best. You have to read the room. You take down the picture of Athena. Come on. And then you try to go on and on about how poor little Tanner, and he's had such a rough life, and this and that, and you're just going, folks, people have tough lives. It happens. I'm not sure what I'm not sure what you could have done to defend this. I really don't.
Well,
know.
right.
I mean, I think this is one of those cases where being a defense attorney would be very difficult, but there didn't feel like an acknowledgement from the defense about the heinousness of this crime. It wasn't until the very end that Susan Anderson's even talking about Athena. I'm like, to me, from the start, you acknowledge the victim. You can never lose sight of that. I understand you're defending your client, but he killed a little girl, period, full stop.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point when I was saying that earlier about this picture, and, you know, James Staten should have this in his office. I have a little experience with that as well, being a former prosecutor and having prosecuted these cases. Nothing even close remotely to anything like this. Right. But you do become a part of these families, and the families, you know, they put their trust in you, and it's a good thing, because you're trying just to do everything that you can within every waking minute with all those law enforcement officers to bring justice for this beautiful little girl. And, you know, I want to repeat this again, because we use these terms like a wolf, you know, he's a hunter, she's prey.
Right.
When I was first on with you, Tanya, and I know, you know, no one wants to get into the civil suit against FedEx and the subcontractor, and I won't in detail, but the point is that these abuse of trust enhancements that are applicable in the criminal justice system, both federal and state, they exist for a reason. In the church, on the pulpit, in the schools, you know, FedEx delivery drivers, hopefully that'll change in the future, because these individuals are cloaked, you know, in these uniforms,
right,
and are allowed onto your property, and that's free range for casing.
Right, because who thinks about the Amazon, the FedEx driver,
you know,
the person showing up to deliver that package?
You don't stick out like a sore thumb.
Exactly. Well, I want to bring in Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and justice reporter. Rebecca, I'm guessing that the way you saw this probably matches a lot of what we're talking about, but one of the things people are asking is, what was the reaction from people in that courtroom when the defense attorney took down Athena's picture?
Tanya, I was actually going to start with that very thing. I mean, I think the defense got off on the wrong foot with the jury and everyone in the courtroom. The moment she took down Athena's picture to put up her poster, that was, I've never seen a defense attorney take down the victim's picture. Typically you leave it up there because it's about Athena. And I think everybody, I looked over at the jury, and a couple of them looked very upset about that. And then the moment she started talking, it's almost like the jury tuned her out. That some of them were like wrestling with, you know, their paper. Some of them were, you know, just looking off. I saw one juror that never even looked at her the entire time that she was giving her closing arguments. I did see them very attentive during the prosecution's part, both times. And I also had never seen a jury take a break in the middle of closing, but I think that, you know, obviously that was needed, and Staten was able to, you know, pick up right back up. But the family also, I looked at them because that courtroom is packed. It's packed with people from Wise County, the deputies that were out there that night, the victims advocates, the family from out of town. I mean, it is packed. You cannot get into that courtroom. And so everybody, you could almost feel the air come out of that courtroom the moment that she did that, when she took down Athena's picture. It was very insensitive. And I think, again, this defense has been very tone deaf about what this trial at times is about.
Cody and Terry, what does that tell you about this defense?
Yeah, I think what happens when you are preparing your case over a 3.5 period of time, you get a theory in your head, and you start thinking, this is going to be my testimony, this is going to be my witnesses, this is going to be my video, this is going to be my act. And I think sometimes you get tunnel vision. It's just like, Rebecca, remember when they played the video of the child, I won't call his name, but the defendant's child walking, toddling to him right after the state rests about this horrible, horrible crime that was committed to Athena. But now we're seeing this little toddler walking up to the defendant. It was just like, it hit me the wrong way. And I think that there are different things that have happened that sometimes it was almost like you want an outsider to look at this and say, well, do you think this fits here, or should we eliminate this, or I don't know. I think there's just been a problem through the whole trial.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I thought that one of the most, the part that really stuck out to me about the closing argument for the defense is when she went on about how Tanner would have been out of jail and gotten to go home for Christmas if they hadn't done this and they hadn't done that. And I'm so glad that the prosecution came back and said, well, Athena didn't get to spend Christmas anywhere. She's not ever going to get to graduate, which we've been actually pointing out because, again, when they put up Tanner's graduation photo and his diploma and talking about his accolades, it was, again, did not go well, I think, with the jury. I think that a lot of these jurors have already made up their mind based on the mannerisms and what I've been watching them and how they've displayed their reaction to the defense and the prosecution's testimony, evidence, and now the closing arguments.
Cody?
I think a lot of these jurors are they've made up their minds.
I agree. They're ready to just take a vote.
You know, I think what I would have liked to hear the prosecution maybe end with, and you tell me what you think about this, Rebecca. In opening, the prosecutor compared Tanner to Satan. Mm-hmm. He even said, for Satan himself masquerades as an angel of light. And I was so touched when the FBI agent who retrieved Athena's body out of the river and set her down on that sheet, and the light was shining on her body. He described her as translucent. He thought she looked like an angel, and I think he could have slammed that home and reminded that jury of those two, the dichotomy between those two acts.
Absolutely.
I agree with you. I think that would have been very, very powerful. But I think if I remember correctly, didn't they object to him in that characterization and the judge struck it?
Yes.
I don't remember, but I think so. Yeah.
No, you're right, Rebecca.
The comment from Espinoza.
The one about him saying she looked like an angel. They did object to that. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I was, I want to talk the defense's presentation, I'm sorry, I'm still struggling with this because, I'm listening to them, go on and on about Tanner's life, and he had a horrible home life, and mom is in and out of his life, and it just, and then the whole thing, and then I typed this in because I just thought it was the whole thing about, are you going to be merciful? Are you going to be vengeful? And, here it is. Here it is. Okay, here we go. I'm sorry, I got to get to it. But I'm trying to get to my notes on that. But something about, vengeful and how...
Yeah, benevolent.
Yeah, benevolent.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, are you kidding me? And how, essentially implying that the jurors weren't going to be living up to their oaths if they didn't do that. Yeah. It was just... There was so many things about their presentation. I just don't understand what they were thinking on that.
Well, which is a good reason why the close exists for the prosecutor, because that's, the few things that I wrote down, that was that right there, and specifically asking the jury, are you going to be merciful? Like your client was to this poor little girl, are you going to be benevolent? Same thing.
Are you going to be vengeful? Here it is.
Are you, and then
ask yourself, do you really stand for life? What?
Yeah.
I stand for Athena's life.
Yeah. So it's hard, because you're going back and forth, and again with those photos and the videos, like this beautiful picture here that is her 4 days before she was taken from everybody and her family. She loved bows. Look at that. last bow she'll ever put on her head.
Yeah, and
just
her
like the wedding shoes that he referenced, she'll never see or get to pick out. I mean, all these milestones, the good memories that you create and foster as a parent.
Yeah, Mom went to Walmart to buy this precious child clothes so they could clothe her after she had been murdered. And she specifically said that she went in and got the bows for her hair because she knew how much Athena loved the bows. So she went, I remember that so clearly. I got the bows for her. Yeah.
Rebecca?
Terry, I wanted to ask Terry how I thought it was very impactful when the prosecutor put the boots up there, because when we were hearing and listening to that video, it sounded so loud. I wasn't sure if he was taking her and like hitting her body against the floorboard of the truck. It was so loud, but he definitely believed that he was stomping her, and that's what we heard in that video. So I thought it was very impactful that he had the boots and he said this is what it finally took for him to enter her life after he tried multiple times. I think that I looked at the jury, and one juror was teary-eyed during some of the closing arguments.
Yeah, Rebecca, I went back to my notes that I took in the courtroom that day, and I was counting them: stomp, 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 pause, and then there would be a break, 10 minutes, and then you would hear her reviving, and then he'd go back there, stomp, 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 stomp. He was yes, and to pull those shoes out and to talk about the tread marks on her face, yes, it was very impactful. He did a very good job. We will never get the sound of him stomping on that child, ever. And neither will a jury.
Ever.
Neither will a jury.
When you think about it, it's two props. Picture of Athena and the shoes. And those jurors have heard that audio, and just like y'all heard it, and that's the thing that's ringing in their minds. My guess, I would be, you guys have any sense on how long it might take them?
I stopped trying to read juries years ago, but you know, it could be quick, and all you need is one. I mean, I keep saying that. All you need is one to just latch onto something, a cerebral brain, an engineer. I mean, hopefully, you know, that was taken care of in voir dire, but all you need is one. So it could be really quick. It could take a minute. With these facts, though, I just can't imagine any type of delay.
And one thing I really would point out, it's not the jury who is going to sentence him to death. Tanner Horner, his actions are going to sentence him to death. They are just following the law. They wouldn't be here following the law if his own actions didn't bring them to this location and this place and this trial. They're not doing it, he did it. They're just making a decision and following the law, one way or the other.
I think another misstep with the defense saying, well, don't you think that he would have covered the camera before he puts her in the truck? But he does cover the front camera, not just that time, but the time before, and you know, at least two other times before, while the prosecution is saying he's out stalking little girls. And had it not been for the fact that those other two little girls' parents came out, they would have probably been the victims. I thought that was very impactful. But the whole thing about him covering the camera later, I don't think that didn't necessarily ring true with the jury. I know everybody in the courtroom was kind of looking at each other and rolling their eyes. There was a lot of eye rolling today in the courtroom during the defense's arguments.
Well, I mean, he's clearly not a smart criminal, right? I mean, that to me is what that's about. You know, one of the things that I liked, I highlighted it, was when he was talking at the end about how if you put a man eating tiger in a cage, he doesn't somehow become a vegetarian. And he says he has forfeited his right to sit around and watch TV and videos, have a job, walk around prison like everybody else. He has forfeited his right because of his actions, not because of anything else, but because of what he did. And that was the point you were making.
That's my point. So. That's right.
And I also think that the point where he's talking about mitigating, everybody in their lives has something in their lives that causes them to do something that maybe they're not proud of. Everybody in their lives is dealing with stress and dealing with this, but not everyone goes out there and kidnaps and kills a little girl. So I also thought that was very powerful.
Rebecca, you, Tanya, Cody, and I, by nature of our professions, we come in contact with people who have very, very difficult lives.
Right.
We have experienced that. We know those people. We have been around them, and they don't rise to the level of this absolute horror. That it just doesn't. It's not an excuse.
There is no excuse for what happened here, and again, I go back to one of the reasons why I had Terry on day one and quite a bit throughout this whole trial is because of who Terry represents defendants who truly have mental illness, and so this guy's not mentally ill, he's evil. That's real simple.
Big distinction.
He
has the power to make decisions, just like we all do, and he, just to respond to your point, Terry, about him not doing anything in jail, I take a little bit of issue with that, a subtlety, if you will, because my look on that is that, well, what he hasn't done in jail is given a full-fledged apology,
right?
And that's by omission, where he's saying he can just tell within his family, I'm sorry I did this and lied over and over again. He could have done that, and some would have. Mm-hmm. Perhaps lawyers could have, but that's, again, that's an opportunity missed. He didn't do that, and so.
Would he have been better off in punishment just to stand up
yes.
and say, I plead
yes.
guilty, I'm not going to make any excuses, I'm going to throw myself completely at the mercy of this jury, the end. Is he better off in that way?
I mean, I think just to the extent you're going to, because you have to use the word mitigation, just like Rebecca's been saying, that the facts have kind of been turned around the way they've been presented. But yes, I mean, still have to put on some evidence to support that. But at least you have something to go on, because he's never expressed remorse. And oftentimes, at least, you'll have that at some point to show the jury. You just don't have it. And then you have this last thing with the cocaine catastrophe theory that shows you he will not change, and he will continue to manipulate inmates, staff, wardens, if you don't put him down. He's just a tiger in a cage without it.
Right.
Yeah. I totally agree.
And I go back to the fact that I've been talking to the people that watch him on a daily basis, and he does not get out of his jail cell unless he is coming to the courtroom. He is in there 24/7. He gets no recreational time, even the time that he's been in solitary confinement when they're not having court. He is in solitary confinement. He does not really interact with anyone. He doesn't leave his jail cell. He doesn't get recreation time. He's got his own bathroom, his own shower. So there is the opportunity for him to victimize anyone else, because he's not out of there. In death row, it's the same thing. You're there on death row. They do let you out for an hour a day, but here they have not let him out of his cell at all.
Yeah, Rebecca, throughout this entire trial, a lot of the viewers have asked, do you think he's done this before? Well, we found out yesterday that he has. We heard from Cousin Billy, and we found out that he has done this before, and that he has not necessarily murdered someone before. I don't know about that, but we know that he has had a sexual encounter with a child before. We heard that yesterday.
Rebecca, I want to start asking some of the questions that folks have put in the chat. Somebody asked, did Tanner Horner have any family in court during closing arguments that you're aware of?
His grandmother, his mom, Cassie, none of them were there. I mean, Cassie didn't even come take the stand on his behalf, and his brother's in prison. He didn't have anyone. The only person that I ever saw him talk to in the courtroom, and the only time I ever saw him talk to her was today, was one of the investigators for the defense's attorneys. But that's about it. There was no one on his side. That courtroom was packed and pink and law enforcement for Athena.
Absolutely. And here's another one. Do you guys think that the defense believes Tanner's story? I mean, did they kind of drink the Kool-Aid here?
I don't know. I mean, they presented it as if they did. I don't know if I agree with the strategy of bringing up the cocaine again. The only evidence of that has been through one, maybe two experts. I forgot, might have been the other one, but all the other experts, they didn't mention that at all. So I just disagree with the way it was presented. That's it.
I don't think they've swallowed this. There's no way. There's no way. No. No, but they're invested in their job.
Right.
And they did it. They did all they could do. But yeah, maybe I would have, like Cody said, I might have done some things differently, but I don't think they swallowed this.
Rebecca.
And it doesn't even ring true, because when you see the video, when the video starts, that 1 hour video, you see Athena following him to the truck, and then him hoisting her up into the vehicle. And he's gone to deliver a package. At what point does he stop to snort cocaine? It doesn't make sense. And so, but the defense definitely seems like they believe that at some point she saw him do that. But, she never says anything like that. She's very aware what is happening. She's a very smart little girl. Her mom and dad taught her be fearful of stranger danger. And she's talking to him and answering questions. And she's like, why are you doing this? Or why are you doing that? She never says, well, why did you just bend over on the hood of your truck? Like, she never says anything like that. She's truly like, where are we going? What are we doing? Very innocent, childlike. And I agree with what the prosecution said. This 7-year-old girl did not know if he was snorting cocaine, if that happened on the hood of a truck.
I 100% do not believe it happened, because we saw the video, Rebecca. I think that the fact that they came up with that excuse, and because there was no one to dispute that, because Athena's not here to dispute it, so they ran with that, and they stuck with the cocaine. I was watching the live stream from my office when I heard this cocaine theory. I was like, what? Did I just hear that right?
Yeah.
What is this snorting cocaine? I saw the video. I don't know when he was snorting cocaine, because remember, when he picked up the Barbie's package, he clicked his scanner on it, he got out of the truck, and he delivered it. And then all of a sudden we see her following him back to the van. When did he snort cocaine? And one of the things, if he actually did snort cocaine, it's because I think he wanted to
build up his courage.
Exactly. You all right? Use it. If you want to use it, then I'm going to use it that way.
Well, and one of the clearest evidences, I think, of what his actual intent was what the prosecutor brought up. What does he tell Athena? Take off your shirt. He's telling her to take off her clothes, and he's coaching her through sexual acts. I mean, come on, folks. To believe that this is some sort of catastrophizing and that he's panicked because she's seen him do a line of coke. He doesn't mention cocaine on the video, right? Y'all heard it? He never says, did you see me do anything? It's almost like, from the defense's side, you're asking people to be stupid, right? To set aside their rationality. I understand that you have a job. Again, I get back to, and we lost Rebecca, she'll be back in a minute. I understand they have a job to do. But there's a way to do it that is, I don't know if the word's better. You can't ask jurors to set aside their common sense.
Yeah, I mean, what they're trying to do is negate that future danger and aggravation of a premeditated, willful act by saying it just happened because he doesn't have the cooling mechanism, doesn't justify this act. But like Staten did point out, I was referring earlier when I was with you before, Tanya's, when you show every conscious act, he made the A to Z reference, and no, this guy hit all 26 letters of the alphabet during this incident. Like, he knew exactly what he was doing from the minute he lured her to the back of the truck and put her in the back of that truck like a package and shut that door. And so I think the jury, I mean, they're not going to fall for this, and they're going to hold it against him as an aggravating factor because he keeps lying
Right.
up until the end of his closing argument.
Right.
Yep.
Rebecca?
Well, and then the defense acted like, well, he's never done this before. But, we know now that there's Billy. And also he fantasized, he role played with with Cassie, his
Right.
fiance. He fantasized and he did have those fantasies and he did talk and he tells Billy that, oh, what would it be like to kill someone? So he has had those thoughts in the past. And I would have liked for the prosecutors bring that back up. I mean, they did sort of get their train of thought interrupted when the juror did have to take a break, and maybe they were going to get to that, and he just kind of, obviously fast forwarded to the end of his arguments. But I would have liked for them to have brought that up as well.
Let me ask you this. What did y'all make of the defense attorney's argument about the DNA? Like, he's admitted to the defense, to the experts, that he did something sexually to her, so why are you pretending like it didn't happen?
Well, I wouldn't have brought it up. Again, there's already concession through your witnesses that we've had to listen to.
Right.
There's no purpose in that. Just like there's no purpose in doing some of the things they did initially. You walk up, you don't remove her photo, you leave it there, and then hit your whatever points you are. But again, I would never, if I've made a concession on that point through my own witness that I sponsor through taxpayer money, to then come back and try to rebut that.
Yeah, I totally agree with Cody. That was not a good strategy at all, because one of the things that, if you listen to that testimony that went on and on from the DNA experts, it was like, okay, where are we going here? Well, the DNA that was found on her genitals and her body and her mouth, they could not exclude the defendant. They could not exclude members of the defendant's family. But it was, and like Cody just said, their own witness, defense witness, described what he was doing to her in that van. So it's like, no, I think that was a big mistake bringing up the DNA.
Well, and Tanya, they're going, the jury is going to get a more detailed transcript of things that we probably couldn't hear the audio because it was, in the courtroom and it was loud. But there are things that he is saying to her that some of my sources said he is telling her what exactly to do that would have caused the DNA and all that to be on her. I mean, he is instructing her sexually what to do to him. And the jury is going to get that transcript that is more detailed than what we could hear in open court, and there's no denying it that what he did.
A question that's in the chat, and I'm trying to keep up with these questions. Folks are asking, do you recall, Rebecca, was there ever a drug screen done on him? I don't remember there being testimony about.
I was wondering that also. I don't know, because I kept wondering, did they drug test him to see if he had cocaine? But he admits that he's been
But he
doing
wouldn't have brought
cocaine and acid prior.
But he didn't bring that up in the beginning, so maybe they wouldn't have done it.
I feel like it seems like they would have drug tested him. That's a good question, because I've actually wondered that throughout the trial too. Did they drug test him? Because that would have answered some questions, although I think that cocaine and that kind of stuff stays in your system when you're drug testing quite a while, which is probably why he said that he used it if they did find it in him.
Well, I'm on board with Terry's reasoning, which is more like, if he did do cocaine, it was to build up his courage.
100%. That's the only thing I could think of. Rebecca, you were in the courtroom when the defense attorney stood up before closing arguments and was making a point to the judge about all of the publicity and how it might influence the jury and how they may be peer pressured into making the decisions that they're going to make to sentence him to the death penalty. What was all of that about?
She was basically just saying that that he cannot get a fair verdict because the jurors are gonna feel pressure because of the high profile nature of this case, and because there's international newspapers writing about it. The story is international, and it's not just a local story. And if they go to church, and if they go to the store, and if they go do this and that they're gonna say, oh, well, you've been gone for 5 weeks and you served on the jury, you must have been on that jury. And that in the back of their minds, they're gonna think that people, if they don't give them the death penalty, are going to judge them. And then she talked about how they've been getting death threats. The defense, the witnesses, and other people have been threatened that have defended Tanner Horner. And so she just felt like they're just not going to get a fair verdict. But we don't know the names of the jurors. The public hasn't seen the jury. They know, so, and the judge says he admonished the jurors every single day to not listen to anything. And one of the jurors even asked him, hey, is this still getting a lot of publicity? So he's satisfied that the jury has followed his instructions and therefore denied this whole thing about, the verdict not being fair. And
is that just something you say as part of the appellate process? Is that
Yes.
That's
just to preserve what's left, if anything.
Which is not much.
No.
Okay.
Rebecca,
and Tanya, one thing that I did. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay.
Go ahead, Terry.
We understand that Athena's mom is in black for the very first time today. All through the trial, she's been wearing pink, but she's in black today.
Mm-hmm.
Any explanation on that?
Well,
we haven't had a chance to talk to her, but she's also sitting in the front row, which she's not been doing. She's typically been on the second or third row, but she was definitely on the front row this morning, front and center.
Well, I will tell you, Rebecca, Matt Howerton, one of our reporters, has become rather close to Maitland Gandy and interviewed her shortly after this happened. And he sent me a Facebook post that she put up this morning. It says, quote, "You can't wear black. It looks like you're going to a funeral." Johnny replies, "Well, maybe I am." So she was sending a signal today by wearing black. That was a signal. Obviously, clearly an indication of what she's hoping this jury will do. So there was a meaning to that. And let me ask you this, Rebecca, since you were in the courtroom, here's another question from the chat. Somebody wants to know what the look on Tanner's face when he saw the jury go back to start their deliberations.
He hasn't. He's only showed emotion a couple of times. He basically just kind of sits there and looks down, and every once in a while he'll write a note to his attorney. I did see him frowning today when they put the boots when the boots got slammed on the table when Staten did that. That's about the only time I saw any kind of reaction from him. But he pretty much just is stoic through most of this, showing no emotion at all.
And what was his reaction? Like, did he flinch or?
Oh yeah, he frowned. he was like he didn't even flinch, but it's like he frowned. He did the same thing when they were when Billy was up on the stand talking about how he was sexually abused. Like oh, I can't believe you're saying that about me. It's kind of like the impression I got from his reaction.
Right.
I think the pennies do that to you.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, and I thought
the whole ATM joke. The ATM joke that fell flat on the jury. Let me tell you, not one juror has ever laughed at anything that the defense has tried to joke about. They just kind of looked at her like, "What are you talking about?" I mean, because again, there is nothing funny about this trial, and I get it. Maybe she's trying to some levity, but the jokes. Oh, he's a walking ATM. That did not go well with the jurors.
She said on their faces. I typed that up. I typed that in. She had to hide the change because he was his own ATM machine. I was like, are you kidding me? You're really saying that as part of a closing argument? You just wonder, did they have a jury consultant? I don't know that there's anything you could say or do that would prevent this jury from giving him the death penalty. But the tone deafness to me actually is hurtful to Athena's family.
Yeah.
They're having to sit there and listen to this. I don't get it. Okay, so a few more questions. Somebody asks, if there's no verdict, will we be back tomorrow? The answer is yes. Rebecca and I will definitely be back tomorrow, and if either of these folks want to come back, then, but we will be here. We will be here, and then people are asking if there's no verdict, basically what happens with the jury. Rebecca kind of explained the whole what we know about that right now.
Yes, the judge said if there is no verdict today, and I think that he's going to let them go pretty late if they don't come back with something right after lunch. He's going to let them go at least until possibly 8 o'clock tonight, and then come back, and he will sequester them, though. They will be in a hotel. They actually already have hotel rooms booked for the jury, so they're booked just down the street, and so they will bus the jury to the hotel, and they will stay overnight, and then they'll begin their deliberations again tomorrow. But he will definitely sequester this jury between if they do not come up with a verdict.
It's my experience that the jury doesn't want to be sequestered, so maybe that will come into play. What do you think, Cody?
Yes, they do not. They're tired. These are just horrible facts. The fatigue. They're away from their family, and they want closure for Athena. They do, from the bottom of their hearts. They want closure, and just to Rebecca's point on the frowning, if you'll remember Ramula's testimony as a great rebuttal witness yesterday, he specifically said that this defendant has an exaggerated opinion of himself. That's important because his reaction fits that bill, right? He's proud of those boots. He's proud of those shoes. He didn't need to testify. That's why when James put him up there, that's the strongest point of that entire argument on putting those shoes up there. Yep. Not non-verbal, all visual, and then it got a reaction from the guy who loves it.
Yeah, I remember when you talk about his demeanor and where he's looking and what he's doing. I just remember when Maitland was on the stand, Athena's mom was on the stand, and she looked at him and she said, "Where is my daughter's shirt? Yeah. That's all I want. I want to know where my daughter's shirt is." And the camera panned over to him, and he was leaning over and just staring at her. And I thought, man, that dude, it is just giving him power. That's the way I took it. But, the way he was looking at her,
because he's thinking about what he did with it.
Yeah,
where he most likely tossed it.
Tossed.
Yeah, to use his word. He, in his mind, see, I think every time, even when they replayed that audio and video, I think in his mind, it's like replaying the greatest hits for him. It's sick, but there's something pathological,
demonic
here.
That's why him singing Jingle Bell Rock, it's written in his Marvel script. That's what he thinks he is.
Yeah,
that's what he thinks.
Yeah.
Wow.
I will remember that for the rest of my life. And the prosecutor is not exaggerating when he says everyone that was in that courtroom that heard that audio will never forget the sounds of Athena dying, the sounds of what he's doing to her, him singing Jingle Bell Rock. That will forever stay in my mind. And I can only imagine, because this isn't really about us, it's about the family. They were not in the courtroom. They chose not to listen to that, but they know the details. They got interrupted. The defense objected to the prosecutor about to tell the story of when he had to tell Athena's family the details of what happened to their daughter. That wasn't allowed before the jury, but I can only imagine what that meeting was like for this family to hear the actual details of what they had uncovered.
We heard, that was one thing Rebecca just brought up, we heard the defense, Susan Anderson, object on multiple occasions during the prosecutor's closing argument. What do y'all make of that? I mean, I know it irritated me. Does that irritate the jury?
Yes. I mean, it's take these facts away, perhaps in another trial, another setting, a different type of case. Obviously, the reason behind that is to interrupt momentum, is to interrupt. They're not going to be sustained. It's punishment. In a death penalty, you're darn right it's supposed to be prejudicial, and that's what it's all about. So she was just trying to interject and again, get that interruption of momentum. That's all.
Didn't work.
No, it wouldn't work. It still won't work.
And at a moment when you're trying to make a point of the what this family has gone through, I just thought that did not go over well and with the people in the courtroom, including the jury.
I mean, remember, James is just trying to tell them what it was like telling Athena's family this, right? Like, even if you think you might have a legal objection, which you know is going to be overruled, why tell the jury that I don't want this elected DA to have to tell these people about this vile person you're defending? That's fine, but they can hear that. That's okay.
Yeah. It's like just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Right, and you shouldn't take that away from them.
Right. It's like, Rebecca, sometimes when we do stories, there's times when we have to make decisions about, yes, there are things we can do, but we have to really think through, is that something we should do? Yeah, we can do it. And it felt like over and over with some of these objections and some of these other things, again, you can do it, but should you? Tone deaf is the best word I can come up with for a lot of this.
Yeah, I said on a previous day that, in my opinion, the defense had nothing, and I stand by that. The defense had nothing in this case. And
it was sustained, but my point being is that she made the objection. I understand. It was sustained, but he tried to divert and describe it a different way. Just because you can, to your point, Tanya, doesn't mean you should. Even though she won the objection, there's no reason not to let the jury hear that, because your client said he was guilty of it. You're trying to get sympathy with mitigation. Why do that?
Right. Rebecca, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, so when the judge was reading the charge to the jury, it has to be unanimous, right, when they vote on the two questions, whether future danger or mitigation, but they only need 10 jurors the other way, and I wanted one of our legal experts to explain why that is.
Go ahead.
Well, on special issue number 1, it's got to be unanimous to move on to number 2. So as far as the future danger, you've got to have all 12. And then as far as the special issue number 2, regarding mitigation or any, you've heard this phrase, moral blameworthiness is used in the charge. As long as you have one, all you need is one to hang it on that issue. So it needs to be unanimous yes, unanimous no. If it's not a unanimous no on number 2, then it's just going to be LWOP.
Right.
So you can, that's kind of been, and Tanya and I always go back and forth, all you need is one ear to delay the process, one cerebral engineering mind to somehow remove emotion, which I think is virtually impossible with facts like this, but you just need one.
Right. Well, folks, I think we're going to take a break for lunch. Rebecca, anybody have anything, last things they want to say before we take we're going to break till about 12:45, 12:40 maybe.
Yeah, I'm not.
I guess unless you call Tanya and tell her the jury's coming back.
Obviously, if the jury comes back, we'll come back quicker. But folks that are watching right now, we're going to take about a half-hour break. Go ahead.
And I'll let y'all know if there's any questions that come out for jury.
Yeah, if there's questions that come out, we'll stay right here while we're eating lunch so that we can pop back on if necessary. But folks, we're gonna all take a little lunch break and a brain break for a few minutes. So we'll see you.
think I have.
Good afternoon. I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter at Channel 8, joined by Cody Skipper and Terry Bentley Hill. As we're waiting for the jury, they've been deliberating, I think maybe about an hour. We don't know if they actually took a break for lunch or if they're deliberating over lunch. But what we do know is that while we were on break for our lunch, the jury came back with some questions. And here's the things that they asked for. Rebecca Lopez sent me an email. They asked for the letter that Chicken wrote. Chicken is the inmate that testified who is in the cell, essentially, I guess, basically next door to Tanner Horner, and they did Bible study together. And then also they asked for the rape kit, and they asked for all videos. So let's walk through this.
Oh, boy.
So let's walk through this, guys.
Okay.
Let's walk through it step by step.
Okay.
Let's talk about the letter. Why are they wanting the letter that Chicken wrote? What do y'all make of that?
Well, the letter is, can be interpreted as good for the defense.
Yep.
You'll recall when this jailhouse individual testified yesterday, he shows the witness a letter that he wrote to Chicken, he being the defendant. Quote, "You're loved, forgiven, you've taught me so much, you make me grow the F up. When I come to the door and see you, I had to check myself and appreciate the peace that you show." But kind of consistent with the theme here is backdooring self-serving statements of the client, of the defendant, to try to somehow,
paint a different picture.
Paint a different picture, and because we don't know if they're past the first special issue yet. We should assume they are, but we don't know that.
So into mitigating.
Sure. But that's just the recollection here of the summary from that particular letter. That's again just self-serving that Tanner wrote, that the defendant wrote.
And then I think Chicken wrote a letter to Tanner, right? And he said he wrote it a month or two ago. And he said, "Bro, think about Jesus. You are loved and forgiven. You have helped me so much. I see you fight so hard for sanity, bro. Stay solid." So I don't know. I don't know what they want. I don't know why they want that.
But of course, Chicken also testified that he really doesn't know anything about what happened here, and then in fact he's purposefully not wanted to know.
Yeah.
So
he said the guards keep trying to feed me information.
Yeah, I mean, recall he was the one that said that he often
he was
sees.
Funny. He was a funny witness.
He often sees the defendant wringing his hands and pacing the floor. I haven't seen the defendant wringing his hands at all this trial.
Right.
To go along with that theme of his autism has somehow, created these particular habits. But
yeah. Okay. And let's talk about the next thing they asked for.
Okay.
The rape kit.
Yeah.
Well, you may just have one juror, we don't know, who wants to assure him or herself that they're reviewing all the evidence. It's not something that I see as an issue, even if there was no rape at all, even if there was no evidence of that at all. But oftentimes you have those who just want to, within themselves, say that I've reviewed this and I can go forward with this decision, despite how horrible the facts are.
Yeah, I agree with Cody 100%. It doesn't matter. It matters, but as far as the evidence goes, they didn't allege it in the indictment, so it's not like they. And of course, he's already pleaded guilty. But the point being is that he abducted her, he tortured her, and he murdered her. So the rape kit. What was that? The sexual assault kit?
Yes,
yeah.
Of Athena.
Of Athena,
remember, and they found male DNA
In
that
places.
he could not be excluded
Right.
from the vaginal swab, and of course he admitted to his own expert witnesses that he did things of a sexual nature to her.
Right.
So it's not contested.
Right.
At this point.
I don't know.
Well, it's hard for the family because they're asking the same thing. What does to James? What does this mean? And he's saying the same thing. We can't interpret anything other than perhaps it's a one.
And
oh boy,
they want all the videos. To me, that's not necessarily a good thing for Tanner Horner. If that jury's going to sit there and listen to that video again,
Well, I could see some votes. That would be tough for all 12 of these jurors to agree with one or two to want to put that in their brain again. I mean, it is not good for the defendant.
No.
But it just tells me that, oh my, I hope the majority of the jurors aren't going to have to just listen to that or watch any of that again. I mean, the as bad as the transcript was, that would certainly suffice.
Well, and we know that the videos, even the interrogation in the jail, that video was 2 hours. Then they got in the car and they went to the bamboo thicket, and that's another. There are hours after hours after hours of videos. So
if they want to watch all that,
yeah,
I mean, when they say all videos, we're talking the body cam, their interrogations with him. You've got the audio and video of Athena's kidnapping and killing. You've got the audio and video from when he's driving around the day before, the day after, right after the killing. I mean, there's a lot of video.
Yes.
It's not.
So it's, to me, does it feel like we could be here a while?
Well, it just depends on what they want to do with all of that video. But that's a lot of video. So I don't know.
I find it
It'll be
fascinating.
interesting.
It's always it's next to it's almost next to impossible to really read the tea leaves on this stuff, right?
Yeah,
it is impossible. Yes.
I mean, that's one thing they always say is you can never predict what a jury's going to do, and that's true. They say the ball doesn't bounce like a basketball, it bounces like a football at the courthouse. It's just very unpredictable.
I remember covering a trial. It was the first one that we live streamed. Amber Geiger. It was a very contentious trial. Dallas police officer who shot and killed a man in his own home. She mistook his apartment for her own. All the floors looked the same, and it was hugely controversial trial. And I remember when the jury found him guilty of murder, and I thought, oh man, they're gonna lower the boom on her, right? And then they came back with next day they come back with a 10-year sentence, and I'm like, okay. So I was wrong on that one. Then I remember from a few years ago with Aaron Dean, and again, these are different cases. It's, the whole different situations. Aaron Dean was a Fort Worth police officer who shot and killed a woman in her own home. He was responding to what he was, like an intruder type call. But there wasn't an intruder. But he went, if I remember correctly, he went to the wrong house. And the jury finds him guilty of manslaughter. So I thought, oh, well, he's going to get off light. Next day, 20 years.
The max amount.
So, it's just, you can't.
You don't know.
And again, we don't. In this situation, the minimum he can get is life without parole, but it is difficult to read the tea leaves with juries.
It's just difficult for the family. I mean, it really is, because I would have the same questions, and the prosecutor's trying to explain it to them. That is a lot of video, as opposed to just saying specifically, I want the Rangers part 2 interrogation, right before they finally got there and found her. I mean, that's
right.
Insurmountable to think that they're going to review all that again.
I can't imagine that they would sit through an hour's worth of the actual offense occurring.
Because you heard it,
Yes, and they're going to have a transcript of it as well, so they can read it. But I can't even imagine that they would listen to that again. That whole thing, it's horrible. Why would they put themselves through that?
Yeah.
Well, it may be one putting 11 through it.
Maybe.
It could be.
You may be right.
That's what it could be.
Yeah.
I mean, if one demands it, then you've got to do
That's
it.
right.
If somebody
That's
says,
true.
here's a question, so we'll start answering some questions. Is it possible they asked for the stuff? So he can't say they didn't review all the evidence before they sentence him.
No, because that's still evidence that's been admitted, and presumably the jurors were listening to all of that as it was presented. No, you can't. That's not an effective appellate point to say you didn't re-review evidence that's already admitted.
Right. And Cody and Tanya and I were talking on the break that we've seen juries come back in 10 minutes. So, they go in the hall, and they take a vote, and they come back into the courtroom. So, no, it really doesn't have any impact on on the appellate process.
And I've also seen them want to sleep on it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not unusual. While I would be surprised not to get a verdict today, you can never rule out that somebody says, you know, I want to go sleep on it and come back in the morning. That can happen.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, because either way, they're making a decision, you know, between life in prison without parole or the death penalty.
And remember, we've been analyzing this since day one. They technically cannot even discuss this among themselves until they have all the evidence. So they haven't been able to process this. They haven't been able to go through all the evidence that we've talked about, and we've got these lawyers.
We've talked about it ad
there.
nauseum.
Exactly. They haven't had a chance to do that. So they may want to take some time to talk about their own experience in that courtroom.
Right. It's true.
Yeah.
And folks are asking, some people's coming in and out. So right now we know that the jury has asked for 3 things. The letter, the chicken's letter, they want, and the chicken was his, the one who's in the cell beside him. They want the rape kit, and they want all the videos. We don't know why they want those things. You never know. Why, you know, because those deliberations are completely secret unless after they come to a verdict, one of those jurors chooses to talk to the lawyers or to the media. That's usually when you get a bird's eye view of what was going on, but it's all after the fact. But as Terry was mentioning, they're not, during this course of this whole trial, while we've been up here talking and talking and talking about what we're seeing, what we're hearing, they're not supposed to do that. So this is their first opportunity to do that. And so they've seen so much. So the idea that it would take them some time, I get it. I get it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they've had 5 weeks almost of testimony, and how many experts and how many character witnesses, and they haven't been able to talk about this or weigh in on what they think that means or what this means, or how he was disabled or whatever. They haven't had a chance to talk about that.
Well, I mean, the only direction that points with regard to the letter from Chicken, there's no ambiguity there. I mean, that's a self-serving letter on behalf of the defendant. Remember, this man testified that he described the defendant as a baby lamb.
Yeah.
Okay, so, and the letter does nothing for the state. It's just there if someone hooked onto this during argument that what the defendant has been doing since he's been locked up. That was the purpose of putting this fella Chicken on the stand. Now, whether
to me, Chicken's desperation.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Tanya, but whether he's credible or not, what I was about to say, is a different issue. Clearly, at least one juror wants to review that letter, which does nothing for the state.
Well, I don't remember who was with me the day that, because my days all run together, but when we heard Chicken, it might have been Keith Harris, we thought, we were talking about, wow, he seems like actually the most credible character witness we've heard the entire time.
Yeah. He called him a cool little white dude. He's a cool gentleman.
Okay, you know what? We have that shot. So So one of the things I asked Zeke to do while we're waiting is I asked him to pull some video so we can, go through stuff so let's actually play that shot so we can listen to it. That sound.
When did you first meet Tanner?
I first met Tanner in May of 2025.
And what was your first impression of him?
Man, this a cool little white dude. That was my first impression. Like we used to sit there and just talk about cartoons all day. That's all we do. Just sit there and talk about anime all day. I just thought he was just cool, man. Just a cool vibe, just to get the stress out of us being back there 24 hours confined in this cell. You give a dude a laugh.
Well, Jackie, what'd y'all think about that?
Yeah, well, I couldn't understand because of the audio. I just couldn't understand it very much.
But he was talking about how he's a cool little white dude.
That's right.
Yeah. But that was basically playing it for you guys again.
Mm-hmm.
That was them kind of asking how he got, how he knew him and that sort of thing, and what his impression was of him. So when the day that got played, or the day that testimony came, it was one of the few moments in this trial where I chuckled.
Right.
It just kind of was, a moment of levity, because there hasn't been a lot of moments of levity. Let me, I do want to ask some of the questions that people are because I'm kind of trying to keep track of them so I don't lose track. Somebody wants to know, Terry, how you're doing.
Well, I want you to know I really appreciate that question. I'm doing okay. I feel very strongly about this situation. I'm trying to be a little bit more circumspect about my feelings around what I've seen and what I've heard. I respect the process, but yeah, it's been tough, and we truly do have a trauma bond together with people who were in that courtroom, who heard the horrible audio and saw the video. But I'm doing okay, but I really do appreciate you asking. Thank you.
Somebody asked, was the alternate juror dismissed? Yeah, they would have dismissed that alternate juror before they began deliberations, and they want to know if the foreperson is a male or female. We don't know that yet. So that's something that maybe Rebecca will know, or we may get some sense of that once the jury
I don't think
comes
they'll be
back.
dismissed, because in case something happens with one of the jurors, that's why you keep the alternates around.
Oh, do they stay even
Sure.
during deliberations?
Sure.
Oh,
Just
okay.
not during they're in a separate. They're not deliberating with them, but they're.
But they're still there.
Yes, because something could happen.
So look, that's an interesting question. So they don't release them, and so what happens? Let's say the jury's in there deliberating. If something happened, could that other alternate be brought in?
Yes, if illness, or say that another juror brings to the court's attention and that juror has violated the rules, or it's at least brought to the court's attention that one of the jurors has violated the rules, and that's why the alternates are kept there. That way you can preserve that. It's quite boring for the alternates because they're just kind of waiting around, but I believe so. Yeah.
So here's a question from somebody. If you were Tanner Horner's attorney, what would you have done differently?
What do you think, Cody?
Well, I have no comment because I wouldn't have been his attorney.
Yeah, Cody and I are both on the record of saying that this wasn't the case for us, and I understand what the assignment is as a defense attorney in this type of situation, and we've talked about this before. They are part of a regional defense public defender capital team, and so they have to be qualified to try a case like this, and so they know what they have to do. One of the things that you are required to do is to hire a mitigation expert to come in and evaluate the client, the defendant. But what I think is overkill were the number of experts that came in to basically say the same thing. On one day, they had 2 experts from the same practice who got on the stand and basically said the very same thing. And that's where I might have pared some of my witnesses down.
That was the fetal alcohol, right? No, wait a minute.
Those were the autism experts.
spectrum. Yeah. I hate to admit that the experts began to run all together in my head. The only one that the ones that kind of stick out in my head are Dr. Fritz and Dr. Ryan. But otherwise, it was mostly like yada 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 yada. Yeah. Because to me, it was all kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
And so it was difficult to. And I can't remember the name of the last defense expert from the rebuttal day was. We just, it was like with all the defense witnesses, they couldn't just admit like the simplest thing, like just acknowledge why you didn't put that in your report, or
why not have a report. She didn't even have a report.
Yeah, that was that last one.
Yeah.
It just, I don't know. I struggled with it because I've covered many trials, and we understand that defense experts are part of it, right? That's just part of it. But I don't know. It struck me as, again, a lot of it just very tone.
Well, the defense is trying to humanize this person because he truly is. He's been compared to Satan in opening statements. The act that he did is just horrific. So I guess they just brought in old girlfriends. They brought in old friends. They brought in.
But not Cassie.
Yeah, no, Cassie didn't come, and grandma and mom and great aunt, and I mean, so I guess they were just really trying to humanize him and also lay out the map of his childhood that led him to this place where he can't communicate in a proper way. He doesn't have the skills to understand what's going on. He reacts, he's impulsive,
that's their claim.
He kidnaps a little girl, and kills her.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what he does.
He had an interview with Amazon first. He sat across from at least one human being,
right,
with purportedly a resume to say, "I'm qualified to deliver packages in your van."
FedEx.
Well, first he worked for Amazon.
Oh, that's right. He did work for Amazon.
He worked for Amazon first. I'm just building this up.
Yeah,
too.
right. Oh, yeah.
All these, like Beth said that day, he shouldn't have been driving a van on his own. A 30-year-old man. Just reminding everyone, this man passed the standards of both Amazon and FedEx on two separate occasions. Right. So presumably there was nothing in his employee file that an insurance adjuster could look at, or whatever coverage exists, to say that you should have known X. Again, that remains to be seen for the civil side, but he's hired by Amazon, he's hired by FedEx. He has these routes, and it allows him to roam freely, hunting the prey in the country under the guise of a FedEx delivery driver. Whereas, if someone else is doing this outside of our homes, we think they're casing the joint and trying to burglarize our home. Well, there's no suspicion there. He's able to, that's why that abuse that trust, like you would a school teacher, like you would in the church or anywhere else, where your job allows you access to children out in the country. And it also allows you, which this should change, to cover up the lens on a surveillance video that's there not for that reason, but for another reason.
Right.
And then he does it on the front side, as we know. And the constable testified that day, whatever day that was, when first it was one kid and the other kid comes out, and then he comes and says, "Hey, you left the door on your truck open."
Right.
So it could have been 3.
Yeah, well, those emotions and those desires can build and build and build and build, and I'm no expert, but it seems to me that's what was going on, because like Cody said, 2 days before Athena was kidnapped, he was going down the very same road. He was familiar with that delivery area.
Right.
He knew that there were little kids out playing, little girls out playing, and so I just think he was building up to this. That's why I said this is a clear case, as far as I'm concerned, of premeditation, calculation, deviance, and murder. That's all I need to know. That's all I need to know. That's as clear as a bell to me.
Okay, I'm going to kind of catch folks up if you're jumping in. So right now the jury's been deliberating. They've been deliberating for over an hour. We don't know if they took a lunch break in there somewhere. They have come back and they've asked for the letter from Chicken. That was the inmate that testified on Tanner Horner's behalf. They've asked for the rape kit, and they've asked for all videos, and we don't know why, but that's what they've asked for so far. Some of that's just not unusual. Somebody's asking about Terry and I having the same jacket on, or similar jacket. We didn't coordinate.
No,
we did not. But it seemed appropriate to wear pink.
We didn't plan it, but
or else I would have.
I know,
I'm
really.
sorry,
I know.
We should have told you, Cody.
Right.
But that was kind of what's going on. And so here's some other questions. So attorneys, you guys hear a lot of evil, right?
Yeah.
How do you cope with it? How do you stay neutral if you're defending somebody like that?
Well, how I cope with anything in this profession is I just, you know, unfortunately, I learned the phrase contentment too late in life. You know, when you just appreciate what's in front of you, what God has put in front of me.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think the phrase intentional has kind of been overused within the last year, but I can tell you this, when I put my kids to bed every night and when I wake them up every morning, I remember that, every part of that. And I think if you just try to be good about creating good memories.
Right.
So, I mean, I don't, cope is, I don't, it's just, a lot of professions have things that you have to deal with.
Right.
But for me, and I appreciate the question, I just try to focus on my wife and I creating good memories for the kids and just being content with what's in front of you, because when you're involved in this type of stuff, you go behind seeing what's involved when purpose is removed from somebody. And in this case, the purpose is removed from Athena's family, which they had no right to do, that person, that defendant.
Right.
Or whether it's somebody being in jail, you know, the purpose is removed. So I just, you know, learn to try to appreciate and be content with what's in front of me, and, you know, not try to be a grass is greener kind of person.
Right. Well, there is a certain amount of detachment that you have to have, just like law enforcement. There's a certain detachment that they have to have if you consider the things that they see on a daily basis. And I think for lawyers, it's the same thing. There has to be a certain detachment. It's not that you lose sight of the horror or the victim or the circumstances. You don't lose that, but you think you just have to have kind of a separation from the emotions that go along with these cases. And I'm going to be just really real with you guys, and Cody knows this, Tanya knows this, but one of the reasons why I feel very strongly about this case, and one of the reasons why I couldn't defend this defendant, is because I know what it's like to lose a little girl. And and I know what it does to a person, and what it does to a mom, and what it does to a family, and how it can completely implode your entire life. And you have to learn how to basically live differently.
Yeah.
And that is what Athena's mom and family, they're going to have to do, is they're going to have to learn to live their lives differently. Athena will never be gone from their lives.
Right.
They will remember her every single day, just like I remember my daughter every single day. They will never get over it, but they will get better. And that's what we pray for, is that they'll just get better. What do you hear?
Hold on, it's just very loud in the newsroom. Hey Zeke, can you figure out why it's so loud? And something's very loud. Okay, sorry about that. No, we're in the middle of the newsroom, and so sometimes things get rather loud in here. Yeah, no, and I know what you mean, Terry, and I know your story, and it. You know, I mean, I'm a reporter, and so I've covered a lot of awful things in my career, and I think that, like, for me, it's my kid helps give me perspective, you know, going home to him, because, and then also my faith, frankly,
Right.
you know.
Without a doubt.
You know, because those are, I got to have something, you know, because if you can get so focused on the negative, you know, and because I know after the first 2 weeks of the trial, I wrote a long, you know, Facebook post, you know, because I felt like that, you know, like evil had like pierced my soul, and I know you felt the same way, and it was, and I think for me it was a little time, and I just think, and you think about how is Athena's family dealing with this, but I've always said, like, if I ever get to the point where I am not impacted by something like this, and it's time to do something else.
Right.
Like if I'm so if I get so hard,
Right.
that it doesn't grieve my soul, you know, that I don't find myself in prayer, you know, asking God like why, then it's time, you know, because that's what makes us human.
Right.
That's that humanity. And
there are certain cases that stay with you when you do this kind of work, And as a reporter, I'm sure the same thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And you know, you just, like Cody said, I think you said it so beautifully. I believe in a very strong practice of gratitude, and because when I focus on what I have, then I don't lament and focus on what I don't have. And so that is what I do every single day, is I stay in gratitude as much as I possibly can. And like you kiss your kids good night, you wake them up in the morning and you get to hug them and fix them lunch and send them off to school and just pray that they're safe.
Right.
But you really do, you just, it's almost like everything becomes more vivid because you've seen such terrible things, but the good side of life becomes even more vivid. And that's what you have to grab onto. You have to hold on to the really wonderful things. Like I go into my backyard and I've got these beautiful bushes that just sway in the wind. And to me, that brings me incredible peace. And I have to find the places where I get peace.
What brings you that? Exactly.
Exactly.
Well, because if not, and that's the whole point of like Athena's mother and all these examples of rumination. Is just it's just dwelling on the same toxicity over, which is completely understandable, like for Athena's mother or anyone else in the situation, because how do you will yourself to get that out of your brain and then redirect, like you said, whatever helps you refocus and stay positive? I mean, it's easy for us to talk about that, but very, very difficult to actually execute, you know.
It's I predict that Maitland will turn something good out of this bad situation. She'll become an advocate. I think she will be a spokesperson.
She already is.
Yeah, exactly. She'll be a spokesperson. She'll give meaning to this tragedy. I believe that. And that's where sometimes you get your purpose, is by bringing meaning to a horrible situation. She'll do that. I believe that. She's a strong woman.
No, she is. So, I mean, yeah, folks are obviously wanting you to talk more, Terry, but I'm not going to ask you to do that because I know it's a difficult subject. But folks are really very, very caring.
And I really appreciate that. You don't know how powerful that is to ask someone, well, how are you? When you realize, well, we're just doing our job up here. We're just doing our job. But for you to be that sensitive and ask the question, well, how are you all doing? How do you handle this? There's a lot of power in that, and I recommend that you do that in all aspects of your life. Is just ask people that very question. It's super, it's validating and it's powerful.
Absolutely, and I also think, like, when I first started as a journalist, and even all the people in our professions, people didn't get therapy.
Yeah.
People didn't do that. People just powered through. They went to the bar, they smoked, they drank. I mean, there was a lot of negativity. And so I think there's a lot of change in just how we approach these things. I know how I approach them is just because I remember after we had a terrible thing in downtown Dallas where 5 police officers were killed. And about a year afterwards, they interviewed me and I said, coping is not talking about it.
Yeah.
Ever so often I'll pull that video up and I'll say, oh boy, you say you had it so wrong.
Yeah.
Because that's how I thought you coped.
Mm-hmm.
And so I've learned over the years that is not coping. You have to talk about it. And so I that's one of the things that we talked about these jurors. I hope that when this is all said and done, that they do get therapy and get some, and really, hope if they have, a priest or a pastor, that they talk through it with them, because this is a difficult thing to have sat through for an entire month,
Yes.
Yeah, it is. But I can tell you, and I know I can speak for Cody when I say this, but when we are representing our client, we're very zealous. And when we represent our client, we're going to do our job when we're representing our client. There's no ands, ifs, or buts about it. So, but it just depends. I mean, I know what kind of cases I can take and those that I cannot take. And that has, I have learned that over the years of practice. And fortunately, we're in a position where we can pick and choose.
That's right.
What we want to do and who we want to represent. And I'm grateful for that.
Right, absolutely. Okay, so let's, one of the things I had Zeke do while we're waiting for the jury, because I do want to stay live with you guys as long as possible. We may take, if this goes on too long, we may take brief breaks. But somebody's asking if he'd ever delivered packages to Athena's home.
I don't think that was, I don't think that we ever heard that definitively.
Yeah, we know like the day before he had delivered packages to the neighbor's home.
The neighbors with the kids in the constable. I mean, that's one thing that has always been in the back of my mind, how far back they could go with the GPS tracking technology to just show, to really build that up. And I don't recall if, other than putting the constable on, talking about the day before, they really ever did that.
I haven't heard that either, but that was his route. I think he did admit that there was some testimony that was his route, so we can assume that he's delivered to the. I don't know if he's delivered to the Tanner's house. I don't know. Not Tanner, Athena's, the Strand house. So I don't know.
Yeah. Well, let's while we wait, let's take a listen to. This is a short video of. I want to listen. The photographer on our investigative team has been super helpful, and he's edited down the testimony from the cousin. So let's replay Billy, and we want to talk about it.
And so how long have you known Tanner?
Since I was 3 years old.
Was there a time when you lived on the same property as Tanner Horner?
Yes.
Do you recall about what time frame that was?
2000 to 2004.
And after around that same time period of 2003, 2004, was there some type of sexual assault incident that happened to you? And can you tell us what that is?
It was a sexual assault down by Lake Worth Lake, right down the street from Tanner's grandmother's house.
And
do I need to go into detail?
And did you tell Tanner no, or did you go along with it? What happened?
I was scared of Tanner. He was bigger than me. He's beaten me up before. I went along with it. It was 4th of July. Tanner's grandmother had parked her van at the fireworks stand. It ran out of gas because I guess she was sitting on a hill. It wouldn't start. It rolled back. Cody gave us a ride home to his house. And in the car on the ride home, Tanner had mentioned he'd wondered what it would be like to kill somebody.
And how old were you about that time?
That time I was older. Had it been 2008 or 9.
And
okay, so I want to. What we're going to do here is we want to play a little bit and talk a little bit. So I was struck by yesterday when we heard Billy, how clear he was on the details of this. Right? And he's a little fuzzy on the years, right? But that's not unusual because of his age when this happened. But what did y'all think about that?
Go ahead, Terry.
I think he was extremely believable. I heard him testify that he had spoken to the defense about this and that he wanted to speak to the prosecutors, but nobody reached out to him for whatever reason, I don't know. But he never did speak to anybody on the prosecution, and so he makes a post on Facebook that got everybody's attention.
Yeah, well, what I made of it was that this defendant has shown that he is incapable of doing anything other than committing violent acts of evil against other human beings who live amongst us. So again, I mean, this is a perpetual clock that's continuing to tick, and presumably that clock stopped, or that stick of dynamite, when this happened to little Athena. And that's why we're now in the hands of the jury. But again, if they get to special issue number 2 and one person hangs, that one person believes that Tanner Horner, this defendant, is okay to be in general population, which he won't. He'll meet a quick fate, but that's what that person would be saying by that vote, despite all of this overwhelming evidence. So it's quite possible. Again, who knows? This may take some time. The jury pick, maybe they just got someone on there with a sympathetic ear that wasn't properly vetted. We just don't know. It's a lot of speculation at this point. But I can't imagine that after hearing all of this, and then the defense opens the door and Billy testifies to this, and then we have...
Because my understanding is this probably wouldn't have come in, but for those experts.
Right. They shot themselves in the foot. Open the door, here it comes. So it's tough.
What it demonstrates to me is in opening statements, the prosecution mentioned you're going to see what a 240-pound man can do to a 67-pound child. Well, as I'm listening to you all talk, I'm thinking about the people who have been victimized by this defendant. A young boy who was smaller than the defendant. 2 women who were younger, who were 16 years old, who could not legally consent to having sex with this defendant. They were smaller than he. And then, of course, Athena, just 67 pounds, and how he seemed to choose people who he could dominate and physically dominate. So that's what's really stood out to me as we've gone along and heard more and more testimony of the people that he has victimized.
Well, if folks are asking, okay, so what we were playing was testimony from Billy, Tanner Horner's cousin. He was a rebuttal witness that we heard yesterday, and we were replaying a portion of his testimony, and folks are asking us to explain what we mean by open the door.
Okay.
Well, opening the door means, for instance, in this case, where there is an issue discussed outside the presence of the jury, either in chambers or just retiring the jury in the courtroom, where either side, here it was the defense, lets the court know there is a witness named Billy. We expect him to say this. We don't believe it's relevant, it's overly prejudicial, whatever their legal objection was. And it's adopted into what's called a motion in limine. It's just a fancy word of saying we want to exclude this, or at a bare minimum at least require the party that's offering the evidence to approach the bench prior to saying this in front of the jury, because you can never unring the bell. So in this case, it's my understanding that the judge had already excluded this particular witness or this testimony. But for one of the defense witnesses, I thought it was when they said that he's not a pedophile.
That was Dr. Ryan, I think, right?
Well, I know that statement was made.
Right.
And so clearly, if you have evidence that someone is in fact a pedophile, that witness should have been reminded by the defense, hey, don't open this door, don't say these particular words because of what could happen. Well, you've just seen what happened, so let's call Billy in and you can talk about these 2 instances of sexual assault and molestation when he was 10 and this defendant was 14 years old. But you pair that with the effectiveness for me of calling Dr. Arambula, and that's the last witness the jury heard. To me, I mean, he gives very compelling testimony when he talks about the sexual deviance, and he talks about, when the defendant pretends to be a father and this person, the victim, was a child. Those encounters involved elements of sadomasochism where it's a dominance issue, even though age is related to it. this is the mind of someone, and perhaps this could have, been peppered in the closing a little bit more, that if you stay on this mitigation, remember, even in prison, you're going to allow this predator. He's not a baby lamb. He's not a baby lamb. He's waiting on that jail guard to show up. He's waiting on somebody else in the yard at the weight bench. Right. He's waiting because he is an apex predator. He doesn't have to be muscular. Okay, it's manipulation is his biggest asset. That's what this guy is.
So let's play a little bit more of this testimony then. Zeke, keep playing it.
So that first sexual assault was around 2003, 2004?
Mm-hmm.
And the second sexual assault was 2007?
Mm-hmm.
How old were you at those times?
2004, I would have been 10 years old.
And 2007?
Let's see. 13, 14, somewhere around there.
And then this other event was in 2009 when you made that comment.
Mm-hmm.
And how old, what is the age difference between you and Tanner Horner?
About 3 years.
What got you into contact with us, the state, in this case?
The fact that I told the defense I wanted to speak to the prosecution, and out of impulse I made a Facebook post.
You made a Facebook post. When did you post that?
I posted that 2 to 3 weeks ago.
And what did you post?
It was a post about, let's see, 0 is fabricated, Tanner Horner sexually assaulted me, and basically beat me and Nicholas up as children.
And when did you meet with the state prosecution for the first time in this case? Roughly.
26 of last month.
So of April?
Yep.
When you hung out with Tanner and his friend Cody, did Tanner Horner make a statement to you?
Yes.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
And what did Tanner say?
Tanner said he wondered what it would be like to kill somebody.
How do you remember that statement?
But it triggered in my head when he actually did kill somebody.
Why come forward now?
I figured the truth needs to be told. He deserves to pay for everything that he's done.
Well, and of course, right after that, the defense objected and the judge sustained it, but you and I both know they can't unhear that.
That's what they call ringing the bell, that you can tell the jury to disregard all day long, but they've heard it. So it's very hard to unring the bell, so they say.
Yeah.
I think it's impossible.
Yeah.
They've heard it, they've heard it. Folks are asking, I've had a few questions I'll just quickly say. People are asking what videos they asked for. They asked for all videos.
Yeah.
We don't know what they want to do with them, but they've asked for all videos. People are asking if they got the full transcript. If they ask for it, they'll get it. And people are asking about, somebody asked to explain what you mean by like death qualified, when you say that a jury's death qualified, what that means.
Well, in other words, you've got to have experience, you have got to have training, you have to, you can't be what we call a baby lawyer right out of law school and take on a death penalty case.
They mean the jury.
Jury.
Oh, but sorry. Okay. I thought we were talking about the lawyers.
But the lawyers too.
Yeah,
but the lawyers too.
Your point. That's very good.
Yeah. Okay, Cody, what do you think?
Well, I mean, death qualification is just when you're doing the pick to make sure that they can, if presented with the right set of facts, consider and in fact issue a death sentence. You can't sit on a death penalty case if you're not can't even consider and in the right circumstance issue a vote in favor of a death sentence. And they'll do numbers, 1 through 5, and they'll make agreements on the front end. I mean, a death penalty pick, it goes on for a long time. It's not a one-day endeavor. You learn a lot about each individual, and presumably each of these people they should be death qualified. Now, whether or not their occupations may have slipped by, or when I keep talking about particular types of occupations like an engineer, where
Right.
they're very cerebral, an architect, where you need black and white. These are no gray area people, which means they don't use emotion as much as they just use pure linear logic. So yes, they have the right to ask for all this evidence despite all the emotion, and there may be one, and usually this causes some disruption because there are people who are completely worn out.
Exhausted.
Death penalty aside, just in a regular capital or just in a regular run-of-the-mill case where you're ready to go home, and you may just have that one, and so they're going to become friends or enemies very quickly.
Well, and they haven't been able to discuss this throughout. I will say also, in terms of qualifications for this jury, the jury pick took about 5 weeks.
Yep.
Picking a death penalty jury is a much heavier lift. You have individual questioning of each of those jurors that's picked. It's a whole different ball game from a regular jury. Typically, a regular jury's picked in a day, maybe 2 days, but generally a day. And so, but it's different with death penalty juries.
Yeah, these jurors, prospective jurors, were sent a packet in advance that they filled out, and it's very detailed. It's, how do you feel about this? What do you think about that? I mean, they're asking very personal questions in that packet. And then I was told that they started with 300 jurors. They got rid of 60 immediately because they obviously maybe they could not, they weren't qualified, in other words. And then they started individually interviewing and questioning 240 jurors.
Right.
And it took 5 weeks to get the 12 that we have today. So, I don't know. You just never know when someone is, and Cody can talk to about this too. The jury, it's not jury selection for the most part, it's jury deselection. In other words, the defense is going to have so many automatic strikes. The prosecutors are going to have the same amount of automatic strikes. So once they talk to a juror and they get a feel, or if they feel like maybe they're leaning more towards life in prison without parole, but are wishy-washy about it and can say, yeah, I can consider death, but they just don't have that great feeling about it, they can use one of their strikes on that juror. So that is a time for both sides to get to know those jurors on a personal level. They spend a lot of time talking to them. So those jurors knew these parties before opening statements occur because they had talked to them one-on-one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a whole different way that this is done. So there's one more question before we play some more video.
Okay.
Somebody asked, and because one of the things I like to do in these cases is I do like to ask your questions, because we get up here and we assume a certain level of what we know because we're used to dealing with it. But folks want to know, can a court-appointed attorney refuse to take a case?
Well, the short answer is yes, but if you're in the public defender's office, which has a lot of good lawyers, you do what you're assigned. And so to Terry's point earlier, and to mine that I've said previously, we're all, two of us are in private practice, and we get to decide who our clients are and who we represent. Why? Because those individuals deserve people who can defend them 100%. That's just a true statement. And if there's something personally that's happened in someone's life, even if you're a lawyer, on the private side, on the public defender side, no, they usually
they're going to have to do it.
They're going to have to do it, much the same way as when you come into the DA's office, or used to be when I was there. The question during the interview is, do you believe in the death penalty? As a taxpayer, obviously, this case for an example, I don't want anyone in the office that doesn't at least believe in it in some situation or some set of facts, right? Because you've got to see kind of both sides. But as an appointed lawyer, in this case, this capital statewide section, they're assigned to it and they're going to do it.
Somebody asked me, how did I manage to go see an execution? I've witnessed 2 of them. It's been a number of years. It was pre-COVID. There's a process, there's a certain number of media witnesses, and both of the cases that I witnessed were defendants who had killed police officers, and so got on the list and got approved and witnessed a couple of executions. It's an interesting process. No matter where you fall in that equation, it is a weird thing to watch somebody die, and I don't know exactly how to explain it, but it is what it is. But I have not witnessed one since COVID, so I don't know if it's changed at all. Mm-hmm. In terms of they have these little bitty rooms. You have a little bitty room for the defense, the defendant side, and a little bitty room for the victim side, and you're all and those walls are paper thin so you can hear each other, and then usually you have, I think on each side you have 2 or 3 media witnesses, and it's all very solemn, and but I haven't witnessed one in 5 or 6 years, so it's been a while. So and I would witness one again. I mean, if I had, there's a case that, that I have a lot of connection to, that I covered heavily, which was Eric Williams, the guy down in Kaufman County who killed the DA, his wife, and another prosecutor. I feel a big connection to that case because I covered that case extensively when those prosecutors and McClellan, the DA's wife, was killed. And I covered the trial, and so that's a case that kind of really, you have cases that you cover that really stick in your mind, and that is one of my cases for me.
Yeah.
And so that was a big one. Okay, so we're gonna we got some more testimony that we can listen to while we're tap dancing here, because what we want to do is we want to stay live for you folks. That way, if they come back, we're ready to go. So, okay, let's play. Okay, Zeke, let's do Tanner's mom's edited testimony. Our photographer John has edited it down to about 6 minutes. So let's take a listen to Tanner's mom, and we'll stop and chat throughout it.
When Tanner was a child, did you ever notice anything about him that made you feel that he was, different from other children?
Yes.
What kinds of things did you notice?
He didn't get along he wanted to get along with people, but they just weren't interested in having conversations with him. Having him around, it was sad to watch, very sad. They didn't like him at all.
Who was the father of your grandson?
Tanner.
Were you around when Tanner learned that he was going to be a father?
Yes.
How did he react when he learned that he was going to be a dad?
He was very excited.
And were you around when your grandson was born?
Yeah, I was around.
How did Tanner react when his son was born?
He's just happy. I mean, everybody is when their babies are born.
Based on your observations of Tanner and his son, did he look like he enjoyed being a father?
He was a new father, he'd never had a kid before, so he was scared. It scared him, and he was scared.
What do you mean by scared?
Like one day he goes, "Well, please come I need you to take the baby for a little bit." He was scared, I think, of hurting the baby.
Did you watch Tanner and your grandson together often?
No, I didn't get to see him very much because all this happened.
Were there times when you did get to spend with your grandson?
I got to spend a few days with him.
Knowing that he pled guilty to this, are you angry with him?
I'm so mad at him. I want to just tear his eyes out. She's just a baby.
And Ms. Horn, in spite of everything that you know about this case, do you still love your son?
Of course I love my son. I don't love who did that though. I don't know who that was.
Okay, Yes, Your Honor.
You okay? Do you need to take a few minutes?
I need to go to the bathroom just for a second.
Y'all return to your room, we'll call you right back. Let me ask you, I want to talk to you about this particular case. I'm not gonna, I want you to know
Zeke? You got it? Okay, so folks, we're listening to Tanner Horner's mom, and she's getting emotional, and that's when she's like, I don't know that person.
Right. I don't know who that was. Right. Well, and that's when I thought my first question out of my mouth, if I'd have been the prosecutor, is tell me who Zero was. Or tell me who Zero is. Well, I didn't realize, of course, until we heard later on that Zero was just a figment of his imagination. It really had no psychological effect. That he did not have, multiple personality disorder. This was just some way for him to get out of trouble. But I was thinking Zero was going to be this main character in this whole drama.
Well, I think I mentioned this when I was here before with you, Tanya. When you're asking a mother how her son reacted when he learned he was going to be a father, again, this is another read the room moment from the defense team. I've got a few of these in my pocket. You've got Athena's mother right behind them. That serves no purpose from a defensive theory when it comes to mitigation. That's another aggravating point. I mean, the state didn't bring into this up.
Because immediately the jury's like,
you just took all that away from this family.
Mm-hmm.
So it does nothing, because like I said before, I expect most human beings that we share the world with to appreciate having a child. I mean, I like that idea. Mm-hmm. I think, when you welcome a child in the world, I expect you to implement good morals in that human being.
Right.
That's our moral, worldly obligation. And why am I giving this guy credit for liking to be a good dad?
Right,
I mean, that's
exactly.
a slap in the face.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just silly to me. And completely.
Well, yeah, because again, you've got Athena's family sitting right there.
Yeah.
And they don't have Athena.
Right.
No, but it's just the entire line of questioning. You're not maintaining any friends in this jury pool at all, or on the jury, I should say. So that was another line of questioning, and a lot of these witnesses, they had a lot. So that really wasn't harped on much in the argument, but.
Somebody was asking if the judge could throw out the death penalty. The death penalty. The question of the death penalty is up to the jury.
Yes.
That is solely in the province of the jury at this point. And people keep asking why Cassie didn't take the stand.
Well, Yeah. What would she have added? I mean,
Right.
if I'm finishing with Arambula, who I thought was a fine witness, now would inquiring minds would like to know why what she had to do with this, and to hit that corroboration point of what the defendant did with you after
Right.
he molested this beautiful angel, and why you
Right.
made up zero. But that doesn't move the needle toward either of these two special issues.
Yeah.
So you're not ending strong. And so strategically, I never would have called her.
Nor the brother. I don't know exactly why. I think the brother was supposed to testify, and then at the last moment we heard that he was not going to. I'm not sure what he could have added either. They brought all these childhood witnesses in, so I'm not sure what he could have added. In fact, it may have had something to do with Mr. Billy, is the reason why he didn't testify.
All right, I'm going to bring Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and justice reporter who's at the courthouse. Rebecca, so they've asked for a number of things. What do you make of that?
Well, I don't know. They've asked for all the videos, specifically the video, though, where they are interrogating Tanner Horner. And if you remember, the defense brought up the issue that he may not have been Mirandized properly, or he was not given an attorney, and he was willing to plead guilty then and there, and that could have just saved everybody a lot of trouble if they had given him his attorney then, and he'd been allowed to I guess, negotiate his own plea deal there with the Rangers. And so they did ask specifically for that tape, and then they asked for the letter that the guy that they called Chicken, that Tanner Horner calls Chicken, his cellmate basically, in the jail, that he wrote about Tanner Horner. If you remember, that letter talked about Tanner Horner basically being like a baby lamb out for slaughter, and what was going to happen to him because he's so naive in prison and in jail and that kind of stuff. So they wanted to see those, specifically those items, Tanya.
Yeah. And we don't, I mean, obviously it's typical. We really don't know why. I mean, we won't know why.
No, they don't have to say why they want them. So they just ask for, like Cody said, there could be one person in there who wants to see the rape kit. There may be somebody who wants a sexual assault kit.
Mm-hmm.
And so we don't know. We don't know. They don't have to say.
Are you getting the sense, though, that the deliberations could go on quite some time, Rebecca?
Yeah, the judge seems to think that we may be here a while when they did ask for that rape kit as well, as you guys mentioned. So yes, I mean it could be a while, especially if they're going to go back and look at the videos. I mean, remember, some of them were pretty lengthy, or maybe they're going to fast forward through some of the videos. I mean, the video of Athena's death is, I think we watched over almost 2 hours worth of video that day. And then, there's all the interrogation videos, some of which were pretty lengthy as well. So don't know if they're going to go back through all of those videos or, but they specifically did request those. We could be here a little while. I'm actually, they're going to do their due diligence. I do think that it is taking longer than a lot of people expected for this jury to reach a verdict.
Do you know, people are also asking in the chat, do you know if they got the written transcript of that audio recording?
I don't believe that the judge was going to allow them to have that. Yeah, there is a transcript, that audio, but I believe that they just make them rely on what they heard in court.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
Well, we were just, what we were doing, and I don't know if you want to, we can chat some more, but we were replaying some of the testimony, actually. We were listening to we were listening to Tanner Horner's mother. We were just listening to the part where she basically says, I don't know that person. I don't recognize that person. So I don't know if you remember that part of that.
Oh, I remember that part. Yes, definitely.
Going back to, they want maybe the investigative video where, the issue was raised. Did he ask for a lawyer? Well, I think his exact words was, how does this lawyer thing work? He said it 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
And Ranger Espinoza just said, I can't give you legal advice. And then they continued with the questioning. Well, that would have been important perhaps during guilt or innocence, but that's not an issue because he pleaded guilty. So I'm not sure why that would be relevant in the punishment phase.
Well, and that's what I was thinking also. I mean, he pled guilty, so there's no issue of whether or not he was Mirandized or whether or not something improper happened that they would toss out some of the evidence and that particular interrogation, but they didn't, and he pled guilty. So there's no, I don't know the reasoning why they would be questioning that, other than the defense brought that up during closing.
Right, right.
Yeah. Well, and then of course we were just also replaying Billy, and part of the reason we're replaying it is a little bit of Billy is almost stunning, because it appears that the judge wasn't going to let it in, and then it came in because of their own experts, it appears.
Right. And Tanya, Billy, okay, so the day that secret hearing, or the hearing where the judge sealed the hearing on whether or not Billy was going to be allowed to testify, that was the day that the brother was going to testify. But then they find out about this Facebook post that's been written by Billy, claiming the sex assault, not just with him, but that he also had done some things to other family members. All of a sudden, the brother isn't testifying, and they were trying to figure out earlier, the day before, how they were going to have him on Zoom and from TBCJ. And so that's the same day that they decided not to call the brother to the stand, or rather to testify before the jury. And then Billy, that hearing, and initially I was told that they were not going to allow that testimony in of Billy because they felt it was so prejudicial. However, the own expert for the defense opened that door when said there were no prior acts. This is a one-off. They've never done this before, and that opened the door wide open for the prosecutors to ask for that testimony to be allowed back in, and then that's when Billy was allowed to testify.
Rebecca, it's interesting that once Tanner was indicted and this investigation started and the trial preparation occurred, the people who came forward after this occurred, the two women who alleged that they were sexually assaulted by him, and now Billy. And so you can almost assume, and this is only an assumption, that there are three people who have come forward since this happened. Can you assume that possibly there are more out there who have chosen not to come forward? It would make me wonder if there are.
I wondered the same thing, and I would really want to ask the prosecution that once this is all said and done. I mean, because I feel like if there had been other people that had come forward, obviously they would have brought them forward. But you're right. A lot of times sex abuse victims don't speak out, and they don't speak out for years. Sometimes they never speak out. Sometimes they go their whole lives, and then at 30, 40 years, and some victims finally come to the realization of why, or they need to, for their own healing, maybe speak out. Or in this case, Billy said, I had to do the right thing. I needed the truth to come out. He killed a little girl, and that's why I came forward. And so the three people that came forward, I can only imagine that there probably are others. And again, if you didn't catch that yesterday, there was a point when the prosecution started to ask one of the witnesses about an assault on the brother, on Tanner Horner's brother, and the defense objected right away to any more line of questioning, and they went up to the bench, and then they redirected the questioning from there. So I'm assuming that there was some talk of that as well.
Yeah.
I missed that. Yeah. I didn't see that. Yep.
Makes sense.
Rebecca, do we have a sense, did they actually take a lunch break? Do you know if the jury actually took a lunch break?
They are deliberating through lunch. They brought them, I think they ordered pizza, and so they had lunch brought in while they are in deliberations. They did not take a break, is my understanding.
Rebecca, can you hear me?
If they don't, I can hear you, yeah.
What's going on in the courtroom right now? Where's the family?
Well, everybody's just kind of out in the hallway, milling about, A lot of family members came in from out of town, and there's also a bunch of people from Wise County that were either at the crime scene or had something to do with this case in official capacity, and so they're all here as well. And then there's some support type groups, victims' rights advocates that are here as well. So the courtroom was packed, but everybody's pretty much outside, kind of walking around and just kind of chit-chatting out in the hallway. The courtroom is pretty empty. Then occasionally you'll see some of the bailiffs and the judge up there, but everybody's kind of just waiting at this point. And here in Tarrant County, it's a little different because if you remember in Dallas, there's a red light that comes on every time there's a question. And in this case, we just have to until either we hear from the judge or he takes the stand to see if gets up there on the bench rather to see if there's any questions.
Has he already discussed sequestration at all?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, he was going to sequester the jury if they do not come to. He told us a little while ago that they have until 8 o'clock, I think, to cancel the rooms. So they have to come up with I thought there was somebody talking. They have to come up with or let the hotel know by 7:30. So I think he'll let them deliberate at least that long. If they can't reach a verdict, then they will by 7:30 or 8. Then they'll be sequestered and those the hotel rooms are already booked.
Well, we know that usually jurors don't want to be sequestered. I don't know if that'll come into play. They've been at this for 5 weeks, and I know they're exhausted. And we were talking about, though, earlier that they could not even discuss this case among themselves until 11:30 or 11:45 today. So they may be unloading, as a matter of fact. We don't know what's going on in there, but they may be processing this whole thing because they could not talk about it until every piece of evidence was entered. And so, you know, who knows what they're doing. They may be just checking on each other. They may want to know, how are you doing? Or what did you think of this? Or what? We don't know. We don't need to draw any conclusions. The fact that they didn't come back in an hour. This has been a long trial with a lot of testimony.
Yeah, and like you guys said earlier, I stopped predicting juries a long time ago also because it's just too hard to tell. You could just have one juror is hesitant. Maybe the defense was successful in getting to that juror's mind about whether or not there was mitigating circumstance because of his autism and Tanner Horner being on the autism spectrum, and then some of the other diagnoses. Maybe they are having a tough time trying to send someone like that to death row. You just don't know. I've seen jurors get hung up on some of the smallest things as well. And I believe, though, in this case, they have to reach a verdict. I don't think that I'm not, and correct me if I'm wrong, can there be a hung jury in the punishment phase of a capital murder trial or not? I'm not sure.
Well, my understanding is yes. If they can't, I mean, just like anything else, the judge can keep reading them an Allen charge. I want you to keep deliberating, but there may be one who just says, we cannot unanimously agree on whichever special issue they are on. I mean, obviously, if they can't agree on special issue number 1, then it's an LWOP. You don't even go to number 2. So that's the important part of special issue number 1 and the future danger and the future threat is you've got to have all 12 unanimously agree. If you've got a handful, then it's done.
And I'm not for juries that get kind of hung up on the fact that you're talking about society in a prison because it is not like Tanner Horner's ever going to walk the streets again. He is life without parole. He will forever be in jail. And I've talked to jurors that have voted in the past not to sentence someone to the death penalty, and that is why they felt like, well, it's prison. It's not like he's going to walk the streets again. So sometimes jurors just, don't want to take that final sentencing someone to.
Well, sure, but also those jail guards have wives and daughters. And that's what's not ever stressed. It wasn't stressed enough here. I mean, in the argument, it's easy to make that distinction when it's bifurcated, but all of those jail administrators, the warden, I mean, even the other inmates, you know, they also have a purpose and a life, and even if it's on life without parole, they have visitation with their children. So, yeah, if a juror or jurors are in that frame of mind, then something is off kilter with the jury pick and the wrap up and summation. I mean, I understand your point, but the response is just that.
Mm-hmm. And you know, Rebecca, there are some people who have said to me, as a matter of fact, that they think the worst punishment is life in prison without parole, where you're stuck in prison and you never breathe free air again, and that is by far worse than being put to death, as a matter of fact. So there may be someone on that jury who thinks, you know, just the opposite. I don't want him to get the death penalty. That's too easy for him. I want him to stay in prison and suffer for the rest of his natural life.
However long that may be.
Yeah, I thought
right.
In Gen Pop.
Yeah.
Let's just be honest with that. You know, I mean,
Yep.
the irony is the other path, it would probably take care of itself a lot faster, but that's prison justice, you know.
Yeah, we were talking about Jeffrey Dahmer found prison justice, and so did Shamir Mir. So it happens.
Shamir Mir.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and again, I did think that Staten was pretty thorough, and I thought very effective when he said, but he will get to watch television and get a job and, you know, hang out and play games with his buddies. And but in death row, you are in that jail cell 23 hours out of the day with only 1 hour, and you don't get to interact with anybody. And it's you get strip searched before you leave death row anytime you're going to leave, even if you're going to the doctor. And it's very, you know, restrictive compared to the general population. 15 minutes, what? They're going to make an announcement in 15 minutes? But we're hearing 15 minutes, you guys. I think they have a verdict. I'm not sure, but they're saying 15 minutes. I'm running into the courtroom. I'll be back.
Okay, all right. Okay. We have some developing news here, Cody.
It is a notice of 15 minutes. We don't know for sure, but
Wow.
it's some news from the courtroom, yes.
Yes, and we don't know if it's a verdict or not because they don't have a red light that it comes on like they do in Dallas County. But they know something is going on. Rebecca just flew out of the overflow courtroom and she's going back into the other courtroom, so maybe we'll know something in just a second. We may have a verdict in 15 minutes. That's what Rebecca said. Tanya's off set. She's doing other important things, so it's Cody and I here. And, you know, yeah, if they do come back, you know, then that says to me that they really didn't have a whole lot of questions, right. Cody, if they've come back this fast, that they just maybe wanted to review a little bit of testimony here and there, and
yes.
But they didn't really have a question if they've already come back.
No, I mean, there would be, I would be shocked if, you know, reviewing that interrogation by the ranger, I mean,
well, they couldn't have possibly reviewed all of that. There's no way.
No.
And the man pled guilty, so, you know, it was a poor argument strategically, so we'll see if this is what it is or not.
And you know, sometimes when there's a verdict, if there's a delay like 15 minutes, it's because they're getting all the actors back
they have
into
to
the
get
courtroom.
everybody together.
They want the family back in the courtroom. They want, you know, the lawyers back in the courtroom. So they have a pause before they bring the jury in. But that may be what's going on.
And I was doing extreme multitasking, guys, which is oftentimes part of my job. So Rebecca got word that,
yeah,
interesting, word of a verdict or word?
Well, it wasn't clear because somebody just ran by her and said there's going to be an announcement in 15 minutes. So usually in a criminal trial, an announcement is pretty important.
Usually
Yep.
that means they got a verdict or so I don't know. I'm trying to think about, because part of what's somebody's telling me to take a breath. I promise, I wasn't far away. I had just stepped away for a second for another meeting that I was supposed to be on, but I was also trying to monitor this in my ear. You know, the multitasking is kind of crazy sometimes. But I don't know if, Zeke, do you want us to go ahead and, because one of the things they're going to do when they do the verdict is they're going to take us live, not just here on the live stream, but live on TV. So I don't know if we, okay, so we're going to start.
We're going to start miking up.
Okay, so we're gonna prep for folks that are out there. We're gonna prep for like actual live TV. So let's.
You're going to see this in action, folks. This is what happens.
So we're gonna kind of clear things up just a little bit here. All right, Cody. Let's.
So basically, we're going to break into regular programming, right?
Cody, do you have your other mic?
Yes, I do. Yes,
and
are we off mic now? Or?
We are still on mic, folks. Everybody can still hear us. So
there we go.
Can you give just Zeke? Can you give us like 1 minute where you put the slate up, folks? We'll be right back. We're just going to kind of get situated. Just give us 1 minute, and we'll come right back.
Now, what are we're swapping this one?
No, you're going to leave everything on.
I assume it's Athena's sister.
Yep.
All right, we're on.
Okay, so we are awaiting what we think is the verdict. You can see Athena Strand's mom, Maitland, there in the courtroom. We have been told that there will be an announcement soon. This jury's been deliberating since about shortly before noon. We don't know if they actually took a lunch break.
Right.
We know that they came back and they asked for a letter that was written by an inmate to Tanner Horner, the guy that was in the cell next door. We know they asked for videos, and we know they asked for the rape kit.
Right.
But we think they've got a verdict. What do you think about this, Terry?
Yeah, well, I'm surprised because there was so much evidence, so much testimony, but I'm not surprised because it was such a clear-cut case of premeditation, calculation, deviance, and murder. So I'm not surprised.
Absolutely. And let me introduce my guests here. I've got attorneys Terry Bentley Hill and Cody Skipper. They're joining us. We're also, for the folks out there that are watching us on TV, we're also live on the live stream. We've been going gavel to gavel. So we've been watching this trial the entire time. Terry has seen a lot of it. Cody has seen a lot of it. Are either of you surprised that we're getting a verdict? It looks like we're getting a verdict this fast.
No, not with this amount of evidence and these horrible facts. I'm not surprised at all.
And it's been an amazing case. I've been a crime reporter for, covered criminal justice for 30 years, and I don't know that in my career I have ever seen a case with this much overwhelming evidence. The videos, the confessions, his internet searches, just everything up and down the line. And then of course we had the surprise testimony yesterday during the prosecution's rebuttal from his cousin, who said he had sexually assaulted him when he was a little boy.
Yes, I would say that the investigation of this case was top notch. It was a combination of law enforcement departments. It was the sheriff department in Wise County. It was the FBI. It was the DPS Rangers. It was an incredible job of investigation, and they handled this case very well, in my opinion.
What do you think are going to be the key factors for this jury as they make their decision, as they made their decision apparently?
Well, it starts with, all of the evidence and the aggravating factors with regard to that special issue number 1, whether or not he is a continuing threat and a future danger, and assuming that all 12 agree, that's got to be a unanimous decision. Then you go to special issue number 2, and that's the question of whether or not there's any mitigation evidence that was put forth that would justify a non-death sentence. And if the answer to that is unanimously no, then you have your verdict for an execution date. And if obviously if it's yes, or they're hung up on the first one, then it's going to be life without parole. But the main issues here, obviously all the lies that this defendant told, the violent way that he kidnapped this beautiful young girl and murdered her, and that horrible audio that the jury and the people in the courtroom had to hear when he did that, and his lack of remorse up until this day, and his fluid defensive theories that changed up until the time of final argument. So all those combined, it's a mountain of evidence, and there's a reason why the death penalty exists in the state.
Yeah, and it's my experience. They wouldn't be coming back this quickly if it was unanimously, or if it was a holdout for life in prison without parole.
We'd hear more questions maybe?
Yes, but also I just think that there would be some who were very strongly for the death penalty, and whoever was holding out for life in prison, I think that the discussion would go on for hours.
Right.
So the fact that they're coming back this quickly, to me, it seems unanimous.
And more indicative of a death penalty verdict.
Right.
Obviously, if there was an argument over, if you had one juror that wanted to go with life without parole, we would probably be looking at all overnight. The judge had already said that he would sequester this jury, so it's indicative of, and we're not really surprised. I mean, I think we all felt like that it wouldn't, based on the evidence, that it wouldn't take this jury very long.
Right.
Yes.
I agree. And as you'll notice on the screen, you can see the increase in the number of law enforcement. That often happens when there's a verdict that is about to be read, that there are more law enforcement officers who come into the courtroom to make sure that everything stays in control and everything is handled properly. But that's what I'm seeing, so there's no doubt in my mind that we're going to have a verdict here in a few minutes.
Yeah, in fact, we're seeing, they're just coming up on moving into that state of Texas seal. My sense of, since we've got people gathered, Athena's family and people already gathered back in that courtroom, is that we'll see that jury come in. This whole thing is, but part of what happens when a verdict comes back is that there's a process of gathering everybody up. And it takes a few minutes, 15, 20 minutes to get everybody together and then get them into this courtroom. Now, once we get that verdict, then afterwards, we're going to see victim impact statements. And we have been told that at least 2 members of Athena Strand's family will give victim impact statements. I'm making a guess that it might be her mother might be one of them. I don't know who the other one would be. Her mother and father also, they've been so eloquent, their testimony just, gut-wrenching to listen to these parents and to see that the photo of that beautiful little girl. And for you folks out there, this part of what makes this case so extraordinary really truly is the amount of evidence. I cannot ever recall a case where you have a murder captured on video and audio quite the way this was. And then to have the video afterwards, and of course for the folks out there that don't know this, Terry was in the courtroom and heard that audio and saw those images, and just how do you think that's affected the jury as they went into their decision making, Terry?
When they were playing the audio, it was the audio in the interior of the FedEx van, and you could hear what was going on in the van. You could hear the conversation that Athena was having with the defendant. You could hear what he was saying back to her. You heard the obviously when he was had his hands around her neck, you could hear that. You could hear also other ways that he was harming her. So it was bone chilling to hear that, and it went on for an hour. So it wasn't immediate. It wasn't just 2 minutes. It was an hour, and we heard every second of what happened to Athena, and that is very unusual. Normally you don't have a minute by minute, second by second, bird's eye view of the actual crime, of the actual murder.
That is stunning. And then of course just the video, okay, we see the judge on the stand. They're going into that holdover room. I would expect Tanner Horner will be walking out any minute, and I really think we're about to get a verdict. I really do. I really think that is what's coming, and we'll see what they're deciding. But yeah, that video, and again, it's not just the video of the killing, it's the video that you see afterwards of him going to that Love's truck stop and cleaning the vehicle, and then the next day he's delivering FedEx packages. He's gone back to work as if nothing's happening, right? And then we heard testimony from his grandma saying that, hey, I know you're working out in paradise, that a little girl went amiss, keep on the lookout. And he texts back and says, yeah, hey, I'll do that.
Right, and he was frustrated when he couldn't get past the search committee there at the road so he could deliver his packages. Yeah, so it wasn't just exclusively what happened before, during, and after. It's everything.
Yeah. Even in jail letters.
Here he comes.
There's Tanner Horner. Waiting to see his verdict. You can just tell by the look on his face.
Right.
He knows that this jury has made this decision. Okay.
The court has received notification from the jury that they have reached a verdict. Both sides ready to receive the verdict?
Ready, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Ladies, there will be no reactions to the verdict. All right? Let's go to work. Everyone may be seated. Good afternoon. Mr. Presiding Juror, it is my understanding the jury has reached a verdict on both issues. Okay, if you'd hand it please to Deputy King. Answers to special issues. Special issue number 1, whether there is a probability that the defendant would commit criminal acts of violence that would constitute a continuing threat to society. Answer, we, the jury, unanimously find beyond a reasonable doubt that the answer to special issue number 1 is yes, signed by the presiding juror. Special issue number 2, whether taking into consideration all the evidence, including the circumstances of the offense, the defendant's character and background, and the personal moral culpability of the defendant, there is a sufficient mitigating circumstance or circumstances to warrant that a sentence of life imprisonment without parole rather than a death sentence be imposed. Answer, we, the jury, unanimously find that the answer to special issue number 2 is no, signed by the presiding juror. Does either side desire a poll?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Anderson, Mr. Goebel, is there any legal reason why a sentence should not be pronounced?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Horner, if you'd stand, please. It's the order of the court that you, Tanner Lynn Horner, has been adjudged to be guilty of the offense of capital murder as found by the jury. Jury having answered the special issues, making it mandatory that your punishment be death, it is therefore the order of this court that your punishment be death. Before the hour of sunrise on a date to be determined by this court, upon a mandate of affirmance issued by the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals at the State Penitentiary in Huntsville, Texas, you will be caused to die in accordance with the rules and regulations established by the Texas Department of Criminal Justice until you, said Tanner Horner, are dead. Said execution procedure shall be determined and supervised by the Director of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. The clerk of this court shall issue a death warrant in accordance with this sentence directed to the Director of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for that purpose. Clerk shall deliver such warrant to the Sheriff of this county and to be by him delivered to the Director of the Department of Criminal Justice together with you, and you will remand to the custody of the Tarrant County Jail to await transportation to the Texas Department of Criminal Justice at Huntsville, Texas, and the execution of this sentence. I will sign this death sentence as required by law. Your appeal of the finding of this guilt by the jury and their determination of the answers to the question in this sentence are automatically appealed to the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals in Austin, Texas. You will be appointed a lawyer to represent you on direct appeal, and your lawyer will receive a copy of the record of this charge, of this case at no charge. You have the right to have a second lawyer to represent you on writs of habeas corpus. It's a separate matter from your direct appeal. Do you wish to have counsel appointed for your writ purposes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then I will appoint you writ lawyers for that. Ms. Anderson, Mr. Goebel, if you will remain on his case pending his decision, and we have all the appellate paperwork filled out, I have received his acknowledgement certification of the right to appeal, and I appreciate you doing that. You may be seated. Is there an allocution? He may speak. He may speak from wherever he feels the most comfortable.
I'm Elijah Strand. I'm Jacob's brother, Athena's uncle. There are no words that truly capture the devastation that Tanner Horner caused us and our family. What he took from this world was not just a child. He took a life, a future, and a piece of every single person who loved him. He took a granddaughter, a daughter, a niece, a cousin, and a friend. She would call me Uncle Elijah because she, for the longest time, couldn't say the Elijah part of my name. It was the best thing to see her running up to me with her arms open, yelling Uncle Elijah. And that's one of my last memories I have of her. And now I get to never hear that again. Athena was more than a headline. She was laughter, curiosity, kindness, and innocence. And she had dreams that she will never get to chase, birthdays that she will never celebrate, and a life she'll never get to live because of his actions. Our family has been left with an emptiness that can never be filled. I have 3 daughters, 2 that got to meet her and grow with her, and 1 that will never meet. And he took that away from them as well, a cousin and a friend. He stole a sense of safety from all of us in our family. Me and my wife just got comfortable enough to let our kids play outside, and that's even in our backyard. It's not close to the road. He's robbed us of safety, peace, and our trust in the world, and forever changed who we are as a family. Our trust, she was laughter, curiosity, and forever changed who we are as a family. And she had dreams that she will never get to chase. Birthdays, we are left to carry grief that never fades. We are left with questions that will still never have answers. And we are left trying to honor a beautiful little girl whose life was taken in the most senseless and horrific way. Tanner Horner, I want you to hear this directly. You did not just take a life, you destroyed a family. You took a little girl who trusted the world and repaid that innocence with violence. You chose to cause pain that will last generations. You say you found God, but what you did to Athena stands in direct opposition to everything that you now claim to believe. In Matthew 18:6 it says, if anyone causes one of these little ones to stumble, it would be better for them to have a millstone hung around their neck than to be drowned. That is how seriously harm against a child is judged. And you will be judged. You will face the wrath of God. But I want you to know that you are nothing. You are a footnote in Athena's story. Her name will forever be remembered. Her name will forever be celebrated, and everyone will forget you. You wanted your 15 minutes of fame. You got it, and no one's going to remember you after this.
Mr. Stegman, any other allocutions?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
He's your prisoner, Sheriff. Ladies and gentlemen, this will conclude your service as jurors. I bet in December, y'all sit down.
Thank you, Judge.
In December, that you go open that mailbox and saw a jury summons and you never thought you'd be involved in this. okay? Well, here we are 6 months later, and I thank you. And also in your presence, I want to thank the lawyers. Lawyers in real life don't behave like they do on television, okay? Mr. Staten, Mr. Berry, Ms. Duell, Mr. Lapham, all the members of the staff, they represent the citizens of Wise and Jack County. And I hope that those citizens have had a chance to watch their work, because I appreciate it. Ms. Anderson and Mr. Goebel are members of the Regional Public Defender's Office out of Lubbock. That is a government corporation that provides representation to people who are accused of capital murder where the state is seeking the death penalty in counties that have 100,000 in population or less. And that is 195 counties in the state. And all these lawyers do is death penalty cases. So think about that. What they had done in this case, they have to do it in 194 other counties. The professionalism that they demonstrated to each other, the courtesy that they demonstrated to each other, makes me a better judge, and I thank you. I thank the sheriff and his staff, bailiffs, and the rock in this room is the lady that's sitting right here in front of me. If y'all will retire to your jury room, I'll be back with some final instructions. Okay, thank you very much. All right. We are adjourned. Let me see counsel.
Folks, you've heard that. The verdict, the jury coming back with their verdict, rendering it death penalty for Tanner Horner. The judge saying your punishment is death, and explaining to him that at some point there will be a death warrant for him, and at some point in the future he will be put to death by lethal injection after his appeals. Your reaction to what we just heard?
I'm not surprised. I am touched that even the judge, when he was speaking to the jury and speaking to the courtroom, was emotional. I'm not surprised. It's been a long 3.5 years of heartache ever since Athena was murdered, and this trial has lasted almost 5 weeks. So there's a lot of pent-up emotion, and it was very obvious that everybody in that courtroom was affected by this.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he put his quarter in the jukebox, and the jury said it's time to dance.
Yeah.
So that's what we call a little bit of Texas justice right there.
Yep.
And ultimately, it didn't take them that long.
No.
And we didn't expect it would. I mean, I think all of us who had watched this trial from beginning to end would have actually been surprised to see a verdict for life without parole. That would have been surprising.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think we would have been here tomorrow if that were the case. If there was a holdout, we would not have had this quick decision.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then right after the judge read the jury's verdict, we heard this emotional, just gut-wrenching victim impact statement from Elijah Strand, Jacob's brother, talking about how she would run up to him and call him Uncle Elijah, and it was one of his favorite memories, and him saying, she's more than a headline, she was light. And she, and then talking about how their family was left, with a hole, brokenness that can never be filled, and that he had robbed them of their peace, and, just taking away that sense of safety you have, but then looking directly at him and saying, you're nothing, you're a footnote. And did you notice that Tanner Horner was looking right at him? He didn't look straight ahead, he looked right at him.
It's that look that Dr. Ramby that talked about yesterday.
Yeah.
Tried to look right through him. And the best thing that he could have said up there is exactly what he said. You're nothing but a footnote. You don't matter. You are irrelevant. And it's going to eat at it.
We will forget his name. We will never forget Athena Strand, but we will forget his name. I've been impressed by this family and how they have held their composure in the courtroom. The judge even acknowledged Athena's mother in the courtroom. And, I want to acknowledge Athena's father as well. He's been through a lot. He lost 50 pounds. He just was devastated by this. You can only imagine. So it has rocked the entire family, and I really have a lot of admiration for how they handled themselves in this courtroom.
Yeah, it's been amazing. I mean, you can imagine being the family having to sit through all this. I know they left the courtroom when they played the audio and the video, but still you've had to see and hear things that no parent should ever have to see and hear, and it's unspeakably difficult, and for them it's a sense of justice rendered today by this jury. And we know that Matt Howerton, my colleague Matt Howerton, had sent me a post that Maitland Gandy had posted this morning explaining why she was wearing black, because throughout the rest of the trial she had been wearing pink. But today, she was wearing black, and I'm going to read this. It says, "You can't wear black. It looks like you're going to a funeral." Johnny replies, got to be Johnny Cash, "Well, maybe I am." And to me, that was her signal of what the verdict that she was expecting from this jury.
Yes.
It looked like Athena's little sister was in the courtroom sitting on her mother's lap when they read the verdict, and it's the first time we've seen her. And it was, Cody's got Athena's photo right here, and to see her little sister, the little one who looks just like her, it really hammers home what this loss is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not about Tanner Horner. And in fact, I'm kind of with Terry on avoiding saying his name. You know, it's interesting. We cover school shootings. Lopez is ready. Sorry, folks are giving me messages. All right, so we have Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and justice reporter, at the courthouse. She was obviously in that courtroom. Maybe we don't have her. We will have her. Just folks, wait a second. We will have her momentarily. We got Rebecca at the courthouse, and of course I'm super curious to hear from her. Because obviously we're back in Dallas and we're watching this from afar, and Rebecca's at that courthouse there in Fort Worth as we are. Now we have her. Okay, so I'm being motioned to. There she is. Hi, Rebecca. How are you? And talk to us about just your reactions to this verdict.
Yeah, Tanya, when they said that we had 15 minutes to get into the courtroom, everyone rushed in, and the first thing that I did notice was that Athena Strand's mom, Maitland, had Athena's sister on her lap, and she had told me yesterday that she was going to bring her into the courtroom for the first time because she kept asking for when this man that had taken her sister was going to pay for what he did. And so she wanted her daughter to be here, and it was very emotional. When the verdict was read, there were family members that were sobbing, people were crying. I looked when the cousin addressed, or the uncle, Athena's uncle, addressed the jury. There were members of the jury that were crying. They were passing around a tissue box. Very emotional for everyone that was in that courtroom. That had waited so long for justice for Athena and for this verdict to come down. And so you can imagine how this family is feeling, probably a sense of relief. But, at the end of the day, justice has been served for Athena. But like the uncle said, we'll never get to see or hold Athena again. And I did like the fact that he told Tanner Horner, you are nothing. You are zero. You are not going to mount to anything. One's ever going to even remember you. That's probably the best thing that you can tell someone that is that's selfish and narcissistic like Tanner Horner is.
That's right. He said, you are a footnote. And one of the things I noticed, we were talking about it just before you joined us, is the uncle was looking directly at Tanner Horner, and Tanner Horner was looking right at him. And Cody said it's almost like he had that look through you stare that Dr. Arambula described yesterday.
One of the things that I noticed was also that they did have shackles on him when they brought him in, which is the first time that I've actually heard the chains rattle around his ankles since he has been in court. And then just thought it was, when the family to watch him get handcuffed and taken away, I'm sure was very much a sense of justice for them, that they got to see him taken away and that he is going to death row.
What do y'all think, Terry, Cody?
Go ahead, Terry.
Well, oftentimes in these very emotional cases, there are outbursts in the courtroom, and I know the judge admonished the courtroom, the people in the courtroom, to not show any emotion, not to make any noise, whatever the case may be. And these people in this courtroom, these family members, even when he was being handcuffed and taken out, they were restrained. They didn't shout out at him. They didn't, they didn't yell at him. So they have really, I don't know if that's just their nature or if they were prepped by the prosecution very, very well, that this will be most impressive to the jury for you all to act like this. They were incredible.
Yeah, and that's to be expected. Once the death verdict is in, I mean, you're going to get some shackles on you because the reaction is more for the safety of the spectators than, this guy's just been sentenced to death. So there's no more potential for prejudicing anyone. The jury's already returned their verdict, their vote and verdict, so that's to be expected.
Well, and you could tell by the look on his face, I think, that he knew what was coming.
Yeah.
When he came out of the holdover.
Oh, yeah. He knew what was coming. I mean, you can't sit through more than a month of this and hear what you did and not think that a jury in the state of Texas is not going to give you the death penalty. There's no way. It was always going to be the death penalty. It would have been shocking if it had not been, just given the mountain of evidence in this case.
Yes.
And Rebecca, it looked like the judge was emotional when he was speaking to the jury, and I was touched by that. He complimented all the parties, the lawyers, law enforcement. We saw Ranger Espinoza hug the prosecutor after the verdict. They had a lot riding on this and invested in this, and we know that the sheriff of Wise County retired because of this case. He testified to that. So it's been very hard on everybody, and I know that really even the citizens of Wise County and Jack County, I'm sure have been are relieved, and they have been on point and been immersed in this case for 3.5 years.
Absolutely, and it's got to be. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Well, they were right there in the courtroom. They were, many of them were sitting right there, right next to the family. Most of the law enforcement were where I was sitting, sort of to the left, and in the middle was the family, and then community people that were here to support them were on the other side. But yeah, they were all here, and Sheriff Wayborn from Tarrant County even made it to the courtroom in time for the verdict. And so, yes, it was amazing how everyone held their decorum. The fact that Athena Strand's family did not give Tanner Horner the satisfaction of probably getting what he wanted, some sort of arousal out of them. They didn't give him that. They held their composure. They carried themselves with so much grace and dignity through all of this. And I think that that is a testament to who they are, how they raised Athena. Her mom has said that they raised her to respect people, but to have a healthy fear of strangers, but to always remember to be respectful and loving. And that's how they raised her. They raised a beautiful child. And they were, really at times, she said that they were fearful of her being out in the world, but they had taught her to be careful. But in the end of the day, she didn't know when she took that picture, like the prosecutor said, 4 days before, when she had the little bow in her hair, that those were going to be her final days. And she didn't know that she was going to come across a monster on that day that she died. And, when she's following him to that truck, he's told her something that's made her go there. And this little innocent girl just trusted him. He was evil and did the most horrific things to her. And this jury saw that. They could not unhear that audio. He beat this child to death. So I really commend Athena's family for how they carried themselves and as they sought justice for their daughter.
Oh, okay. So, Rebecca, we've also got some sound that's been cut. Let's take a listen while we're waiting here. I don't know if we're expecting some press conferences and stuff. Let's take a listen to the verdict being delivered again.
Everyone may be seated. Good afternoon. Mr. Presiding Juror, it is my understanding the jury has reached a verdict on both issues. Okay, if you'd hand it please to Deputy King. Answers to special issues. Special issue number 1, whether there is a probability that the defendant would commit criminal acts of violence that would constitute a continuing threat to society. Answer, we, the jury, unanimously find beyond a reasonable doubt that the answer to special issue number 1 is yes, signed by the presiding juror. Special issue number 2, whether taking into consideration all the evidence, including the circumstances of the offense, the defendant's character and background, and the personal moral culpability of the defendant, there is a sufficient mitigating circumstance or circumstances to warrant that a sentence of life imprisonment without parole rather than a death sentence be imposed. Answer, we, the jury, unanimously find that the answer to special issue number 2 is no, signed by the presiding juror. Does either side desire a poll?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Ms. Anderson, Mr. Goebel, is there any legal reason why a sentence should not be pronounced?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Horner, if you'd stand, please. It's the order of the court that you, Tanner Lynn Horner, has been adjudged to be guilty of the offense of capital murder as found by the jury. Jury having answered the special issues, making it mandatory that your punishment be death. It is therefore the order of this court that your punishment be death. Before the hour of sunrise on a date to be determined by this court, upon a mandate of affirmance issued by the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals at the State Penitentiary in Huntsville, Texas, you will be caused to die in accordance with the rules and regulations established by the Texas Department of Criminal Justice until you, the said Tanner Horner, are dead. Said execution procedure shall be determined and supervised by the Director of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. The clerk of this court shall issue a death warrant in accordance with this sentence directed to the Director of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for that purpose. Clerk shall deliver such warrant to the Sheriff of this county and to be by him delivered to the Director of the Department of Criminal Justice together with you, and you will remand to the custody of the Tarrant County Jail to await transportation to the Texas Department of Criminal Justice at Huntsville, Texas, and the execution of this sentence. I will sign this death sentence as required by law. Your appeal of the finding of this guilt by the jury and their determination of the answers to the question in this sentence are automatically appealed to the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals in Austin, Texas. You will be appointed a lawyer to represent you on direct appeal, and your lawyer will receive a copy of the record of this charge, of this case at no charge. You have the right to have a second lawyer to represent you on writs of habeas corpus. It's a separate matter from your direct appeal. Do you wish to have counsel appointed for your writ purposes? Yes, sir. Okay, then I will appoint you writ lawyers for that. Ms. Anderson, Mr. Goebel, if you will remain on his case pending his decision, and we have all the appellate paperwork filled out, I have received his acknowledgement certification of the right to appeal, and I appreciate you doing that. You may be seated. Is there an allocution?
Okay, so what you were just watching there was we replayed the verdict being read, and then we heard the judge explain, essentially the death warrant process, and then how this, his appeals process, because right now, when you get the death penalty, it is an automatic appeal. That's the way it works in the state of Texas. So this was, it's interesting to have watched the second time, because I feel like the first time we watched it, we were all so frantic trying to get into place, but you just see the him staring straight ahead, knowing what's coming.
Yeah, the death warrant, like Rebecca said earlier, I don't think there was anyone more suited to give that victim impact statement for this narcissistic egomaniac, just to say you're nothing, you're irrelevant, relegated to a footnote on a piece of paper, much like this death warrant that's on a piece of paper that's going to be ordered for you to surrender your natural life by means of lethal injection on a date unknown in Huntsville. And you will sit in jail many a day, multiple years, thinking of nothing but that. And you get a last meal that you like, and that's about it. Right. But I hope that there's some closure for the family, and they had a great law enforcement team, great prosecutors working on their behalf. Having a little sister in there, she's a cute little girl.
Yep.
And that's not a good memory, but it is a memory that will be there to say, hey, we hopefully can overcome this situation to the best of their ability.
Go ahead, Terry.
Well, the Supreme Court of the United States says the death penalty is reserved for the worst of the worst. And this jury just said today, a few minutes ago, that this defendant is the worst of the worst.
Yeah. That he is. Folks are asking us, will Athena's family be able to witness his execution?
Yes.
Yes, and now that's probably 10 to 15 years in the future. That typically is not a quick process, although given that he did plead guilty, it might move a little faster. I don't know. But they will witness it, and there will also be the way that, again, I've mentioned this earlier, there's the defendant's family, if they so choose to be there, and then there's the victim's family. They're separated into different rooms, and you have media witnesses in both rooms. You know, usually prosecutors, yep. Zeke, are you about to say something in my ear? Oh, Rebecca's back up. Hey, Rebecca. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're waiting right now. We're thinking that the prosecutors are going to come out and make a statement, and possibly the defense attorneys, but I'm not sure. We were told that the prosecutors might make a statement. I don't believe Athena's family is going to talk after they leave here. I think they're going to possibly wait, but we were told that the family will not be making any statements. But the prosecutors might. So that's what we're waiting for. And they're still in the courtroom right now, with the judge. We also asked the judge if we could talk to any members of the jury. The jury has been bussed in every day, and they are brought in, or we're brought through a special area of the courthouse. And so we basically had to ask if there's any way that we could talk to any of the jurors, because I would love to hear, what they were thinking and how they reached their verdict. And so we're hoping that we'll get a chance to talk to the jury. They didn't take a polling of the jury, neither side. The judge asked, and neither side wanted that, which they can do to make sure that everybody was unanimous. But it was still a pretty quick verdict, but I would like to talk to the jury.
Oh no, we would too. You always wonder what is the deciding factors to them. What were the important moments? But I'm guessing this jury right now, they're exhausted. They've been through more than a month, and being unable to talk about it until today. So I can only imagine that most of them just want to go home and hug their families.
Yeah.
And they were emotional. I mean, when that verdict was read, Tanya, there were members of that jury that were crying. There's 3 jurors that kind of sat in the back, and they were very emotional throughout the entire trial. Terry, if you remember, there were a couple of them that were crying when they played that hour-long audio tape. Same thing. It was the same jurors. They were very emotional throughout the trial, and they all, when they were hearing the uncle speak and when they were hearing the verdict, all showed a lot of them. They were all emotional. All of the jurors were. This is a tough decision for any jury to make, but I think that when they heard all of the evidence and that audio tape, they could really only come to one conclusion, and that jury got there pretty quickly.
I agree, Rebecca. I knew that there is no way that jury was going to get over that, and there was no mitigation expert in the entire world that was going to bring in enough evidence to convince this jury that this man wasn't culpable for this murder. They were never getting past that audio and video.
Yeah.
Terry, I remember when we were sitting there listening to that audio tape, you wrote down on your notebook, I'll never forget this, you wrote, "He's getting death." Right after we heard that audio tape, or right almost it was ending, you said that. And you knew, being a veteran defense attorney, you knew that that was going to be a very hard thing to overcome. And I kept saying, they can put 1,000 witnesses up there. That defense was not going to be able to overcome that audio tape when you hear what he did to that little girl.
Without a doubt. The case was over when they played that. The case was over.
Mm-hmm.
Rebecca, as we kind of reflect on this trial, it's kind of amazing how much evidence that we had no idea existed. Going into this trial, the story that we had heard was this story about how he supposedly hit Athena with a delivery truck and panicked and took her, which I always thought sounded like a ridiculous story. But I had no idea the level of evidence that we were going to see in this trial. I thought I had mentally and emotionally prepared myself for this trial. Absolutely not. This trial, the mountain of evidence, and every day it just kept coming. And even in the defense's side, you got more stuff coming out about him and about the things he did to her. I don't know how a jury could have gotten around it.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. There's no way. And they didn't.
Yeah.
They didn't.
you know, and the DA was very good about holding a lot of that stuff close to the vest because he did not want this jury to be tainted in any way. Or he wanted to make sure that he got all of the evidence before this jury without having to change venues again. And so, because they did have to, obviously, they didn't try him in Wise County. They tried him here in Tarrant County. But I will tell you, when that verdict was read, I looked at him too, and he was emotional. And in fact, they were also passing a Kleenex box around the prosecution table. You know, I think that Staten, this was their first case that these prosecutors had ever tried as far as a death penalty case. And they came out and they did a really good job trying this case.
No, they did an amazing job, and I have to think back to when Staten was about to talk during his closing argument about that moment when he had to tell the family what real, the full details of what happened to Athena, because obviously they needed to know in order to get through this trial, and in order to get and you could just imagine the pain and the emotion. I mean, this prosecution team, these police officers, they have done an amazing job in this case. It's truly, truly well done.
Yeah.
And gotten justice for Athena.
Yes, and just to follow up with what Rebecca said, even though it may be their first death penalty case, clearly, they're trial lawyers. You've got to have that. You've got to have that experience, and I think they did a good job. They went all in, as you should, and took care of business. Thought they had a good presentation, and I'm sure the family's obviously pleased, and the taxpayers should be too. You need that. You've got to have people who can try these cases because you never know when it's going to happen.
Absolutely. And then Rebecca, the other thing I wanted to note about the prosecutor, the DA, was that, his closing statement, a closing argument, he could have been fire. He talked about this. He could have been fire and brimstone and all the things, right? And he could have, recounted chapter and verse what was in that video, but he didn't do that. His closing argument was understated, but because it was, I think it was more powerful.
Yeah, we can contrast that with some of our comments on some of the videos and some of the things that were asked by the defense, and we've said sometimes you have to read the room. Well, I think this prosecution team read the room. They knew exactly how far to push, and how much to bring in, and how much to repeat, and how much to, slam, at home. And even with the medical examiner, he specifically asked her to be very careful when she was looking at the photographs, because he didn't want people to see that. They've been very careful they've taken a lot of people's emotions and well-being, to heart, and they've been very circumspect on how they presented this testimony, and I admire that, because you're right, Tanya. They could have come home and they could have played some of the audio. They could have done a lot of different things, and they just chose not to do it.
Yeah, I mean, the classy thing for me was I'm big on visuals. I'm big on demonstratives. He didn't even need the full hour. Once he grabbed those shoes and pulled them out, and he didn't slam them on the table, but it just goes to show you, how depraved this human being is. And he's literally sitting 15 feet from these 12 people, and used after all of these things, after he caused this beautiful little girl to bite her own tongue with her own teeth because his hands tried to break her neck and strangle the air out of her lungs. She then soiled herself, then she then vomited, and then it wasn't enough. He wanted to come up and sing Jingle Bell Rock while she's screaming, and she's fighting for 60 minutes of her life. And that wasn't enough. He didn't want to stop then. And then he took that shoe on his right foot, and that was the imprint on her that he made on her body before he tossed her body after dragging her through a bamboo thicket like a piece of trash. I don't see any other situation where any non-death sentence was even remotely possible with this person sitting in the courtroom with all these things that he did. I mean, like Stanton said from the top, there is a reason why the death penalty exists in the state of Texas, and it's because of a man sitting right over there.
Right.
That's why it exists.
And we were talking among ourselves at the break that there are a lot of people who are anti-death penalty who will even say, well, after hearing all of this, you know, now maybe I understand why there's a death penalty. So yeah, it was just the worst possible thing that anyone can imagine. What he did to prey on that baby, that child, and her innocence, and wanting to know, what are you doing? Where are we going? Are you a kidnapper? It's like, oh my gosh. I often wondered to myself, were some of those jurors going to come over that rail after they heard that audio?
Yeah.
They were leaning forward.
Yeah, they were. And then what he did afterwards, where he's smoking a cigarette, and then he goes back to the crime scene the next day, and then his grandma texts him a picture of Athena and says, this little girl is missing, and she's like, oh, like he didn't care. So he didn't care. He didn't care what he did to this little girl. He didn't show any remorse. And that was, you know, really something that the prosecution, he never said, I'm sorry. When I liked when the prosecutor, the DA, brought out the stack of papers and said, look through all of these. I'll tell you what you won't find in here. You won't find I'm sorry.
Right.
You can look through all of this. You will not find I'm sorry in here, because he never did apologize to the family, ever, or apologize for what he did. He was never really remorseful.
Well, and Stanton, you know, knocked that one out of the park, because to the extent that the defense had some, you know, snippet of a plank to walk on off of this sinking ship regarding what he hasn't done in jail, you know, during the course of the trial. You know, he flipped that around, a beautiful visual with this mountain of paper. You know, he hasn't even said, I'm sorry. That by omission, that is as aggravating as they come. This is a 1-2 punch, you know, and that's exactly what they did. They slapped him in the face with that nonsense defense. There was nothing mitigating about it. It was all aggravating, all future danger, all continuing threat to the GP, to the prison staff. You will be sitting in Pulaski before you're transported over to Huntsville. See ya.
Well, and Rebecca, you and I have covered a lot of cases, and you know, we've covered cases where someone does truly act impulsively and does something horrible, you know, one-time act. This is not that. This is not that. It was there, based on everything we heard, this was premeditated. He didn't just wake up one day and decide to kidnap and kill a 7-year-old girl. And I believe in my heart that if he had not been caught, he would have done it again. You don't do something like this and stop. He was in my mind, he was a serial killer waiting to happen. And now, you know, I've talked to a lot of legal experts. They don't think he had done it before, but only because he was so idiotic in the way he did this one. He would have perfected it if he'd been allowed to continue on.
And they don't know that. It's simple
it's
speculation.
speculation.
I mean, I'm going to say, look, that audio, I mean, just the mother knowing about that.
Yeah.
I mean, just knowing about hearing her
Oh,
words.
yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't even, what I would do if I knew that even existed. And what I'm saying is that no one knows if he's done it before.
That's true.
They got him, they caught him, and he's not going to do it again. We know that.
That's true. But if he had not been caught,
that's exactly
he does
right.
it again.
Oh, absolutely.
For sure.
He's got those two girls the day before.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Rebecca.
Yeah. Oh,
and
yeah.
of course, Athena's mom took the stand. And, you know, she knew everything that was in that video because she started apologizing to people, didn't she?
Yeah. Yeah, she did. She knew. They had sat her down, and I think that was what we were going to hear from the prosecutor there at the end before the defense objected. But I think that they should have, that hurt the defense also. They should have allowed him to say what happened to this family. It would not have hurt this case in any way or hurt his case in any way, and they objected to it. But he was about to tell us what it was like the moment that he, as a prosecutor, had to tell this mom and this family and this dad what happened to their little girl. I mean, it's never easy, obviously, to give a death notification to anyone, but then for a prosecutor to have to go through the evidence as they know it, when they knew how horrific, because they'd already listened to those tapes, and explain it to the family. I can't even imagine what that must have been like for them, for all of them in that room when they had to discuss that.
Yeah, and Maitland, when she testified, she looked at the jury and she said, "I'm sorry you have to listen to this audio," and looked at the prosecutors, and "I'm sorry, James," and then looked at the defense, and I'm even sorry for you all that you have to listen to this. So she knew how horrible it was. And I agree with Cody, just to even know that what happened to that child, whether she's ever heard, she said she watched it for about a minute and a half. She had to stop watching it because she couldn't stand it. But to know that it's there, and and to be in a courtroom to hear the testimony around that, it's just, I don't know what I would do as a mother.
Yeah.
And
no, it was awful.
You know, another point to press back on too is, you know, sometimes you have lawyers and they'll say, in my experience, it happened here. You know, when there was an instance where the lawyer said, well, when my mother passed away. Well, that's apples and oranges. You know, I mean, maybe sit that one out. I mean, like your mother wasn't kidnapped and violently raped and murdered. They're just not the same thing. You don't even have a level of empathy because it's and that's horrible. I'm sorry her mother passed away, but there's not even a situation where that's similar to what happened in this case. Right. And when Stanton is, you know, trying to explain that to the jury knows how hard it was. He made his point, and the defense had to object to that. But saying that there's nothing that we could have done, you know, this just happened. And like I said earlier when I was with you first, Tanya, that, you know, she was doing everything she should have been doing, playing in the woods and out in the country and waiting on her Barbie dolls that her parents just ordered. She wasn't stuck in some urban concrete jungle with all densely populated. So it's just, I'm so happy for the family. I'm just happy that they maybe get some sense of closure, just this one little step. They needed a little bit of just a little hug and a squeeze, I say, absolutely, you know, to get them through this nightmare that they've been in.
Well, folks, I think we're gonna wrap it up, at least from our end. Rebecca, anything else you want to add? Are we still thinking that the prosecutors might come out?
Well, we're still waiting. All the media is still set up. I have not gone into the courtroom to see if they're even still there. I mean, they typically have been coming in through this door, but I'm not sure what they're doing in the courtroom at this time. And the family is still, and I think some of them left, but they're still in the courtroom. So I do expect that somebody's going to come out and make a statement.
Well, folks, I've got to go actually prepare to be live on our regular newscast. So, Rebecca, I think what we'll do is Zeke will leave the stream up, but we'll put the slate out. So if the prosecution comes up, Zeke can stream that out. So we want to thank everybody for joining us. It's been a long, well, we're in our 5th week, and we are relieved that this jury has come to this verdict, that Tanner Horner will receive the death penalty, and that Athena Strand's family, and that Athena has received justice. And I want to thank you so much, Terry and Cody, for being with us today, and Rebecca for all your amazing reporting. And people have asked us if we will be back doing another trial, and they can bet on it.
Yep.
So this is a sad trial for us to have to do, but it is always an honor to be able to help walk through people through these difficult times. Anything else you want to add, Rebecca?
No, I'm just with you. Just that I am relieved for Athena's family, and I am happy that they get that little bit of closure as they prepare for the next part, which is the appeals and having to go through all of that and then wait for a death sentence date as they sit here and wait for that. But at least for right now, they have that little bit of relief.
Thank you.
Y'all have done a great job, Rebecca, Tanya, an incredible job, WFAA, just a super, super job. And I've loved being here with Cody, my old office mate. So it's been a pleasure being with you too.
Same here. Rebecca, thank you very much, and Tanya for having me back, and Terry, always a pleasure working with you. And I appreciate, Tanya, I say this all the time, all that you do for public access to the court system is vital, not covered the way you do by anyone, second to none. I appreciate everything, and looking forward to seeing what you do next.
Awesome. Well, I got my partner, Rebecca. We've
Yes,
known
and
each other
Rebecca.
forever and a day. So anyway, all right. Thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you again sometime. Thank you.
We could have charged him a couple of different ways, and it was just more of what we felt was going to be the most streamlined process to get from point A to point B. That was all.
Was there ever any consideration? Still no emotion. Yeah, I know. That was something that was throughout. Was there any consideration of that from the beginning?
There was never any consideration to ever drop the death penalty on this case, ever.
Can you give us a sense of how the family is feeling after all?
Very organized.
I've been very close to the family. They're just wonderful, wonderful people. They've lived through the worst tragedy that I think any family can possibly live through. I've been with them since day one. I've been with them since day one.
Jason, most of the time he's on vacation.
It's hard, and it's something that I don't think any parent should ever have to go through. I was proud to work with them. I still am, and they're hurting bad. They feel good about the verdict. They feel like it's justice. I agree with them, but they're hurting, as you might imagine.
The outcome is what you had hoped for. So give us your overall reaction. How were you feeling when you heard the verdict?
Well, I mean, you want to be excited, but obviously that has to do with the death of another human being, and so you're metered in that respect. Is that I am satisfied that that is justice. I believe that that's justice since the beginning, but it's also, like I said, tempered with the fact that he will die at some point in the future, and so it's nobody wants to be happy about that, so to speak.
You talked about keeping.
Oh, you want to hear the story behind? So if hopefully none of y'all have ever had anything to do with anything like this. I hope you never have to. As part of being a district attorney, sometimes you have to, and a lot of times you have to meet with families. And I think most of y'all know that. You have to meet with families, and you know a lot more than they do. And you know the truth. And in this case, I had all the evidence. I had the DNA. I had the truth. I have the video. You guys saw it all. And at some point, you have to sit down with the family, and you have to tell them all that. And I don't know if you can put that in words when you have to tell a mother what y'all heard on the video and the audio. And that's a true story. I sat over in a really nice law office over here. I don't know which way I'm going over here, and I can still remember the chair. I can still remember what it felt like. It's just something that's really, really difficult.
You talked about keeping Athena's picture up.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us why. And
what do you mean?
How important that picture was to your case.
Well, the timing of that picture, I think you guys figured out, was pretty important. That was 4 days before she was no longer with us. That's the last picture that we have that anybody took of her. That's why it's so important. But it really exemplified her. If you saw some of the pictures that I introduced before, did you guys hear the story about the picture with the hocus pocus shirt on? Did y'all hear that? Those are all very special, but that picture with her red bow in her hair, you know, Athena's mother carried that red bow everywhere, in my office, every court day, every place with her. That's why it's so special.
Can you, I'm sorry, can you just speak to sort of what we learned yesterday regarding the gentleman who testified saying that he was Horner's cousin and
Yes.
try to get in touch with you guys, and the defense did not relay that message to you guys?
I won't get into any kind of that communication kind of stuff. That's between us and the defense team. But I will say this, I'm very proud of that young man. Anybody who's ever dealt with victims of abuse knows how hard that is to be able to come forward and talk to anybody, much less, I mean, no offense, y'all are real nice folks, but it's hard. And he got up there in front of all of y'all and told the truth, told what happened. And I'm very proud of that young man. It was very hard for him. And you could tell when he was on the stand, if you were in there, he was hurting. But he did what he needed to do. And we were, you know, those things sometimes come up like this. Sometimes in these cases, the people like that, they feel strong enough. They feel like they have enough support. They feel like people care about them enough, and they want to listen to their truth. And so they come and talk to us. And he did. He reached out, and I sent my ranger up there to where he is and had a chat. And that's why you guys got to hear from him.
And their death penalty cases don't come along every day.
Oh, thank goodness.
Thankfully. Is this your first, or?
Yes.
Who was the last one? And what was that like to?
Ooh, I might have to stand here a little longer, maybe. It's a case that you as a prosecutor, everybody talks about. It's a case that we go to training on, and that happens more often than we want. It was something I wasn't expecting. I've tried murder cases, I've tried other cases, so I understood how it works, but this case is very different. When you ask a jury to do that, it is a very, very different thing.
What will stick with you the most about this case?
I think that the evidence in this case was some of the most absolutely brutal evidence that I think anybody could ever hear or listen to. And I think that's going to haunt me forever.
Did you get to talk to the jurors afterwards? What did they tell you about how they reached their verdict, how they thought about the evidence?
I'll keep that a little bit with me. That's their business, that's their story. But they all were, I think the judge was very accurate when he was talking about, if you watch this entire trial, both sets of lawyers were very professional. My team and the defense team, you could see we kind of spat with each other a little bit. That's part of how it works. You guys covered courts before, you understand this. And so, it was rough. Let's put it that way. The jurors, it's rough for them too. I think that's how I would describe it. They went through what we did, and y'all did.
You told them that they would be changed forever. Anybody that heard that tape in that courtroom, do you believe it changed everyone forever?
Look around the room. Y'all heard it, didn't you? Answer your own question.
What procedurally happens from here? Do you expect to have to fight an appeal?
It's automatically appealed as a matter of law. So it'll go however it's going to go. I feel like my team tried a very, very clean case. We do that anyway. Any of you who've covered us in Wise County, excuse me, my team, always tries a clean case. It's just kind of what we do. We have a lot of experience. The guy sitting to my right, Mr. Berry's been doing this 30 years. I've been doing it 25. The young lady sitting to my left, Michelle, she got thrown into this. I hired her 2 or 3 years ago. And so she stepped up for this case, and I have to tell you that she did fantastic. I'm very proud of her. I'm very proud of my whole team, my investigators, everybody else. They all did a wonderful job.
You guys continue, do you stay on the case with the appeal, or is somebody else brought in the complaint?
In my office, because we're such a small office, that will get contracted out. That won't be me direct. I do a lot of things, but I don't do appellate work. That's a specialty, and especially Capitol's appellate work. I don't do that.
And what kind of questions do you have for the jury? Like what?
The first question I had for the jury, it wasn't so much about the verdict. I mean, obviously, the verdict is personal to me, it's personal to the family, but I was more concerned with the jury's well-being. I was much more concerned with that. This is a lot of emotion and a lot of pain and a lot of suffering that they had to walk through together with us. So my number one concern with them and I asked several of them, are you okay? Because I think that's important. I think that's something that's often overlooked, is the juries, they're not there for the trauma, but they witness it with all of us. And don't forget this, making a decision like this in this case is not easy. That is a tough, hard decision for that group of 12 to do. So that was my biggest concern for them. I asked every single one individually to their face, how are you? Are you okay? What can we do to help you? That was my number one concern.
But at the same time, they did reach the decision to sentence him to death, and you said in your closing arguments that you think this is sort of the case that why the death penalty exists. Can you touch on that?
Yes, I do believe that. I think that, the death penalty gets thrown around a lot in the media. There's a lot of things out there. I think Texas does it right. I think we use it in only the most extreme circumstances. I think we use it for people who do bad things to children. I think we use it for people who do something and harm our law enforcement officers. I think Texas does it absolutely right. And that's, excuse me, I've got allergy. So I believe that. I believe that this is the type of case that where somebody has taken an individual, a child that is so vulnerable and so helpless, and has ripped them from their front yard. And that's really what happened. And then they do what we all know that they did. I'm not going to talk about that, but that's what happened. And then the way that it went about, that's horrible. This is why Texas still keeps the death penalty as a sentence. I believe that, yes.
Do you have a message for Athena's family? Do you have a message for Athena?
I'll keep that with her mom.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've been very close to Athena's mom and dad both, and I'm going to keep that. I'm going to keep that right here. Okay. Sorry, but I'm going to keep that with me.
Do you know if they want to speak, the family, how they're feeling about that?
I think at some point they may. I won't speak for them.
Okay.
That's not my story to tell. That's their story. But they may, and I'm sure y'all will be happy to talk to them if they want to.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Everybody good? Yes. Okay, did I answer everybody's question?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Hey, I want to tell the news media, I want to tell y'all something. I really sincerely appreciate y'all being so respectful for the family. I didn't have a single thing where anybody was bothering any of the family or me or any of my team or anything else. And I don't know that other locations across the United States can say that. And I don't know that you'll have a prosecutor tell an entire group of media people that I thank you for something you're doing. But I honestly and sincerely mean it. I walked up and down these hallways. I nodded at y'all. I saw everybody. Y'all were always so very respectful to me and my team and the family. And I think that tells us how we do things here in Texas. I think that sets us apart and sends a message. This is how you in the media can handle things and have people like me that don't run away from you, right, when you come talk to us. So I want to sincerely thank you for that. And I will tell you, on behalf of the family, they thank you for that. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you. All right.
I'm gonna escape.
Yes, I'm here.